Hey, Krishna. Hey, first subscriber of the day. Thanks, MTG Rojo. Appreciate the 7 months of support. I'm feeling okay. Long weekend between doing the Rivals League, a bunch of coaching, which was awesome, and playing a bunch of poker. Yeah, I'm not down mentally at all. Just physically a little bit. I had busy days all weekend. I did the Rivals League matches. Like, I had a lot of coaching and I played a lot of poker, so I just had a busy weekend. So that's why I didn't play the practice tactics Shadow Cloak, because more than likely the reason they didn't block is because they had some kind of a trick, and so they might have figured like I would block, play my trick, then they could blow me out with theirs. Like if I would have practice tactics and they respond with practice tactics, then I don't have a creature, so mine does zero, something like that. So my guess would be that Rab has a trick of some kind, but I don't really know. Yeah, the match with LSV was good. My deck played out better than I actually thought it was gonna. Like I said, I only tested standard for like a day and a half for this tournament, and though I do a lot of brewing, I usually put a lot of work into my decks, and I'm usually pretty confident in them. This time I really wasn't, but the deck actually played out pretty smoothly. The Black Splash felt like it gave it, a pretty big edge in versus the other Urian decks, and also made it better against rogues, which were the decks to beat. Obviously, now it made it worse against aggro. That's not to say, oh, I broke it. It's strictly better. No, of course not. Like you make your deck better against the other control decks, you make your deck worse against aggro. But there wasn't much aggro. I did get paired against red green twice, and they beat me both times. But other than that, like the deck, I lost some really close matches. A really close game to LSV, a really close game to Stan, really close whole match to Corey, and still went 4-6 in matches played, 4-7 because I didn't show up for one match. So I was actually pretty happy with the way that deck played out, given the level of competition and that I didn't practice that much. I agree, Rachel. Go from your mouth to Watsy's ears. You got to tell them, not me. If it were up to me, the leagues, the tournaments, everything would be all limited. You know that. So it's definitely not my doing. Blame Watsy. I don't know yet, Shadowcloak. I really don't. It's hard for me to say. If I wouldn't expect much different as far as the field for this next one in a week and a half. I think Rogues will be the most played deck, and then Urian strategies and so on. But Blue White Urian did horrible in this League weekend, MPL Rivals League weekend. Like if you looked at the MTG data that like somebody compiled, you know, the brewers, people like me, had a 50% win rate, so okay, whatever, just average. Rogues and Red Green did really well, like 60 something percent win rate. And like Blue White Urian literally had a 25% win rate, which is like, you know, that's just like unbelievable. 25% is hard to do. So, so I don't know if we can expect a bunch of Blue White Urian again. I would expect basically the same rogues and red green. I would expect like the people who metagamed like the Rakdos deck did really well that Paulo and Siggy played. But I don't think we can expect just a bunch of blue white Urian again after seeing that you can play decks that just pummel it. Like it's not a great sample size, but 25% and like blue white Urian was played by like 14 people or something, and it really really got beat up good. So you remember earlier when we said they probably had a trick, that's why they took the 2/2 and then attacked back with the Cliffhaven Sellsword? So now you're seeing them attack with creatures smaller than my Shepherd. So, the assumption is that they do have a trick. Now, the weird thing is what? Because, I mean, if they're going to 2-for-1 themselves, I'm cool with that. I still have plenty of ammo. They can't kill this with a practice tactics. They only have warriors. So what is the trick in their hand? Like, what do they have? Well, I guess I took too long, which is fine. I wasn't sure if I was going to block anyway, because I think they have a trick. But yeah, I was still trying to think about what they would have had, and I don't really know. Okay, so we have to not die, and then we kill them in 2. We can play our 2 removal spells and attack with both, and that would leave them, what if we leave them their 2 smallest creatures? We take out, like, the 5/4 and the War Leader, and then they have a 3/3, and, like, this will go back to a 1/2 and then a 2/3 when it attacks. So it's substantially short of lethal. Even if they play, like, a wizard or something pre-combat, it's not going to be lethal. But again, we do think they have a trick, so that might be unnecessarily risky. I think... Because, I mean, they still die in 2 if my Shepherd doesn't die. So I think what I'm going to do is attack for 4, kill a creature here with the Deadly Alliance and with the practice tactics, probably. Do I need to do anything here? No, they have 3 warriors. They're going to get their counter on Pair Tactician regardless. Might as well let them attack. And now the plan would be 3/4 on 3/3. Deadly Alliance, the 6/5. Well, it, like, insta-passed to me, so now I don't even know if they have a trick or not. I guess if they're not going to go for it either way, I'm not going to go to 2 unnecessarily. So let's practice tactics the Fledgling, because there's a chance they're going to finish off the Shepherd, in which case I have another removal spell and the game isn't ending this turn. And there it is, the post-combat trick, the damage, I guess. But that's fine. We're still in a winning position. I'm not saying we're going to win, but certainly they have to answer the Legion Angel, or we still win this game. Yeah, Spark Mage was the trick. I got it. Well, that's cool, but that's not going to kill Legion Angel, so I think we got it. Well, okay, still a game. Hey, you're welcome, Pitaku, and congratulations. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. If they attack, I'll definitely block, but they can pay 2 and give it flying, and then a pump spell would kill me or something. There's not a lot, though. Like, people don't really play the +3/+2 or the +2/+2 in this format. They're really just not good cards. I'm not saying there's nothing, but there's not a ton. So, here we're obviously going to block. No reason to take the damage. Hopefully they can't kill the Legion Angel. They cannot, but a 3-mana, 3-power creature means they can give it flying, and we're back to a stalemate. And no longer a stalemate. What a game. It was actually a pretty sweet game of Magic. Thank you, Mr. Fancy Pants. Hey, they drew pretty well, too. I mean, obviously I drew spells at the end, but they had a never-ending barrage of spells and exactly 5 lands. This isn't a Death Sea stream. I don't have to be a landlord. I'm allowed to draw spells. I'm doing okay. How are you, Burnator? No, this was my off-stream draft from last night. I'll be doing a fresh draft as soon as this one's over. I think I'm like 3-2 or something, so it's gonna end. I'm sure I have 2 losses. It's gonna end as soon as I lose another game. I think I'm on like 3 wins. It might be 4. So let's see. Now this is close. Do I want to play the Cleric as a 1/3 or do I want to play it as a land? It would let me cast Outrider, but that's really all it unlocks. I still need a Swamp to cast everything else. And it looks, red-white is pretty aggressive, so a 1/3 and 3 life is pretty useful against red-white. So I think I'll be greedy in this spot because I think the extra body and 3 life is pretty useful. And like it's only unlocking 1 4-drop. Hey, thanks for the generous $5 donation, Rav, and good game. I was just talking about what a great game that was. One thing that came up, so on turn 3, I attacked you with the 2/2, you took it. Then you attacked me back. I had practice tactics. I didn't want to use it because I felt like if you blocked, I was going to use it. But then when you took it and then attacked back, I felt like you had a trick of your own, and if I practice tactics, you might kill my creature in response or something like that, and then I'd get blown out, so I didn't use it. But it looked like by at the end of the game, you had only the Spark Mage, you didn't have an instant to play. So that was a kind of interesting play, and it was a good play because if you had blocked, I would have gotten to practice tactics your creature and gotten much further ahead. But I was just wondering if you wanted to comment on like your thought process at all when you took the attack from the Expedition Healer on turn 3 and then attacked me back with the 3/1 into the healer. All right, let's see here. You know, I'm actually pretty happy if they want to trade the champion for the healer. I'll get my 4 life, and the Expedition Champion's a pretty good card. It's a trade up. Like, remember, the healer's only a 4/4 until the end of turn, so effectively I'm trading a 2/2 for a 4/3. So I think that's a pretty clear pump since it has lifelink. And again, I'm against an aggro deck. Okay, so now they have a 4/3. I have practice tactics, but I don't want to be forced to use it first. I want them to use what they have, and then I can respond. So I'm just going to attack, I think. Well, no, I can't just send the Outrider because they'll just block with the Sellsword. So I don't really have a good attack this turn, I don't think. If I could trade the Outrider for the Champion, I would be ecstatic because that would clear the way for the other attackers. But that's not really on the table. But I don't want to proactively use practice tactics here when they have 5 cards in hand and all their mana up. Because there's a good chance they'll just play their pump spell in response or kill the warrior in response or something and make the practice tactics bad. I don't mind if we stalemate for a little bit. They're the aggro deck most likely. I've got 2 nice flyers in hand, a 3/3 lifelink and a 3/4. So we'll just hang out, see if they tap their mana, if we get a good window that's safe to do something. I agree, Island Walk. It's been a really fun set, and good luck on hitting Mythic. It's going okay, Kiki Tucson. How are you? Okay, so let's see. Attended Healer. Now they only have 1 red up, so they really can't do much of anything. So I don't really want to cast Practice Tactics this turn because I do have a 5-drop to play. But if I get like a blowout, like on a double block or something, it's certainly an option. I'm hearing some sounds, but I don't know what they are. So what do we do this turn? Do I attack? I don't want to trade the 3/3 for the 3/1. The 2/2 doesn't have Death Touch. No, I don't think I have an attack. You know, I want to use Practice Tactics while they're tapped, but I don't want to Practice Tactics the Sellsword. I'd happily Practice Tactics the Champion, but I mean, I don't really get the opportunity to do that. I guess I could send like everything, but that gets rough when they have 2 different 3 toughness creatures, and I only have 1 trick. I don't know if they block with the healer or not, but if they did, they'd go up a card and it'd be pretty bad for me. So I think I just need to play it cool and try and win this game in the air for now. Ooh, free gold in MTGA in the store today? I didn't even know that. Thanks for sharing, Roquin. I'm going to go to the store after this game, make sure I get my free gold. Yeah, I feel pretty good about my life total, given Oh, Rav donated a second $5 and answered the question. Thanks, Rav. I really appreciate it. It's super generous of you. And they had shelter was the trick, but then they chose to play it as land, I guess, or something instead. Okay, that makes perfect sense. Like, obviously, I thought it was a good play. I was just wondering what you had, because by the end of the game, I didn't really see anything. But I missed that you put the shelter in play as a land, I guess. And thanks again for the generous $10 in donations, Rav. Really appreciate it. Also, thank you, Storm Fireblade. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you for supporting it. You're doing a great job. Okay, so just going to attack with the flyer. Still don't really see anything on the ground, but we've got rogues, clerics, and warriors, so we'll gain another 6 life and add to the air. If the ground is all mucked up, I like my shot to win this game in the air. Like I said, warriors are mostly ground creatures. Red-white is mostly an aggro deck. And I've got a 3/4 flyer, a 3/4 flyer, and I'm 1 land away from another 3/3 flyer. Plus I have practice tactics to kill any flyers they might play. Hey, I'm glad you did, No Goose. Hope you enjoy the stream today. Alright, I don't know what they have, but I'm not looking to play Gloomhunter on kicked when I'm only 1 land away. So let's Mind Drain that last card out of their hand pre-combat. And then, like I said, we're just attacking in the air. We have to accept that the ground is just kind of mucked up and they don't have profitable attacks. We don't have profitable attacks. I could, like, try and mash and then use practice tactics. But honestly, it's just not going to work out well for me. On the other hand, if they want to trade their 3/1 for my 1/3, they can. They'll get off a point of drain and get a 1/1, but who really cares? You can see how much they wanted to do that. They just chose to sack it because they'd rather get another card than kill my 1/3. And that makes perfect sense. That's why I snap blocked, because who cares about this 1/3? Oh, that's cool, Or Wellington. Nice job hitting Mythic, by the way. It's actually been pretty awesome to see, like, the Mythic percentages. Like, I played against somebody who was 83% Mythic yesterday. That means there's so many more people getting Mythic Limited than there was before. Because, like, last year, I can never remember being in a percent. It was just always ranked. You know, always 600 ranked or whatever. So seeing all, like, this many more people getting Mythic Limited is awesome. It tells us that it's growing. Okay, so I'm not scared of a trick because I've got my own. I'm not going to just practice tactics. What I'm going to do is double block, and then if they play a trick, I'll practice tactics. If they do nothing, I just get a good trade. So there's their trick. Now, they have Vile, but it is what it is. They still used a card to kill a 2/2 that was doing almost nothing. That's not to say their play is wrong. They're grinding through the game the best they can. This removal spell would not have killed the flyer that's actually pressuring them. But we're totally cool with that exchange. So, with the removal spell, do we have any more attacks on the ground? Not really. Still just looks like hit in the air. But we do want to play our removal spell while their mana is tapped and they can't sack to the Vial. So the question is, do we kill a Tended Healer or do we kill War Leader? I guess War Leader's not doing much. It's just pumping a Pack Beast. Whereas a Tended Healer has the ability to give them life, which they need because they're dying to my Shepherd. If it gives things lifelink. And I mean, I can double block the War Leader with the Skulker and the Cleric. I can put the Skulker on the Pack Beast. So I'm comfortable on the ground right now. Okay, this time they do have their mana up. No reason, I don't think, to kill anything. I think I'm gonna play the Gloomhunter on kick now, though. Things have changed. We know next turn we have the Vanquish to cast. Obviously, I could Vanquish now and then Gloomhunter next turn, but the thing is, with the Blight Priest out, it's hitting for 2 a turn, not 1, right? If I gain 1, they get drained for 1 from the Blight Priest. So, I mean, this is technically presenting lethal. They can gain another life here by sacking something in the vial, and that puts them to 5, and I can hit them for 5. And if they play a small flyer, I can kill it with Vanquish. So in order for them to live, they pretty much need to kill my flyers, not just play a flyer of their own. Okay, so like I just talked about, I don't want to lose the Blight Priest, I don't want to lose the Gloom Hunter or the Shepherd, because that's what's presenting lethal. I'm at 30 life, so I don't really have to block, but the Skyclave Cleric and the Skulker are of no importance to me. So I think we might as well make a profitable double block here. I'm not worried about them playing a trick, because these 2 creatures don't matter. The other 3 creatures are presenting lethal. So we can afford to take a hard hit. We're at 30, but we might as well make that block. And if we just attack with everything, they are dead. Yeah, I know they won life, but, you know, it's like, again, we didn't have to lethal them that turn. We didn't know if they had anything. Plus, we had the removal for their blocker. So the 1 life wasn't going to keep them alive because they tapped all their creatures, which means my 2 living creatures on the ground could get through Mr. Fancy Pants. Remember, I had the Skulker and the 3/2, so it was exactly 5 in the air. But after they tapped all their ground creatures, I now had a 3/2 on the ground that didn't block and a 2/2 that was going to survive the block. So even if they play a blocker like they did, I still have Vanquish in hand, and I'm attacking with 2 additional creatures. So them gaining the 1 life was not going to keep them alive after they tapped all their ground creatures. Yes, we do, Roquid. You are definitely correct. I don't know if I'm planning to draft Eldraine or not, boy oh boy. I'm not planning to today. I can't say in general. I've been really liking Zendikar Limited. I think this is 3rd for me behind Dominaria and M20 of the limited sets of the past, like, 3-4 years. So I'm probably going to keep drafting this one. Hey, Grimoire. Yeah, Theros was a good limited format. I mean, Dream Trawler, Ashiok, and Kiara kind of put a damper on the format. But still, most of the games didn't involve those. But those 3 were ugly, I agree. Eldraine was actually pretty good in person. That was before COVID, and me and Dangle were going to F&M almost every week and drafting Eldraine. And it was actually pretty fun. It was bad online because of the bots. The bots basically forced you into this world where you either drafted Secret Keeper or you drafted like mono red or mono white aggro or heavy red or heavy white aggro to combat Secret Keeper decks. In person, it didn't play like that at all. In person, the Secret Keeper thing was fine. You're not going to table them. You can't take removal spells over them. If you wanted to end up with 3, you had to be 1st, 2nd, 3rd picking your Secret Keepers. You know, it was a pretty balanced, pretty fun format. And it was bad with the bots. So I would definitely consider doing it. But like I said, I've really been enjoying this limited format, so for now I'm planning to just keep drafting this. Thanks, Overwrote. Appreciate the 18 months of support. Hey, never punished? Where's the swamp? I'm supposed to have a swamp. I'm not supposed to ever get punished. It's good to be live. Good to be live. Hope everybody enjoyed the Rivals League play and the MPL League play over the weekend. I know it was all constructed, not my choice. I wish it was draft. I thought it was pretty sweet, though. Like, knowing who we were going to play against, having, like, scheduled matches. It was a good way to do League play, I thought. Obviously, it would have been way better if it had draft, but what can you do? Maybe someday WotC will care about us. Okay, so I think I'll still get to Mind Drain 2 cards out of their hand. So for now, I'm going to Vanquish. Yeah, no hexproof's always a major upside. I agree. Those are both 2-power creatures, so let's try and kill the one that is a party type and has the potential to hit for 3. I'm not worried about them blocking with Mesa Lynx as a 2/3 on their turn. And they're both hitting for 2 right now. Honestly, Janice, it's tough. You want a system where the best players every year and the people who do the best can get in, but you also want like some continuity for the people who are making that their career and stuff like that. It's a really tough balance to strike. I don't know the perfect answer, and I won't claim to. My thoughts are my top priority at this point is limited content, limited strategy, the stream, coaching, and being a top competitive player is second priority to me. So I'm not that concerned with those decisions anymore. Like, obviously I still care about OP, but I'm not really I don't view it as in the trenches. Like, if I fall out of MPL or Rivals, like, I'm not really going to care. My focus is on making great limited content and things like that at this point in my Magic career. What am I going to do here? So I can play Kabira Outrider, Vanquish, or Mind Drain. I think maybe I'll just Mind Drain. Do I fall too far behind? Yeah, I might, now that they have a 4/5 also. But I really don't want to spend the turn vanquishing a 2/3. If I put out the Outrider, that does allow me to journey next turn on the Hellion, but then they may empty their hand before I ever Mind Drain them. So I think I'm going to be greedy in Mind Drain. I know that's shocking if you watch me play Magic a lot, that I would make the greedy play. But this puts me to 13, taking 6 down to 7. If I draw a land, I can journey the Hellion. If I draw a black land, I can potentially double spell with Gloomhunter and Vanquish. Even if I don't draw a black land, I can Gloomhunter and maul it. And then maybe I can turn the game that way. I want to make sure I get the spells out of their hand before they empty their hand. And I just don't have that productive of an option for this turn. Kabira Outrider is the only way to use all 4 mana. It's not even that effective on this board. Okay, so still no land. Hey, what's up, TPO? I'm doing alright. How are you? I guess now I just hope they don't have removal. If I play the Outrider, I go to 3. If they don't kill it, then I can journey the Hellion. And if I draw a land, I can go Skulker Journey, right? Because it's going to cost 1 less from the Outrider and then 1 less again from the Skulker. Yeah, I remember Fear You. Yeah, it's definitely not comfortable Mind Draining there. The problem was none of my other options were very productive. That's what I was afraid of, that if I played the Outrider, they would just have removal and I would fall really far behind. I mean, they ended up having removal anyway, but I gave myself, if I had drawn the land last turn, I would have had a considerably better turn. So now, what can I do? Can I do anything? I'm not dead. I can Gloomhunter and maul it. But I then end up having to chump block the Hellion. I go to 4, and then I go to 2. And I'm basically in the same boat next turn, but if I draw a Swamp, I'm not dead on board. Other than that, unfortunately, I need a couple more life to be able to journey the Hellion, which would be what I actually want to do this turn. Even if I had 1 more mana, I could Skulker and journey, but I don't, so I guess I don't really have any choices besides Gloomhunter Maul. Definitely looking really bad now. LSV is incredible at that Blink Twice. When I played Team GPs with him, he'd literally be like, playing a complex game, like a really close, hard game. He'd see me start to think and look over and tell me, something or whatever about, what was going on in my game. I'm just like, what is going on here? Aren't you knee-deep in your own game? His ability to, play 3 games at once is just, unbelievable. Like, I can do a good job with that stuff, but I gotta be focused on the one thing I'm doing. I can't do it on 3 different matches at once. It's really unreal. Okay, so I'm at 2, so I have to play 2 things or I'm dead, and that's just not possible, right? I'm 1 land short of Skulker Journey still. I needed a swamp. I can't play 2 black spells, obviously, so I'm just dead. This was a good game. I think I don't know if I punted or not, actually. Remember, the Mind Drain got a spell and a land that maybe would have been useful for them. And they were holding that Royal Eruption, which would have killed the Outrider if I would have played it that turn. Maybe I could have... No, I can't Vanquish and take 4 from the Hellion. That puts me to 3, and then I die to the Royal Eruption. I don't know. I don't know if I could have won that game or not. I think I gave myself the ability to. I think I just needed to draw a Swamp. Let me check out the store for the free gold, daily deals. So I can get 550 gold for 10 gems or 50 gold. All right. I think I'll pay 50 gold. I don't know if it's technically better. Thank you, whoever in the chat just reminded us that there's 500 free gold for us in the store. And now we're going to get into our first fresh draft of the day. That was the leftover. I'm only going to be doing 3 drafts today, 3 best of ones, regardless of whether they take, 2 or 3 hours or 6. But this is the first one. That was a leftover draft. This is the first fresh draft of the day. Equipping them all costs 4, yeah. But it equips for free the turn you play it. Okay, so the rare's good. It's like an A tier, not an S tier. Like, I wouldn't call this card super broken, but if it lives, it can single-handedly win a game, and it's cheap and efficient. Skyclave Cleric's a decent land spell modal, even though it's not a powerful late game card. It is useful that you can play it as a land or get an additional 1/3 that gains 3 whenever you don't need, or gains 2 whenever you don't need lands. But I think this is probably the weakest of the 3 uncommons in the rare. I like both Thundering Spark Mage and Acquisitions Expert a lot. Just a body that's +1 to your party, and then also took a card out of their hand, so you kind of get a free +1 to your party and 1/2 since you trade 1 for 1 when you play this. And then this always kills something. Sometimes it kills what you really want it to, sometimes something small. The commons are not in consideration. Feed the Swarm is probably the best common in this pack. So I think Orion Refuse is probably better than Thundering Spark Mage and Acquisition Expert. If I had to rank this pack, it would be Refuse first, probably Spark Mage second, Expert third, Skyclave Cleric fourth. And then Feed the Swarm fifth. So we first picked a green counters matter rare, and then we got past a green-black counters matter uncommon. Cool. Hopefully we can draft the easy way. Obviously, I don't know what we're going to see from here. I might end up playing, I might not play the Orion Reef or the Moss Pit Skeleton. For all we know, I'll drop both of those and draft white-black clerics. But don't fight it. The best card in the pack here is Moss Pit Skeleton. It goes perfectly with our first pick, so let's hope that we see green-black counters matter. Well, this pack is just awesome. So there's Wind Robber, which is a nice rogue uncommon, good for milling, and then it draws a card when a 1/1 flyer is not useful. There's the Warrior Lord, which is near busted in Red-White Warriors, of course, completely unplayable and everything else. Rabid Bite, great removal for green-black. It's a creature deck. And then Gloom Hunter is a counters matter card, as is Subtle Strike. So I think, of course, War Leader and even Wind Robber are a little bit better than Rabid Bite. But of course, I think we take Rabid Bite. I mean, we have 2 green cards, and Rabid Bite is only a little bit worse than these cards. This is just an easy pick. I mean, again, we are hoping to see green-black. We're keeping our eyes open in case we don't. But if there's going to be a 3rd pick Rabid Bite and a 4th pick Vanquish the Weak, then we're good to go. What I'm not looking to do is take, totally medium cards over much better ones to play my good cards that I first and second picked. What I am looking to do is take slightly worse cards that are pretty comparable. Like in this pack, I think Shatterskull Minotaur is better than Vanquish the Weak, but Vanquish the Weak is good. It's a good quality removal spell. I first pick Vanquish the Weak sometimes. I wouldn't take, some bad black common filler card over Shatterskull Minotaur to stay black-green. But I'll absolutely take, the second best black common, a good removal spell. And now it's easy, Feed the Swarm again, so we're clearly seeing black-green, and we will start with a draft. And speaking of clearly seeing black-green, we will start by drafting a precon. Black-green counters matter to start the day. I'm drafting the easy way, that's what I'm known for. Another Moss Pit Skeleton 6th. Life is good. And now there's 2 cards I want, Gnarled Colony and Hagra Constrictor. Hagra Constrictor might synergize more, quote-unquote, with Counters Matter, but getting good 2-drops is really nice, and I think the flexibility of a 4/4 once you have 5 or more lands and a 2-drop on turn 2 is probably better. So I think the Gnarled Colony is just better than the Hagra Constrictor. Hey, and we got a giant raid to start off the day. Shout out, thanks Reed Duke. Really appreciate it. Reed's been raiding me a lot lately. I really appreciate the support. I hope you had a good stream. Also, for anybody who didn't catch it, LSV and Reed and some of them played Shark Typhoon Rogues in the MPL Rivals League weekend, which I really liked. I thought it was a really sweet build. So, and LSV gave Reed credit for building that, for being the one who made that innovation. So, great job last weekend, Reed, and thank you again for raiding me so often and supporting my stream. I really appreciate it. Okay, so I'm going to grab the Spark Mage just in case we can splash it. I'm not planning to splash it, but you never know. Yeah, I don't know how Spark Mage wheeled. That's weird. So Rebirth and Dauntless Survivor, both black-green Counters Matter, solid cards. They both certainly make our deck. We're pretty good on 2-drops. We already have a Colony and 2 Skeletons, so I think I'm going to go with the Rebirth. Okay, grab a Blood Beckoning, buy back all the creatures. Black-green's a creature deck. I like to have a copy of a card like that. Even though Gruuldra's Mucklord puts a counter on a creature when it dies, I kind of think this card is just bad. Even in the black-green Counters Matter deck, like, it's playable, but it's filler. They kind of missed on this card, in my opinion. It could probably be a little bit better. I'm not saying make it, nuts or anything, but it could probably be a little bit stronger. I think, even when you're the archetype that wants it, it's like filler at best. I think it's a pretty weak card. So yeah, Yasharn is splashable, but, I mean, we don't have any white cards we want to splash, and it's really just not that busted of a card outside of green-white landfall. I think we just take Florahedron for another nice land spell modal here. I'm not opposed to entertaining the idea of a little white splash, but like I said, Yasharn is just not even that good of a splash. Like, even if we pick up, the Reclaim to search for the plains and stuff, are we really that excited about a 4-mana 4/4 that puts another forest in our hand? So I think this is just Florahedron. This card does not look super impressive, but it's pretty good. This is one of the land spell modals that I think the value is really subtle, because you love a mana accelerator on turn 2, but you get flooded a lot of the time, because you still need like 8 or 9 forests in your deck to reliably have one every game. So let's say, imagine it wasn't a land spell modal. Imagine you draft like 4 of a card like this. You can't just cut forests for them. So now you still have to play 8 or 9 forests, and you have all these mana sources, so you end up flooded sometimes. But Tangled Florahedron, you can cut a forest for, because even if you only have 5 forests in your deck, plus like 4 Florahedrons, if you draw one of the 5 forests, you cast your Florahedron on turn 2. If you don't, you play your Florahedron as a forest, and you have green mana, and you're fine. So Florahedron is one of the land spell modals that I think very quietly performs really well. Okay, so this pack's not going nearly as well as pack 1. I like Florahedron just fine. Hagra Constrictor's a fine playable in the Counters Matter deck. It's a pretty bad second pick. I'm not going to take Shadow Stinger. I have no rogues. We're not really looking to draft rogues here. We just accept that that's a weak second pick. I mean, we're not hurting for power level. I've got a bunch of land spell modals, a bunch of removal, 2 Moss Pit Skeletons, Orient Refus. So sometimes you just have to accept that you're getting a bad second pick. So Vine Gecko, another Counters Matter card. I mean, you got to have some kicker. We have the Blood Beckoning. We have the Gnarled Colony. 2 Moss Pit Skeletons. We have a ton of kicker. So we'll keep prioritizing kicker, but Vine Gecko should work out awesome in our deck. So nothing super exciting here for us. We're not going to use the Relic Golem. We're not going to be milling them. This is pretty much a blue-black card. Spring Mantle Cleric's not a great card if it's just a 4/5, but again, it is a Counters Matter card. Maybe we'll want a Cleric. This is best of 1, so sideboard cards like Broken Wings aren't getting used. So I'll grab the Spring Mantle Cleric. Maybe it'll make our deck, maybe it won't. Okay, easy Deadly Alliance here, of course. Deadly Alliance is still always good removal. Even though almost all our creatures don't have party types, so we're going to end up paying 4 to 5 for this, that's still an acceptable card. So this pack doesn't really have anything we want for black-green, and we already have a Spark Mage. We're not planning to splash red at this point, because we don't have anything that enables a splash, But you never know what we'll see the rest of the draft. And I'm not going to miss a Might of Murasa that I really don't even want to play in a deck like this, where my creatures are already nice size. Yeah, it has kicker, but the thing is, like, Moss-Pit Skeleton's huge. Like, I have a good power level. Like, this deck doesn't want a Might of Murasa. So I'm grabbing the Royal, not as a hate draft, more as a potential splash, because we're green. So if we end up getting to Reclaim the Wastes, then we'll splash, because then the splash is practically free, right? And Royal Eruption has kicker, and Reclaim the Waste has kicker, and it's just a good card. So I'm not saying whether we'll splash or not. It depends mostly on whether we happen to pick up the Reclaim the Wastes. But if we see them out of fairly weak packs and we're able to snag them on the cheap, I'll happily add a Royal Eruption to my deck. Yeah, now it's Scythe Cat over Haggard Constrictor. Scythe Cat is another Counters Matter card, even though it's also a landfall card. It gets counters every turn. Oblivion's Hunger, a good trick for the Counters Matter deck. This card is fairly straightforward. If this trick is drawing a card when you cast it, it's a good card. If it's not drawing a card when you cast it, it's not a good card. So if almost all your creatures have counters, Oblivion's Hunger is an excellent trick for you. If only a few do, it's an unplayable. It's really like it's hard to evaluate. Obviously, if you have like if you have 5 Counters Matter cards, 7 Counters Matter cards, you have to evaluate it in context. But that is how you should view this card. If you expect this to draw a card, it's a good card. If you expect it not to draw a card, it's not a good card. Alright, I'll grab the Might over the Ascetic now. I don't think we're going to need an expensive Cleric that gains life, but I still don't think we're going to play either of those. I don't think these cards matter. I doubt we're going to play the Rogue. Another Might. Like I said, these cards don't matter. Shadowcat isn't as good as Moss-Pit Skeleton, but it's still a pretty good Counters Matter card. Almost all our creatures get counters or have counters. We're really knee-deep into this archetype here, so I'm pretty happy to pick up Shadowcat. Trade off all of our creatures with counters, draw cards, etc., etc. I don't think this pick is even close. I mean, there's not really any other good or black or green cards for us. Blood Priest isn't a counters card. We don't party. Like, there's another Royal Eruption, but we don't have any splash enabling yet, so this is just an easy Shadowcat. This pack kind of sucks for us. I'm not even sure that any card in this pack is going to make our deck. There's not like a Reclaim to enable that splash, since we have the Royal Eruption and the Spark Mage in the sideboard. There's not a black or green card that I actually want. We already have 2 Mights in the sideboard. Broken Wings you'll take any number of as a sideboard card, but this is best of 1. There's really just nothing in this whole pack for me. This is just, really just awful. Thank you, Dead Man on Fire and Zhergosh. Really appreciate the subscriptions. This pack is going pretty poorly. I mean, now we're going to take Haggard Constrictor. It's going to make our deck, but it's a pretty weak pick again. Like, Haggard Constrictor's fine in the Counters Matter deck, but it's just not a great card overall. This is, again, another pretty weak pack for us. Scale the Heights is playable, but it's worse than Constrictor, I think. Alright, now there's a decent card for us. Unfortunately, we can't take the broken card Roost or the good removal Royal, but Ghastly Gloomhunter and Dauntless Survivor are both fine Counters Matter creatures. Let's take a look. This is a better 2-drop. This is a better split card, because this is good in the late game. So let's take a look at our curve. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 2-drops already, and it's only the start of pack 3, so we're good on 2-drops. So I'm not worried about having a 2-2 for turn 2. I'm going to grab the card that's a fine 2-drop and a good late game card. Okay, again, these cards don't really matter. We're not going to use any of them. Easy's off consumption here. Still a really strong card, even if it's not directly synergizing. It's just a great land spell modal. Where were these cards, spread out? My deck would love, Vanquish and Gnarled Colony, and Subtle Strike is a pretty good trick for this deck. And now we got a couple of packs with no playables, and now we only get one of the 3. I mean, Subtle Strike's in a clear third. It's just Gnarled Colony or Vanquish. Vanquish is better than Gnarled Colony, but we have a lot of Counters Matter stuff and Kicker Synergy, so I think I'm going Gnarled Colony. Cool, now we can pick up Reclaim over nothing. It's a kicker card. It's just a good card. Even if we don't splash, I'll play Reclaim. You can kick it for an extra land when you draw exactly 4. More often than not, you just pay 1 and go get your Forest or Swamp. But it's good with Vine Gecko to kick on turn 3 and stuff like that. We have a lot of 2-drops. Scale the Heights is playable. Not great, but playable. Pretty sure we're not going to play these, but if we do the light red splash, maybe we play a Hellion, because we have a lot of land spell modals. I don't think I'm going to do that. I mean, we could stick Royal Eruption in. I mean, Spark Mage isn't going to be good in our deck, I don't think, because I don't think our creatures have party type, like any of them. Like, this one doesn't, this one doesn't, this doesn't, this doesn't, these don't, these don't. Like, none of our creatures have party type, which is fine. I mean, our only Party Matters card is a Deadly Alliance in the whole deck, but that makes Spark Mage pretty bad. Hey, we got the Subtle Strike back. I'm happy about that. That's another solid playable that we needed. Because remember, I have quite a few land spell modals, so we're 25. We're probably playing at 15 lands max. It might be more like 14 or 13. So let's see. We have 2 black, 3 black land spell modals, plus Reclaim. We basically count as a swamp. So that's really like 4. So if we want, like, let's say 10 black sources would be a lot. If we play 6, we have the 3 land spell modals plus the Reclaim. So that puts us to 10. And then for green, we just have Tangled Florahedron. So 8 plus the Florahedron is likely correct. Maybe we actually want one more because we want to cast Reclaim. So this gives us 10 green, 10 black effective. Does everyone understand that? Because you need a forest to cast Reclaim, but Reclaim can go get a swamp. So I view Reclaim as a swamp, but not a forest. It can help with double green, but it doesn't help with your first green. But if you have a hand of Forest Reclaim, you effectively have a hand of Forest Swamp. So this hand is 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 black sources. I mean, this deck. And 9, 10 green sources, effectively. So this is certainly an option, these 15 lands in this exact 40. Let's check out our sideboard. Anything super interesting? Like I said, my creatures are pretty big. I don't think we want Might. We could do the very light red splash for, like, Royal Eruption. I mean, it wouldn't be, like, great, but we have 10 green, 10 black. It is a good kicker card. And also, we wouldn't mind having 1 mountain for a counter on Spring Mantle Cleric. We could also consider Hellion, given we don't care about party type, but we have 2 Zoth Consumptions and Malika Rebirth to pick up. Zoth Consumption's a pretty nice one to pick up in the late game. So I'm not sure on that. I think there's no black or green cards currently in the sideboard I would put over any of the cards I have in the main. But we do want to consider a very light red splash, I think, where we cut like 1 swamp, 1 forest for 2 mountains, and then we cut our 2 weakest cards for like Hellion and Royal Eruption. Because Hellion is good if you're picking up something like Zoth Consumption, and Royal Eruption's obviously just a good card. It's single red even if you kick it. We have Vine Gecko. Let's see what our 2 weakest cards are. Like, what would we end up cutting if we did that? You know, Scale the Heights, I mean, our cards are really good. Like, I get why we kind of want to do that, because Hellion's great with these off consumptions, Royal's great, and we want a mountain for Spring Mantle Cleric. But what cards are we cutting? We're cutting, like, Scale the Heights, which is actually decent. I mean, we're Counters Matter back. And, like, I don't even know, Blood Beckoning? Like, it's off slightly worse when playing 3 colors, but remember, we'd still have 9 black sources. Like, right now, our mana is 10-10. Oblivion Hunger is pretty good in this deck. Like, virtually every card gets counters or has counters. I actually don't think Scale is too bad in this deck. Like, it's not great because we don't need the ramp. Like, we don't really have expensive cards. But like I said, we're a pretty heavy Counters Matter deck. One more basic could be cut. I mean, it would definitely be a forest. Like, we could cut, like, 1 green, 1 black, and Scale the Heights. Well, we need 2 red, though. So this puts us to 9 black. We can't really cut another black, and we can't really cut another green, because this puts us to 9 green, and then we're relying on Reclaim. So, I mean, we'd have to play 2 mountains. This is extremely close on the splash. I'm not sure on this. But we would have to play exactly 2 mountains. There's no way we could play only 1. Somebody might mill it, but we have Reclaim to search for it. So exactly 2 is 100%. We don't need a third, and we can't play 1. So can we get to 14 lands? I agree that 14 lands would be enough, because, I mean, Reclaim is a land, and the 4 land spell modals are lands, so that's 19. So I agree we could play 14 basic lands. The problem is color sources. We really don't want to go below 9 green sources if we're relying on Reclaim as fixing. We really don't want to go below 9 black sources. We have a ton of early black cards and double black cards. We need 2 mountains. We can't play 1. I'm not worried about Flood. Like, we use our mana pretty well. But I don't think we can cut another basic just because we need all the color sources. Like, if I had, like, you know, a green-black dual land, I could cut a forest or a swamp. Like, you know, I could cut forest and swamp and put in a green-black dual land. My problem is I don't really want to cut a green source or a black source. Not that we need this many actual basics. Yeah, Zendikar gets a Zoff back, but it's pretty bad. Yeah, Constrictor's cuttable. I just don't think this is worth it. I do think these are decent in our deck, but I just don't think it's worth it. Springmantle Cleric will be fine as a 4/5, counters Matter card. This honestly just, like I said, it just doesn't feel worth it to me. I'd rather have the better mana. My deck's really good. Now we have 10/10. Alright, I gotta use the bathroom really quickly, and then we'll get into the first game with the deck. Alright, we back. Apologize. I know a lot of people say I'm a robot, but I'm actually a human. Bodily functions and all that. I kind of think Zendikar sucks. Like, so, it's basically a 5-mana 4/4 haste, or a 4-mana 4/4 comes into play tapped. And so, like, a 4-mana 4/4 that can't block, like, you know, that's, like, pretty bad when you're against aggro decks. And a 5-mana 4/4 haste is not, like, impressive at all. Like, it's fine. I know the synergy, you put it on a land spell modal, of course. But overall, I really think Zendikar is just bad. That's a card that just needed to be slightly better. I get what they were going for, but similar to the Gruul Mucklord, I think the card is just a little bit too bad. Like, you know, if you need filler, of course, like, it's not the worst card in the world. But I really have not been impressed with the Zendikar. You were just downloading an update? Don't play with me, Ben? When I use the bathroom like I was updating the system because I'm a robot. Good one, Hexajon. Thank you, Anafenza the Foremost. I appreciate the subscription. Hopefully this match won't be too icky. All right, let's see. No land spell modals. I don't think it really matters which land we play. Somebody mentioned how Zuckerberg like has basically all the same like shirts and pants, so that he doesn't have to decide what to wear and stuff. And I was like, yeah, that's smart. I basically do that too. I never heard of anybody else doing that, but like I don't have all the same shirts, but I just have a bunch of different T-shirts that are all T-shirts in the same. You know what I mean? Like they have different colors, but I don't care about that. So I just grab the first clean one I see, and then I have a bunch of basketball shorts and sweatpants, and it's the same thing. I just grab a clean one, sweatpants if I'm going to be indoors, basketball shorts if I'm going to be outdoors. Steve Jobs invented that. Yeah, I'm not surprised. He's another one. Yeah, I didn't even know those guys did that. Obviously, Zuckerberg and Steve Jobs are incredibly smart. But like I didn't even know either of them did that. I just basically started doing that on my own because why think about what you wear every day? Oops, I think I meant to play Swamp Forest, but I was distracted thinking about the clothing. So I'll just feed the Swarm here instead. Would have been better to play Skeleton. Just grab the wrong land. Thinking about the clothing and being a robot instead of magic. Yeah, it's okay. Keep distracting me. It's well worth it. I would rather play slightly worse and have a lot more fun than, that's why during the league thing I didn't do commentary or anything like that. I stayed fully focused. But this is content first, competition second. Obviously, I'm trying to win, but like I said, content first, competition second. Okay, so what do we want to do here? I can play the Moss Pit Skeleton. I can't play that in the Florahedron, though, because I only have one forest. I could play the Florahedron as a creature, but then if they kill it, I might not have 5 next turn. But I could save it with the Hunger if they kill it. And having the 1/1 out does matter. Plus, if they just, attack with everything, I'm probably going to block and play the Hunger, potentially, because I am taking a decent amount of damage here, and they do have Sneaking Guide out. So I think this is worth the risk. They used a removal last turn. Hopefully they don't have another one. This is the first draft, yeah. Yeah, definitely. If they go for a pre-combat sorcery speed removal, I get to Hunger, and then I stay indestructible, which basically blanks their whole turn of attacks. Like, our dream world would be they tap 3, 4, 5 mana and just try and kill the Florahedron pre-combat. There's no modal so bad you can't play it. But I do think, the modals vary a lot in how good they are. I think Drory Disruption is one of the worst. I think that card sucks. I think Song Mad Treachery is pretty bad. Okay, so what do we want to do? Now I can slap down a 5/5 if I want. That's bigger than their team. I could also play the Constrictor and have the Hunger up. And the Constrictor has counters, so that looks better, I think. Yeah, I agree, Good in the Spoon. I often talk about that concept in Magic and in different ways. That basically, mental energy is a resource. That's part of why I concede games early and stuff like that. When I'm losing, people think, you're supposed to take every edge, but, people aren't concerned. You're not thinking about the costs. Mental energy is a resource. We're not actually robots, and so on. So you don't want to have to think about, more than necessary and things like that. No, I've never taken a non-color modal out of a deck. Hey, Red Bull. I drink you a lot. Don't know if it's any kind of official count or not. I see a check mark next to it. Okay, so we're indestructible. So which one will we block? 2/2 Death Touch or 2/2 Wizard? I think Death Touch. Even though taking them off party would be nice, Death Touch could get through our big creature. That's pretty awesome. In the honor of Red Bull visiting my stream, I've got a fridge right next to my stream setup now. I can't crack this Red Bull right now because I'd be wasting it because I'm still nursing my giant Starbucks. But shout out to Red Bull. I drink you all the time. Okay. So now we can put down Skeleton or Scale. Can we do both? I'd like to gain 2 life. They do have the ability to start giving unblockable. I might need to Deadly Alliance that Sneaking Guide. I could just Deadly Alliance whatever they give unblockable to, and Scale gains 2, so I'd be at 6. But I don't think I'm going to close this game anytime soon. So I think I most likely do just have to Deadly Alliance the Sneaking Guide. It's kind of a sad play, but I mean, I have a good late game. I can trade off all these creatures, stay at 4, and then I've got a 5/5 and 2 life. So I think I just have to kill this creature that gives things unblockable and hope to stabilize here. I really don't know, Genis MTG, but the name is just Red Bull, and they've got like some kind of a check mark next to their name. So maybe it is the real Red Bull account. I don't really know. But either way, I think it's pretty cool, given I do drink Red Bulls on stream a lot, and I drink Red Bulls all the time. Whoa, and Red Bull sponsoring the stream just gifted out 20 subs here. Thank you, Red Bull, for your support. Very much appreciated. That's super generous. This is super cool. Well, in honor of that, now I do have to crack the Red Bull, even if I end up wasting the Starbucks, so. Cheers. Thank you for the support, Red Bull. We appreciate it. This is completely unplanned. I just have a mini fridge next to my stream setup full of drinks, and I always have Red Bulls in there. So thank you, Red Bull, for supporting my stream. I appreciate it. Okay, so we could attack if they have removal. We're still not dead. If they double block, it's not really great for us. But this turn, I'm going to play a 5/5, and I'm going to have 2 creatures up to their 2 attackers. And if they have a removal, it puts me to 2, not 0. It's not that big of a deal. I can still trade Florahedron for Blood Priest 1 for 1. So I think I'm going to attack for 2, and then just play the Moss Pit Skeleton. Oh, I'm going to still drink the Starbucks later, too, but you know my thoughts, can never have too much caffeine, within reason. But thank you again for your generosity, Red Bull. Really, really appreciate the support. I do not plan on drafting Eldraine today. It's definitely on the table. I personally think Zendikar is a better limited format than Eldraine, but Eldraine didn't have human drafts yet last year on Arena, only bot drafts. So I do kind of want to do some Eldraine just because it's a kind of a different format with humans than it was with all bots last year. But I really like Zendikar Limited. Like I said, this is my 3rd favorite limited format after Dominaria and M20 of the past couple of years. I just figured I should say within reason, because you can drink Red Bull after a cup of coffee after Red Bull, and, like, you're going to be fine, and you're never going to have too much caffeine. But, like, if you actually, like, you know, took caffeine pills or something, you can overdose. So that's why I said within reason. But you can always drink another Red Bull. So Thort's a really powerful card, so we have a game again. Not that the creatures they got back were incredible, but they were able to loot away a land and they got the unblockable thing back. So we definitely want to cast Scale now, get our 2 life and put a counter somewhere. The question is where. I think Hagra Constrictor is probably where we want the counter. Because, I mean, well, we don't want, if we want to attack with the Skeleton, then we have the Constrictor and the Florahedron back. I can't put the scale counter on the skeleton for an extra 1, because then they can just attack and trade with the constrictor. If I make the constrictor a 3/3, then it like blanks their stuff from attacking. So I think the constrictor is the right spot for the counter. And given they have the ability to give unblockable anyway, I know it doesn't look pretty, but we do want to be attacking for 5 here, I think. We're not really trying to beat removal or anything. We're flooding, like they just thwarted. But if they have nothing, it's still better for them to Sneaking Guide 2 damage in than to all-out attack. Because if they all-out attack, we'll kill the Sneaking Guide. We'll put, like, Florahedron on Sneaking Guide, Constrictor on Spark Mage, and take 4 and down to 2, but we're not dead, and we get rid of the thing that gives things unblockable. If they have another removal, we're dead because we attacked, but we weren't going to beat this anyway. Remember, they have a Sneaking Guide out, so I wasn't trying to play around removal anymore. Want to play a game, BetS? How about if you win this game, someone will get a booster? Next game? Hey, sounds good, Red Bull. I'm down. I'll try my best to win this next game. So, Red Bull says, if you win this game, someone in chat will get a booster box sent to their house. And they said, okay, next game is fine. So, this is all complete surprise to me. I mean, I really appreciate Red Bull showing up and kind of helping us out and having fun. I'm going to draw the winner at random. I'm not going to just pick somebody. I'll do a drawing. So first we'll battle the next game. Try and win. If we win, then I guess we have a drawing where Red Bull will send you a box of M21 to your house potentially. So that's awesome if it happens. Again, I appreciate this. This is super cool. Red Bull is awesome, but this is also completely unplanned, so I will just do that, and then I will do a drawing if we win for who gets a box, courtesy of Red Bull. Well, a good hand. Hopefully we can get the win. Yeah, I'm not paid, and this was not planned. I'd probably be breaking native advertising laws if I was lying to you about that. So this is kind of awesome. Okay, so let's see. We're going to play a 2-drop. I think we want to trade off the skeleton. We're pretty good at getting it back, so we don't need to save it. If we save the skeleton to play it as a 5/5, that's bigger than saving the colony to play it as a 4/4. The thing is, if we trade off the skeleton, we'll just put it back on top of our library, and then we can have it as a 5/5 anyway, whereas the colony, if it trades off, doesn't come back. So that's why we play the skeleton first. Okay, no real decisions. I'm happy to trade this for the Blightblade since I can then get it back. I can't make them block, but I don't need my skeleton back. If they block, I'm happy with the trade. If they take it, we got in 2 damage, so we're good either way. Well, thanks, Red Bull. I'm super flattered, and I really appreciate the support. Okay, so now what do we want to do? Can't just attack the skeleton in the 2/3. I could scale the heights, giving it menace, and then they'd have to double block, and it would trade with the 2/3. That seems pretty good. And then if I attack the constrictor, if they double block, I'm trading it for the Blightblade. That's not really very appealing. So I think we want to scale the height skeleton. And then we can play the extra land and cast our Florahedron. That looks pretty good. I'm trying my best, y'all. No pressure or anything, but I definitely don't want to cost my chat an M21 box, so I'm trying my best. While I'm at it, let me open up Nightbot or something to do the drawing after this game if I do manage to win. No block on the 3/4. Okay, so what can we do? We can kick the Gloom Hunter or the Gnarled Colony and put the Skeleton back on top. That's a pretty good turn. No reason to send the Constrictor just to get double blocked and trade with the Blightblade. We don't really want that. So let's get the 3/3 lifelink out kicked. Of course, take action. Put a 5/5 back. Top 1200 queue for the Mythic qualifier at the end of the month, Vidir. But I'm already queued as a Rivals League member, I believe. Okay, so can't do anything on the ground. Definitely attack with the Lifelinker. Plop out our 5/5. The cool thing here is if we start trading off our 5/5 with their Blightblade, we can get it back on top of our library, basically ensuring we're drawing spells every turn, because we don't need any more lands at this point in the game. So even though it doesn't look like a great trade for the 1/1 Death Touch, the reality is, it's like our turn was drawing a removal spell for a 1/1 Death Touch, which I'm pretty happy with. Plus, we have the Colony, so we'll trample over for some damage, and we have the Constrictor, so they'll have to double block it. So all in all, I think we're in a pretty good position. That said, now the Felidar is bigger than it. They can't attack, I'll just double block the Felidar, and that'll be great. But I can't necessarily attack into the Felidar either. Orion Reef Ooze should open that up. When it attacks, it puts a Swamp's counter on every attacking creature with 1. So I think that what I want to do here is put the Ooze counter on something that doesn't currently have a counter, like the Florahedron. Actually, no, I need to make them double block the Ooze to kill it, so I'll put the counter on the Ooze itself. And then clearly we can't attack this turn, but next turn we can attack with like everything but the Florahedron, and it's going to be great. And I'm not even worried about the fact that they can like kill a creature, because all my creatures with counters have to be double blocked because they have Menace. And then, so they're going to at least trade with something. Even if I can't kill Prowling Felidar, I'm going to end up trading for like a Blightblade, and then I have Blood Beckoning to get them back. Also with the Gnarled Colony here, they might even just be dead because of Trample. I'm not really sure. But I don't really need to do math here. This is a math is for blockers situation. I'm just going to go ahead and put this out and attack with everything. Because we're at 22. I'm not worried about an attack back. Orion Reef is pumping the team. Everything but the Florahedron has Menace. There's just no way this can work out badly for me. I mean, we could count, I guess, to see if they're dead. 6, 10, 13, 16 trample. We'll just pretend they're at 11 and the 1/1 is getting through. So yeah, they're not dead, but this can't work out poorly for me. The end result is going to be they're going to, like, you know, double block, like, the Ooze and the Skeleton or something. And, like, I'm going to trade the Ooze for, like, you know, a Fledgling or a Blightblade, and the Skeleton for both creatures that double block it, or something of that nature. Like, they're not lethal, but this is going to work out very well for us. So they double block with the 5/6 and the 1/1. Of course, we'd rather kill the 5/6 than the 1/1. And then we're killing both of those. So like I said, you know, we kill 3 of their 4 creatures, dealt them a bunch of damage, lost 2 creatures of our own. Life is good. Hey, we got the victory. So if Red Bull is a company of their word, we will have a box of M21 sent to a viewer. So before I get to the next game, I'm going to go on Nightbot and fire up a drawing for this box, because of course we're going to do it randomly. I'm not going to choose. So let's see. I'm going to make everybody... I'm not the best at this stuff, but let's make everybody active. So if you want to be active in this drawing, to be able to win a free box of M21, if Red Bull is a company of their word, I'm going to do a keyword drawing. In order to register for the drawing, you have to type Red Bull. So type Red Bull now in the chat if you want to be eligible for the drawing. I will give everybody a second to do that for a free box of M21, courtesy of Red Bull. Typing it more than once doesn't get you more than one entry, so don't type it more than once, because I'm just waiting till the screen dies down to do the actual drawing when everybody has had a chance to type it. So, only type it exactly once. Do type it once. It's not case sensitive. It's one word. So, no space. Just one word, Red Bull. And it's not case sensitive. It doesn't matter whether you capitalize or not. Okay, cool. Everybody who wanted to be eligible has typed it, I hope. And we're going to roll it. Seriously? I did it randomly. I know y'all probably don't believe me, but I literally just clicked roll it. This is like the 100th drawing I've done. Daigle's never won anything. I know you don't believe me. Daigle's like my right-hand man in the stream. I literally just clicked roll it, and everybody was eligible. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I wouldn't even know how to rig it. Like, I literally just typed in the keyword and made all users eligible. No extra luck for anybody or anything, and just clicked roll it. So, alright, well, Daigle's earned it, so congrats, Daigle. Other than that was fun. That's funny. I promise on my life all I did was make everyone eligible and click roll it. But thank you, Red Bull, again for the generosity, and I guess Dangle and Red Bull will get in contact for the box of M21. Yeah, I know most people obviously believe me. It's one of those things where you can't help but laugh yourself. Like, I wouldn't even know how to rig a drawing on Nightbot. I barely know how to use it. I literally typed in the keyword, clicked users for everybody eligible, and then clicked roll it after the screen stopped being flooded with Red Bull. But it's still pretty funny. Alright, so no reason to reclaim the waste turn 1. We already have 4 lands, and we don't have a lot to do this hand. We can go turn 2 Skeleton, turn 3 Vanquish or Scale, and then we can kick the reclaim for the extra land. Getting the extra land may not be important, but again, we already have a swamp for turn 2, so there's no reason to reclaim for 1 swamp when we can kick it for 2 soon enough. Alright, so now we have some choices. Do we want to Vanquish the Stinger? Do we want to play Constrictor? Or do we want to play Scale the Heights and play an extra land? We're going to run out of land drop soon anyway, so there isn't really a lot of value in ramping at the moment. I don't think we're going to do better with Vanquish. Good Shadow Stinger. It's a pretty good card. But if they were black-blue, I would almost definitely Vanquish the Shadow Stinger. But there's a chance they're black-white, so they're probably Clerics. So Shadow Stinger might just be a 1/4. It might not even be very good for them. And if they mill me for 3 once, it's really not that bad for me. They might mill a Moss Pit Skeleton, or they're just putting cards in my yard to get back if I draw Blood Reckoning or something. So I think I'm actually just going to play Constrictor this turn and chill. Make them play like another Rogue before I kill the Stinger maybe, or see if they're a Cleric stack, because they might play like a Tended Healer or something that I'd much rather Vanquish than the Stinger. I know I have Rabid Bite too, so I don't need to be that judicious with my removal. Like I said, if they were blue-black Rogues, I would definitely have killed the Stinger over playing the Constrictor. But if they're black-white, they may not even have another Rogue, or they may play some powerful Cleric synergy stuff. So that's why I made the play I made there. Okay, it turns out they did have another Rogue, though. So this turn, I think, is easy. With 1 black, they can't really do anything. Rabid Bite is a bite, not a fight. So what I'm going to do is Scale the Heights, counter on the Skeleton, play 2 lands, Rabid Bite, kill the Skulker, and then I can just attack for 5, because they're both going to have Menace, because they'll have counters on them. And like I said, I don't care if they mill me for 3. A lot of people seem to have this aversion to getting milled. Getting milled only matters if you get decked. And so, like, I couldn't care less if they mill me once. In fact, if they mill me exactly once and then never again, that's practically helping me. Because they might mill Moss Pit Skeleton, or they might just put creatures in my graveyard that if I draw Blood Reckoning, I can then get back. So, I'm not afraid at all of being milled once here. I'm glad my fridge wasn't out of Red Bulls today. Well, if I attack before the bite, they could double block, right? I had to bite pre-attack so that they only had one blocker up, and then they couldn't block by menace creatures. Okay, so now I can Vanquish and then hit them for 5, but then I'm using my last removal on creatures that aren't very good. The problem right now, though, is I can't attack with either creature because they could just double block. So I can Vanquish and hit for 5, or I could just really pass the turn. I mean, Reclaim and play lands and pass the turn. They have not played a land for several turns, so they're probably holding all spells. I don't know what they are, but I'm not killing them anytime soon. So I want to find out a little bit more of what they have. So I'm going to take this turn off, cast my Reclaim with Kicker. I've still got Oblivion Hunger up for now. And then next turn we'll reevaluate after pulling out the 2 lands, and we'll see what they do this turn. I do have a lot of powerful cards. We could draw, like, Moss Pit Skeleton, Springmantle Cleric. We could draw our own Gloom Hunter and kick it. We could draw Removal. We could draw Swamp. So, do we want to Vanquish one of the 1/4 so we can attack? Or do we want to Vanquish one of the 1/1 flyers? We're flooded, and like I said, we're not going to end this game anytime soon. So, I think we just Vanquish a 1/1 flyer. We got to play for the long game here. Yeah, we have plenty of lands out, so there's no reason to play this last Forest and Swamp. We'll hold them as protection for Mind Drain. See, I'm not the only one who's Psychic. My chat is Psychic, too. Okay, soon we'll be out of lands. We're only playing 15 in the whole deck, so there's only, what, 2, 9, 10, 5 more in there, and then we won't draw anymore. But for now, we gotta chill. Sure, Red Bull, what do you have in mind? I do love games. I am a professional gamer, after all. Pick a number between 1 and 4. Alright. I'll go with Mr. Fancy Pants. They were the first person to answer. We'll go with 4. Again, I think we're playing for the long game here. I'm just going to kill off their flyers. My library is loaded. I've got, like, plenty of removal, 5/5s, Moss Pit Skeleton, the Shadow Cat. Lots of great draws in there. So I'm just going to hang out for now. So win the next game, and you can give away a double Masters VIP booster. Okay, cool. Can it be, like, the next game from the start, not this game, since we're already kind of flooded? I definitely believe in having to win it, but it'd be nice to be able to try next game. Cool. I might win this game, but it'll be fun to sweat the whole game anyway from the start. Cool. Thanks again, Red Bull, for popping in today. This is super generous of you, and also pretty fun and pretty cool, because I do drink Red Bulls on stream all the time and stuff, too, anyway. So I thank you again for stopping in today and for hanging out with us and giving away some stuff. We really appreciate it. Really pleasant surprise. Okay, so we still don't have any attacks. My creatures are indestructible. I'm taking 3 in the air, so we're definitely an underdog in this game, but it is winnable. Let's see what we get. So I can attack on the ground with the 4/5 because I mean I still have fine ground blockers with the 3/3 and the 2/2, and the 4/5 can actually attack into the 1/4s and 2/1. And then I think I'm just going to Zoff consumption because I'm already at 8. I don't want to get drained or pump spelled out unnecessarily. I know they're at 32, so this is not an exciting Zoff consumption. But the reality is I have 8 mana. I can still have Oblivion's Hunger up. I'm just going to take the 4 life here to help put myself further out of range of a surprise death. And while, like I said, I'm definitely an underdog in this game, it's not like this game isn't winnable or anything. Okay, so what do we want to do? 3/3 on 2/1. They're probably just going to get it back and drain me with it or something. Like, why are they making this attack? I feel like, well, it's only draining for 2. They have Clerics and Rogues. And they already have 2 good targets to Blood Reckoning anyway. So, yeah, I guess all we want to do is take as little damage as possible and, like, we don't really care if they get back the Blood Priest. You're in the Hall of Fame, Duke Nukem. That's all it takes. If I have a lifetime record against you of 1 and 2, consider yourself a lock for the Magic Hall of Fame. Okay, so we're going to play Oblivion Hunger for sure. The question is which. I think we'd rather save the Constrictor. This is only till end of turn, though. So the Skeleton is a 3/3 and the Constrictor is a 2/2. But we could buy the Skeleton back later in the game as a 5/5. And the Constrictor's does have an ability. So yeah, I'm going to give the Indestructible to the Constrictor. It's a close call because even though the Skeleton looks like a 2/2, it's actually a 3/3. There's a Scale the Heights counter on it, and the Subtle Strike -1/-1 is only until end of turn. So that's why it's actually a pretty close call which one to Oblivion Hunger here. Just what we needed. Okay, so on the ground, I can no longer attack. I mean, assuming they don't have much else, I mean, we still have time to draw answers in the air, but unfortunately, drawing land there, we just can't attack on the ground. Yeah, there's 2 lands in my graveyard, too. We've drawn a lot of lands this game. Oh, you know what? I need to actually play one more land, I think, because we might draw Blood Beckoning. And if I draw Blood Beckoning, it's pretty important that I'm then able to play, like, a kicked good card or something. So I should only be holding 1 land. You can always hold 1, because if I draw a spell I need to cast, I can play this. I can't draw a land and a spell in the same card. But you don't want to hold 2 if, like, you might use all your mana. And if I draw Blood Beckoning, I could definitely end up using all my mana. So I'm going to hold just 1 land. So I can't put the Skeleton on top because I'm dying to the Flyer. I'm still going to play the Constrictor. I have lots of Counters Matters cards. I can get the Skeleton back later. But I need to draw a removal that answers the Flyer. Or my own 3/3 Lifelink Flyer or something like that. So we definitely can't put the Skeleton back on top. This actually isn't even a great draw because I have to chump block now that I'm down to 3. But better than nothing. So maybe next turn we'll draw Blood Reckoning and we'll be at 6. They're also holding 4 cards, so I don't realistically think I can win this game. But no real reason to concede yet. We'll see what happens. This is a Psychic stream. I just name the cards and then I draw them. So 6 in the air, we can't gain life, we are dead. But that game wasn't the one for the Double Masters booster or whatever VIP booster that Red Bull is going to give out if we win. The next one is, though, so hopefully we can win the next game. That's all right. That was a warm-up game. We got the flood out there. You know, we did our death seeing, we did our flooding. Now we'll have a good draw, and we'll see if we can earn a viewer that booster courtesy of Red Bull. Thanks again for the generosity, Red Bull. This is pretty awesome. And actually, by being 1 and 2, there's a better chance I'll get paired against a weaker deck. So I'm just working for you here, chat. Just losing that game since it didn't count on purpose to try and get an easier opponent to increase the chance of winning a sweet VIP booster for you. Vintage Masters. So I'm working for you here, chat. Thank you, Random Blathering. Appreciate the 12 months of support. I don't know. What am I, 98% or 97% or something? I'm probably like 3 or 4 wins away from the top 1,500. Thanks, Land Fearin'. Appreciate the subscription. I'm always fearing drawing too many lands. Or drawing not enough lands. Alright, looks like a pretty good hand. It looks ugly, but remember, this is a swamp. So in reality, I mean, we don't have a 2-drop, but we've got 2 removal spells, 2 good 3-drops, including the best card in our deck, really, Orion Refuse. If they don't have removal for the ooze, we'll probably win pretty easily. If they do, we may have a good game. And we top deck the 2-drop on turn 2. So next turn, we're definitely going to play the ooze. The question is, where do we put the counter? And then we can play the constrictor the turn after, which means they'll have to double block the ooze. So if they're planning on blocking the ooze, given I have constrictor and 2 removal spells, we're going to win. Now, if they have removal, they might just Royal Eruption the ooze or something like that. Then it's still a game. But I do have to put the counter on the ooze, otherwise they can single block it. Thank you, Harry Houdini. Appreciate the subscription. Best Magic content on Wings. Okay, so I could ooze the skeleton, an attack. I mean, this trade is good for me. And if I ooze the ooze, which is where I really want the counter anyway, because then it'll have menace, and that makes it harder to block, then I'm happy if I trade the skeleton for the Blood Priest, because that helps clear the way for the ooze. So I'm happy with this trade. So I don't need to pump the skeleton in order to get it through. If they block, skeleton comes back in the late game, and it helps clear the way for the ooze now anyway. I mean, like I said, my hand is good, but it's not like the cards in my hand are that powerful, except for the ooze. So if they kill the ooze, we've got a grind on our hand. If the ooze lives and they're relying on a blocker, I like my chances. I can kill the blocker and attack and pump the ooze. I can play a menace thing, make them double block it. So as long as they don't have Vanquish or Royal Eruption or Feed the Swarm, I like my chances. If they do, it's not like I can't win, but we've got a game on our hands because the rest of the cards in my hand are not that powerful. Looks like they didn't really have anything, and if they think they're going to race the ooze, good luck with that. So, even though now we could use 4 mana and put out Vine Gecko and a 2-mana removal spell, I'm going to put out the Constrictor because it has a counter on it, and whenever the ooze attacks, it puts counters on the other attacking creatures with counters. So I want to get the counter creature in play so it can attack next turn and grow next turn. And I'm in no way, shape, or form worried about, like, a race because I'm literally attacking for 4, 6, 8, 10 next turn. So we could lose this game, like I said, if they deal with the ooze and then they go on to play some nice cards, but we're not going to lose a race. Oh, the hand is great, but what I was saying was if you remove the ooze, it's not a high power level hand. We're going to have a long, grindy game. If they don't remove the ooze, then I've got the ability to give my creatures menace and a bunch of removal, and we're going to win easily. And so that's what looks like it's going to happen now. This turn, I think I can't feed, let's see, I could feed the 5-1, I could Rabid Bite one of the blockers and then just attack with everything, and then they have no blocks. They take 12. No, sorry, 10. That looks good to me. I don't see why I would need to save removal. There's no way they're going to hit me back for 9. So, and their only block would be a chump block. Looks good to me. I guess there's no need to kill the tapped creature pre-combat. That's just giving them information. So let's make sure the auto tapper doesn't get us, since there's a pack on the line. Feed the Swarm is casting cost, not power, right? Yep. No, I don't consider feeding the mace. I'll just feed the creature it's on, and then what are they going to do? Move the mace for 4 mana? If you were going to play a long, grindy game where you had to stop their attacks turn after turn, you might feed the mace. But in this game, I'm planning on ending the game next turn. So if I just kill the Blood Priest, the mace is dead too, because what are they going to do? Spend 4 mana and put the mace on the Bug Catcher? They would just be dead. Yeah, it kills enchantments and creatures, not artifacts. But on a theoretical level, even if you could target the mace, I wouldn't even consider it in this game. I can't really conceive of how they can 9 me. I mean, maybe some really obscure combo, but... Like, this is 4 to equip, so that's now out of the picture. This is 3, so they need +4 damage. I mean... Cool. 2 for 2 on Red Bull prize games. Thank you again, Red Bull. Really appreciate the support. Same as last time, I'm going to do a keyword drawing. This time the keyword is going to be something different. Let's make the keyword wings this time. So it's just one word, wings. It's not case sensitive. If you want to be eligible for the drawing, you do need to type it, though. So type wings now if you want to be eligible for the drawing here. I mean, you probably shouldn't waste your time because I'm just going to give it to Dangle and I'm not going to actually do the drawing. But theoretically, if you want to be able to win the drawing, you know, then you should type wings. And don't type it more than once, like I said, because when the screen dies down with people typing wings, that's when I'll do the drawing, and you only get 1 entry into it. So make sure, case sensitive, it's not case sensitive, doesn't matter what you capitalize or lowercase, 1 word, 5 letters, wings to be eligible for the drawing. Typing it more than once does nothing, so don't do that. I'll drink a Red Bull in the meantime. It would be great if Dangle wins again. I mean, we know he's probably going to, because we know this isn't random, but in theory. Rigged. Everybody in who wants to be in. Again, if you typed it, you're good. You don't have to type it more than once. It's a program. It's not going to miss you. Okay, hopefully everybody's in who wants to be in. Let's fire another drawing for a VIP booster, courtesy of Red Bull. Rotate Translate. Congratulations. You are the winner of this VIP booster. Yeah, that is Dangle's alternate account, actually. So get in contact with Red Bull. Thanks again, Red Bull, for the generous goodies. This is super fun and completely unplanned. Really appreciate the support, though. Thanks for stopping in and having fun and being generous. Don't forget, Red Bull already gifted out 20 subs as well. So big thank you to Red Bull today for supporting my stream. Really, really appreciate it. Hey, you're welcome. Thank you for subscribing, Rotate Translate. Appreciate it. Well, Red Bull is my favorite energy drink, which obviously you already know because literally I have a Red Bull in front of me and I have them in my fridge next to my computer and I like literally drink them on stream all the time. But I do appreciate Red Bull stopping in. I'm not just saying that because they did. Red Bulls are what I drink. Okay, so we're definitely going to play the tap land here. Even though we have enough lands to cast our spells, that's a 6-mana card. I think we pretty clearly want to put it in play on turn 2. So, even though we could be a little more mana efficient if we play Reclaim than Constrictor, we can just Reclaim later when we run out of land drops. I think this turn we pretty clearly want to play land and Constrictor, grow the Scythe Cat, and add to the board. We're on the play, we're attacking first, make them answer our threats. Next turn we have Constrictor Feed the Swarm to use all 5 mana, and then the turn after that we have Reclaim with Kicker. The Abzan Doom deck I played, I only worked on it for a day or two. I think it was clearly an improvement to like Blue-White Urian. Blue-White Urian did horrible, and I lost close matches and the deck felt fine. I can't really say that much. I'm not that up on Standard YDNA. I've been enjoying Zendikar Limited so much that like I hadn't played a game of Standard in like months before I took that one day off and tested for like 2 days. I've been all about the Zendikar Limited. No, I don't play EDH. I'm in no way against it. I'm sure it's a sweet format, but I don't play it regularly. Okay, no real decisions here. We don't care about losing the extra 2 life. We'd much rather kill Rockslide Sorcerer than Ambusher. So we're going to use all 5 mana, double spell, get as far ahead as we can. This turn is pretty much scripted. Hey, have a good one, Red Bull. Thanks again for, the unplanned visit. It was really generous of you, really fun. I really appreciate the support. And I'm glad you're going off to support some other streamers as well. Thank you for everything you do for the Magic, esports, and gaming communities. Also for giving me energy. Cheers. Thank you, Sitremba. Appreciate the subscription. Okay, again, no rush to Reclaim as long as we have other stuff to do. We'd rather be adding to the board. We'll Reclaim when we run out of things to do. Gives us turns to draw Vine Gecko to get a counter and make it less. Also, we just want to add to the board. Okay, let's see. So, Moss Pit Skeleton, you could always sack it to the Shadow Cat, and that's pretty good synergy. I think for now, though, we want to just play it as a 5/5, right? And then if it trades, we'll draw a card. And I'm pretty sure we can sack anything in the Shadow Cat, or just play like half the cards in our deck and get it back. So I think for now, we're just looking to play a 5/5. Might as well make them deal with that. And then if they deal with it, we draw a card because of Shadow Cat, and then we can work on getting it back later. Reclaim is just fine. If you're not splashing and you're not kicker, it's not really doing a lot for you. But you still probably play it. It's kind of like a tapped swamp, but it can also get you 2 lands. I have a Vine Gecko, so that alone, like, it can put a counter on that. But, yeah, if you have some synergies, then you can probably play it. If you have none, then you probably shouldn't. But it doesn't take much. Alright, so if I attack with the skeleton and they double block, which they have to because it has menace, I'm not going to assume they have anything, but they can pump or something. How is Subtle Strike going to do? So this is effectively a 7/7. Like, if they only deal 6 to it, it's not going to die because I'm going to shrink their creature by 1 and grow it by 1. So, but they're going to put 7 on it. So they are going to kill the skeleton, even through the Subtle Strike. If they block with the Hellion and the Ambusher, Subtle Strike is not going to push skeleton past that. But I'll get to trade skeleton for Hellion, and then skeleton comes back whenever I play a land. So I think it's still a good trade. And if they go for a double block with the Ambusher and the Electromancer, then I get to wreck them. Then the Subtle Strike will be enough. So the possibilities here are they're going to double block because they're at 9. They're either going to double block or maybe triple block, whatever. But they're either going to put Hellion plus something on it, in which case I just trade with Hellion, which is not a great trade, but it works for me because this comes back when I put a counter on something with Subtle Strike. Or they're going to double block with the Electromancer and the Ambusher, and then I get the blowout. But now I can't do anything, because if I use Subtle Strike, they'll just pump, and then I'll still lose my skeleton. Well, what would have been the point of reclaiming pre-combat? It wouldn't change anything. It would just be showing them my card. The idea now is whenever we do get to Subtle Strike, or just draw any of our Counters Matters cards, which we have a ton, then we get our 5/5 back, whereas their Hellion just stays dead. So that's a 5/5 for a 4/5, but given the 5/5 comes back and the 4/5 doesn't, it's a good deal. Okay, so we have enough life. We can take a double pump. If we Subtle Strike, we put a counter on the Constrictor, and -1 the Electromancer will eat it. If they double pump this, it's a 5/3. So if we put a counter on, we're a 3/3, and then we -1 it. They're a 4/2. That's still just a trade. So I think we pretty clearly want to block the Electromancer. We're looking to go for Subtle Strike here, because if we land the counter, we get our 5/5 back. So, no real decisions. -1, +1/+1. Hopefully they don't have Synchronized Spellcraft. There's not a lot of red instants here. Like, Royal Eruption is a sorcery. Thundering Rebuke's a sorcery. Synchronized Spellcraft is the scary card. Kazul's Fury also okay. Not the scariest. We still kill the Electromancer, but we don't get our 5/5. And that does not help us. Not a good draw at all. Come on, deck. I need a spell. Pretty much any spell. I need a spell. Moss Pit Skeleton, Gloom Hunter. Something like that, please. Gnarled Colony. Sigh. So many lands today. This deck was incredible. To go like 3/3 or 2/3 or whatever with this deck, pretty unfortunate. But at least we got the 2 wins for the Red Bull prizes, so that was cool. So, disappointing result with a really, really good deck, but, like, literally we went 2-3 in the 2 games where Red Bull gave away a VIP booster and a box of M21. If we won, and we lost the other 3. So I guess I just need more motivation and incentives to win, right? Winning prizes for my chat. I'm undefeated. Other games, I'm undefeated. I mean, there was 15 lands in the deck. I mean, maybe it's 1 too many, but the land spell modals are spells, and mine were reasonably good ones. Like, I can just cast them as spells. So, Ashaya here, not like an S tier Broken Rare, but it's a pretty powerful card. It's just a 5 mana, like 10/10 itself, and then it also triggers all your landfall and things like that. I don't think it's S tier or anything. I don't think it's broken, but I do think it's a clear first pick. My next choices would be like Scion and Royal Eruption and Paleka Predation. Those are all pretty good cards too. Thank you, Wormbane. Appreciate the subscription. I definitely agree. Don't forget to get out and vote. Vote for whoever you want, but participate in our democracy. And thank you for subscribing. I appreciate the support. I would rank Predation probably 4th after the Royal Eruption, the Ashaya, and the other card I named. Okay, so following Ashaya, what do we want to take? Red, green, and white, green do the landfall. I mean, we're not going to take Kabira Outrider. If we're going to follow that up with another green card, it's going to be Hornbeetle. Hornbeetle's good in black-green counters matter. Ashaya is not especially good in that, but green does landfall. Deadly Alliance and Spark Mage are probably the two best cards in this pack, followed by Hornbeetle. This is a pretty hard pick. I kind of want to take the Spark Mage, I think. Like, red-green does landfall pretty well. Plus, the Spark Mage is always splashable. So I think that's the card I want to take there. It's super close. You could realistically take either of those cards there. I'm not going to take Visionary. Visionary's fine, but it's too much weaker of a card than something like Spark Mage. So now, again, we have some hard picks. I mean, Countley Ambush is better than Rabid Bite, in my opinion, by a little bit. It's worth it to have the land spell modal. Shatterskull Charger is better than Countley Ambush and Rabid Bite. So I think, ultimately, this is Charger, but I mean, Spark Mage is worse than Ashaya, and we've seen a little more green than red. So this is basically going to boil down to Charger or Ambush, I think. I mean, don't get me wrong. Bite is way more efficient of removal than Ambush, so it's only slightly worse. But Landspell Modal is a pretty powerful ability. But yeah, Charger's a good card. A 5/4 haste trample can win a race. Like, that's just a good overall card. It does seem like we're seeing both green and red. I mean, now you see Bugcatcher, Spellcraft, Rabid Bite. These are pretty good cards. I mean, Rabid Bite is the best of them by far. The only question would be third red card or second green card. But it seems like we're seeing green. We may not see green in Pack 2 because we passed several good green cards. But Ashaya is really good. And Rabid Bite is a substantially better card than Bugcatcher. So I'm happy to just go red-green if we're seeing those two colors. Which it does seem like we are. Now we can grab another Rabid Bite. Easy pick here. And we haven't seen any white, so there was no way to do white-green landfall. But red-green does landfall okay. Easy Bugcatcher here. Looks like we are going to get to draft the easy way today, even if it doesn't produce any wins, because we draw horribly during the games. That's a party card. Don't know if we'll get more or not, but we're not going to have that many wizards. So I'm definitely going to take Electromancer. Easy land spell modal. Oh, even though this is one I don't like a ton, it looks like we have an aggressive deck going. That's when Steal a Creature is at its best. Good opportunity to get a red rogue here. Another creature type we're not going to have a lot of. I like these Teetering Ambushers, but we have more access to warriors. Plenty of time to get 2 drops. I mean, you want more than 1 per pack, but we can focus harder on them if we need to later. And I actually like Night Runner quite a bit. So you don't need Wizard for Party to fuel Spark Mage, but Bugcatcher gets +1 from Party as well. And who says we're only going to end up with those 2 party cards? Again, Song Mad, not one of my favorite land spell modals, but we'll still take it. Song Mad Treachery is the kind of land spell modal I'm just viewing as a full land and not a spell, because this is not a card that I actually want to play in that many games. Like, you have to, it's a finisher. It's better than drawing a land, you know, like if you're aggressive and you're ahead. A lot of games it's going to do very little, but it's also a tap land. So we'll just cut a mountain for it. And then if we get a good draw, we might use it to steal a game or something. If not, it's just it comes into play tap mountain, which is fine anyway. So we're definitely seeing a lot more red than green. But remember, I also took red cards over green cards, pick 2 and 3, and got those Rabid Bites, like pick 4 and 5 or something. So Clearly, red is wide open in this pod, and there are green drafters, but red-green is still probably where we want to end up. So I think it's a pretty easy Royal Eruption. I mean, the next choice is Sorcerer. But I mean, we're not going to have that many instant sorceries and wizards in red-green. Don't get me wrong, Rockslide Sorcerer is good. Like, you don't need a lot, but I think it's not as good as Royal Eruption in our deck. So now we have to look at Vine Gecko and Thundering Spark Mage. We have 1 kicker card, 2 kicker cards. Not that one, the Charger. So at the moment, we only have 2. Vine Gecko is a really nice 2-drop. Like, we can prioritize kicker the rest of the way. But I think we have a pretty... we're doing a pretty good job for diversity for party. Like, we currently have Warriors at our 2-drop slot, a couple of Wizards, a Rogue, another Warrior up here. I think the Spark Mages are going to work out really, really good for our deck. And now that we have them, we're going to further prioritize all the party-type stuff. Speaking of, I think this is a really easy Veteran Adventurer over Cragplate Baloth. Baloth is fine, but it's kind of just a big dumb monster. Whereas we're partying pretty hard. I mean, we have 2 Thundering Spark Mages, Ardent Electromancer, Bug Catcher, and it's only early in Pack 2. So Veteran Adventurer being like a 4-mana 5/5 that adds +1 to party by giving us, a Cleric or whatever type we don't have is just an awesome card for us. Remember, that's a 4-mana 5/5 in this deck a lot of the time. If we play a turn 2 Wizard, and then turn 3 we play a turn 2 Warrior, then turn 3 we play any other type, that's a turn 4 5/5. Alright, not an exciting pick, but again, we're a party deck. We want our creatures to have party types. We're clearly locked on red-green now at this point, so we'll just grab the 2-drop. Now it's Spring Mantle Cleric or Fisher Wizard. We're not going to end up with too many wizards, but we do have 3 already. I really don't like Fisher Wizard. I find it to be a pretty underpowered card unless you're the actual Wizards deck. Spring Mantle Cleric, I mean, we're not going to get a lot of Clerics, but if we don't splash, it's just a 5-mana 4/5. That was fine in the last deck because of the Counters Matter synergies, but it's pretty bad in this deck. I'm guessing we're probably not going to play either of those cards, but I think that has more upside. Balagid Recovery is one of the land spell modals I like a lot. This just gets back your best spell in the late game or as a land in the early game. Whereas this card does nothing in a lot of late games, or very little. This is just a full spell in the late game when you have unlimited lands. Those are the land spell modals that I feel like perform the best, generally speaking. Alright, let's grab a Rogue. Not that easy to get Rogues, and we're a party deck. There's the Cleric I actually do want. This is the 5/4 that gains 3. That's a lot better than a 4/5 that doesn't gain 3. So we are definitely drafting red-green party here. We have a ton of cards that say party. We have all 4 party types. We've got Cleric. We've got, the everything one. And then we've got, like, a bunch of Warriors, a couple of Rogues, 3 Wizards. We are definitely drafting a red-green party deck. Pack Beast would be great. I'm hoping to not play 3 Teetering Ambushers. I like this 2-drop because it hits my number 1 rule for 2-drops, which is it's not blanked in the late game ever because you can sink your mana into it. But at the same time, you don't really want to draw multiples of it. So I'm hoping that we'll end up playing like 2 Ambushers. Survivor, again, is also kind of medium. It's just like a 2-mana 2/2 Warrior, sorry. Yeah, Phyleth is totally broken. Even though it's not a party card, I would snap that up in a heartbeat. Well, continuing the tradition, this pack is horrible for us. Basically no cards I actually want. Expedition Champion's like a playable 3-drop warrior. I mean, we have plenty of warriors. This is just very bad. Is Relic Axe? Nah, maybe if you're like an Equipment Matters red-white warriors deck, but I'm not going to play Relic Axe in a red-green party deck with plenty of late game. I think the 3-mana 4/3 is better for us. At least it's a creature adding the party types and stuff. I mean, it's not good. I'm hoping it doesn't even make the deck, but I think it's better. So easy ambush here. Again, it's a fight spell. It's also a land spell modal. It's not like some busted card, but when you have a removal or a land, that's a good card overall. Thank you, Lucky PhD. Appreciate the subscription and congrats on earning your doctorate. Okay, pick up another wizard. That's a tough type to get, and this is just a good card overall. I mean, this pick isn't close. The next choice would be what? Skyclave Sentinel. There's like not really anything in this pack for us. This will most likely be an easy bug catcher. Bug catcher is an excellent 2-drop if you're gonna party well, which we are. We have tons of every type. I mean, Cleric is the only type we're light on, and I would play another Turn Timber Ascetic if we get one. Right now we have the Ascetic and the Adventurer. If we do party this much, we could put the Spring Mantle Cleric in, but Bug Catcher should work out well in this deck. Now we have to decide between Fireblade Charger and Electromancer. Let's see, do we have any ways to enhance the Charger? The Dauntless Survivor can put a counter on it. Not really. We have virtually no ways to enhance the Charger, so I think the Electromancer is the better card for us. I think that the Charger's quite good if you can enhance it, but if you have like no ways to enhance it, then I don't think it's good. I think Teeter Peak Ambusher is better than Survivor, and we have plenty of 2-drops. We have 2 Bug Catchers, 3 Ambushers already, so I'm probably going to end up cutting that. Hey, it's not a party type, but it is a good 2-drop. 2 mana, 3/3. Don't mind if we do. It's not one of the broken gold on commons when it's on color, but it is a good card. Again, we have enough playables, as you can see, so let's grab land spell modals where we can over fine but not exciting cards. We already have 2 rogues. I mean, I might play another one, but again, not over a decent land spell modal. Pretty sure I'm not going to use Hellion. I know I have a lot to pick up, but it's also not a party type, and I use my mana just fine. Plus, I'm not going to have excess lands in this deck, because we're going to play like 13 or 14, plus all our land spell modals. I don't think these cards can matter. I also don't think these cards can matter. Actually, though, I might want the extra 2-drop, and it is a warrior. I'm going to consider that one again pretty strongly. I'm also not sure if we even have to cut anything. This might be 13 lands. We have a lot of land spell modals. I think I have like 5 of them or something. Thank you, Collected Company. May you always hit 2 powerful 3-drops. Really appreciate the support and the great message of go vote. Yeah, it's a heavy party deck, and it has no party type, and we already have a bunch of good late game. Like, I would rather just play, like, Spring Mantle Cleric or something, because that's going to +1 my party type every time. I'm not saying I'm going to play that, but I would play it over Hellion. So how many land spell modals did we end up with? I know I have a ton, that's why I kept saying it, but I didn't actually count. 2, 3, 3 red, and then 2 green, so we have 5 of them. So we'll probably want like 13 land, because that's 18 land. And a lot of these are pretty weak land spell modals. Like Songmad, Treachery, and Hazard, you pretty much just have to count those as a land. Balagid, Recovery, and Ambush are pretty good spells, but... So we're going to probably want to play like 13 basics, because that gives us 18 lands, counting the 5 land spell modals. And we have more red than green, but we're still a 2-color deck. We need both colors. So we're going to want to be pretty even, +1 on red probably, if it's not exactly even. So if we go 3 and 2 and 13 lands, we would do what? Like 6 gives us 9, 6 gives us 8. This right now is 9-8, so we can go to 9-9 or we can go to 10-8. Because we're going to play one more land. So that right now we're on 9 red, 9 green. Let's see what our weakest cards are, what our cuts look like. I mean, we might also just add a mountain and play 14 lands. It's not like that's that many. But let's see what we want to cut. None of the cards from our sideboard are, I think, even particularly close. But in the main, our cards are pretty good. So we have a lot of 2-drops, 7 creatures. We probably can let go of the weakest one. Dauntless Survivor in particular, because Ardent Electromancer on turn 3 is going to add 2 red, and then we can play a red 2-drop, but we can't play a green 2-drop. So I think Dauntless Survivor is definitely a cut. I don't want to cut the guide because it's a rogue. It's not so much in here for the aggression, it's in here to +1 party as a 1-mana 1/1. And then I think we will also cut the Cleric because while this will +1 party every time, by the time we're casting a 5-drop, we're not as worried about +1 partying. Whereas turn 1 putting out the guide means the Bug Catcher's attacking for more, the Electromancer's adding more, the Spark Mage is dealing more damage. But I don't think the Spring Mantle Cleric makes sense. We have the 1-turn Timber, plus we also have the Adventurer. So this looks right to me. I'm not sure if we want to switch a mountain for a forest or not. It's pretty close. Right now we're producing 9/9. We definitely have more red than green, and more early red than green. But we are a 2-color deck. I mean, these are 2-mana cards. This is a 2-drop. These are 3-drops. Double green. I mean, Brushfire isn't amazing, but you're not going to cut it. Also, with Ashaya, it's just bonkers, right? We could play like a land and 2 creatures, and this thing's a 7/7 that turn. I know we have plenty of MDFCs, but we also have a fairly low land count, and picking up these MDFCs isn't that exciting. Like, we don't want Hellion. And we don't want to cut Brushfire. I think that's just wrong. We're effectively an 18-land deck. We should make land drops most games when we want to with 18 lands, 13 plus 5. Brushfire is effectively a 2-mana 3/3, and it's bonkers with Ashaya. And it's good with Rabid Bite, because you play a land, it's a 3/3, then you could Rabid Bite. I think this is mostly correct. The only things I'm really debating are switching a mountain and a forest. Obviously, we have a lot more early red than green, but we also have 3 red land spell modals and 2 green. The green land spell modals are the better spells. They're the ones I don't want to play as a land if I don't have to. So that makes me more inclined to go with a land base like this, because I'm much happier to stick a Song Mad Treachery and play as a land than I am a Calni Ambush and play as a land. I think this is the right build. I don't think we switch a land, partially because of what I just said. Like, this is more like 9 mountains, because like I'll happily play Hazard or Song Mad as a land every time if I need to. And like 8 forests, because Balaged and Calni Ambush are good spells. Obviously, I'll play them as land if I need to, but I'd prefer not to. So, I think this is correct. Dauntless Survivor is the first card out at the moment. I think it's better for me than Cleric or Hellion. But we can't play it off Electromancer, and we have plenty of 2-drops. I think this is the correct build. Well, I can't speak for the hand smoother, but other than that, a land spell modal is a tap land if you want it to be every time. You get to choose what you play it as. It's not like you flip a coin when it's in your hand and then sometimes it's a land, sometimes it's a spell. You get to decide. The reason you don't always count them as full lands is because you want to cast them as spells because they're good cards, some of them. So that's why I said something like Calni Ambush and Balaged, I'm inclined to view kind of as a land, kind of as a spell. Something like Song Mad Treachery, I view as a tap land with upside. So, no red sources, clearly we can't keep. If we had a single red land spell modal or mountain, this would be good, but we don't. Okay, this one's fine. This is a green land, that's a mountain. What are we going to put back? We don't want to put back Sneaking Guide because it's lowering the Adventurer by 1. We can put back, like, the Hazard or the Treachery because that gives us... We can't put back our only green land. We're not going to put back our good creature. We need this card to cost like 4 to 5, not 6, so I want the Sneaking Guide. So I think we just put back one of these lands. I guess the Treachery is the worst one, but I'm probably just going to play the Hazard on like turn 1 or 2. But assuming I draw like any of my cheap warriors, which I have a million of, or cheap wizards, which I have a million of, then this should end up costing like 4 mana and being a pretty good card. Okay, seems like there's no reason not to get the guide out first. We don't really have a 2-drop to play if we play the Balaged turn 1. Oh, actually, maybe that was wrong. Now I can't play my 3-drop on turn 3. If I had played turn 1 Balaged, I could then go Mountain and Sneaking Guide. Or, sorry, I could go Hazard as a land, but then I couldn't. So, what I needed to do, I think, to script this hand perfectly would have been turn 1 Hazard, turn 2 Balaged Recovery and Sneaking Guide, and then turn 3 on-tap Mountain Electromancer. I think I actually kind of punted that. For now, though, both of these want to be lands, of course, pretty badly for me right now. So I'm not going to Hazard a 2-1. Just going to put my Forest in play and pass the turn. Yeah, my draws have been pretty poor so far today. It's just like game after game, I have mana problems with my my last deck. The sources were 10-10. I had a bunch of land spell modals, and I was playing like 15 lands. So it's been a little rough. Okay, so we can't Hazard because we probably need it as a land. So, is there any way we can get the Adventurer out next turn? That's our top priority. Getting the Brushfire Elemental in play would be nice, but it's definitely not as important. So if we go land Electromancer, we don't really use the mana, and then we can play the Adventurer next turn if we top deck an on-tap land. Otherwise, we can go Brushfire and then Hazard tapped, and then we can't get the Adventurer in play next turn. So there's no way we can ensure that the Adventurer comes into play next turn. We have to top deck an on-tap land. So I think I'm just going to play the Brushfire then and not be greedy. Yes, this ensured it, whereas if I had played land Electromancer, if I top decked an on-tap land, I could. But I'd be missing the 3 damage. I'd have to top deck an on-tap land anyway. I think this was right, but I definitely don't know. Okay, so let's see. I do not want this trade because that would mean I'd have to draw extra lands in order to be able to play the Adventurer. I'll 2 for 1 myself to kill the Leyline Tyrant here, but that's probably worth it. So I think I play the Mountain and attack for 3. If they block, I can then go Ardent Electromancer and then Rabid Bite away the Tyrant, and they don't have mana, they can't pay red or anything. If they take it, which they probably will, then I'll go Electromancer or Arbor Mage just to cast things, I think. Unfortunately, I don't have a 4-power creature yet to fight the Tyrant. But if I have to 2 for 1 myself to work through a Leyline Tyrant, I'm okay with that. Make sure we leave the green up so that we can play all our cards here. So I didn't send the 1-1 guide. There's a chance they wouldn't have blocked it, but if they did, I'd be really unhappy. I know I could still go Electromancer, Rabid Bite, and kill it, but then I couldn't cast the Adventurer with the amount of lands I have. So I think that was close. Maybe I should have sent the guide, because they're probably just not going to block it. But if they did block it, I don't think I'd be happy with that exchange. Remember, I have the Adventurer to Rabid Bite away the Tyrant. So I'm still at 18, so I just really want to get this Adventurer in play. So overall, I think that was close. Okay, let's see. So a 3/4 is bigger than my team. I can't Rabid Bite that away when they have the Tyrant out, so this is just Adventurer Pass. I'm not like, straight edge, don't drink alcohol, Genis MTG, but I don't drink alcohol like a lot. I'm not a huge fan. Like, I'm in no way against it. I've had plenty of alcoholic drinks over the course of my life, but it's just not something I'm, like, super into. Okay, let's see. So we can't kick the Royal, but we can play it in Rabid Bite. There's two good threats they have out, and they have their mana up, but Leyline Tyrant's pretty much always going to kill something when it dies at this point. I don't know if I should... if I just Rabid Bite the Adventurer, it's a bite, not a fight. So the fact that they can pay mana and kill, they can't kill the Adventurer. So I'd be happy with that. But I'm kind of worried about it. I don't even know, like, legalities or Twitch terms of service, given marijuana is legal in some places, not others, bulletin. I don't even know if I'm allowed to answer that or not, but ask me these kind of questions during ads and chats. It's not that I'm, like, that private about it. It's just this has nothing to do with Magic. Okay, so what do we want to do? If I knew they had nothing... Oh, did I just rope out? Yuck. If I knew they had nothing, I would Rabid Bite for sure. Yeah, Chilling Trap beats Bite too. Yeah, they could have Into the Royal. I mean, they probably have something since they Bubble Snared just a pretty small creature. So I don't think last turn would likely have went well for me. But of course I would have tried something. I'm not going to just lose without even trying. I would have, if I didn't rope out, I would have probably ended up just going Rabid Bite on the Leyline Tyrant with the Adventurer and hope they didn't have Chilling Trap or Into the Royal. Because ultimately, what else can I do, right? If it works and they dies and they pay some mana and kill one of my small creatures, that's fine. And if they have, like, Into the Royal, then they win. Now I lose without them having it. Well, they didn't attack. Do they think the Adventurer has reach? That was very strange. Oh, I guess if they block with it, I'm dead. I guess their logic now is that I'm basically just dead because this can go to players, right? So they can pay 7 and just go right to me. Okay, well, I can't do anything about that. I have to try and give myself the ability to kill them in one attack. So if they attack, then I can attack back. They have to kill it themselves in order to trigger it if I don't kill it for them. I do have the Eruption with Kicker. So what I need to do now, I think, is just put this out and pass the turn. If we assume that they can't kill their own Tyrant, like if you imagine they're holding 2 lands, this is a winnable game. Like, I'm looking bad, of course. But if I put this stuff out, I can end up in a situation where I, like, Rabid Bite a blocker, Royal Eruption them for 3 or a blocker, and then just attack with everything for lethal. So, I mean, this is looking bad, no question. But assuming they can't kill their own Tyrant, we can try and lethal them. Well, now I'm just dead. Thank you, Gold Nuggets. Appreciate the 16 months of support. There's never too many MDFCs in a deck. Like, I don't think you're ever cutting one. But it is worth noting that they are tap lands. So there is diminishing returns, right? Like, your 10th MDFC is not adding as much value to your deck as your first MDFC. They don't get better in multiples. That's not to say you're ever cutting one, but you should draft them a little bit lower. Like, so, if I have no MDFCs and it's pack 2, I'm probably going to take, like, Peleka Predation over Vanquish, let's say. But if it's pack 3 and I have 5 MDFCs, I might take Vanquish over Palaka Predation or something like that. Okay, this hand is great. Turn 1 Mountain, and then we just curve right out. Thank you, Sippo40. Appreciate the subscription. Bugcatcher over Ambusher, I think. Ambusher's the one that's better in the late game. Bugcatcher's the one that's better in the early game because you don't sink mana into the Bugcatcher. I'm still just going to block here. I was going to block here either way, but I wanted to preserve the one that's better in the late game for the late game. So that's going to be tough to get through with Night Runner to get extra cards, but if they block, we can finish it off with either of our removal spells. Wow, weird attack. So do I block? So I don't really care about this Night Runner. They could have practice tactics, which would make me not really want to block. If they're just playing a blocker, there's a chance I can Royal Eruption the blocker, hit, and then if I hit like a land or a 2-drop, I can play it. So I think I'll take it and see what they have. It is just 1 damage. It's not like, dealing me 1 turns on anything. There isn't whatever that ability is called in this format, where if you deal damage to the opponent, your stuff gets better. There's nothing like that. Okay, let's see. So if we Ambusher this turn, we can play Veteran Adventurer next turn. We can also Rabid Bite, but Ambusher has 1 power, so that's not an option. So no decisions. So normally I would always block in this situation, but I don't want to be kept off a 5/5, so I'm going to take it. They already represented that they had something last turn. It may have been a bluff. I have no way to know if they had something or not, but I think it's too important to get a 5/5 down. Yeah, Spectacle is the name of the ability, where you want to take more risks to prevent them from hitting you so they can't play things on the cheap or for extra value. Okay, so if they have something, and listen, it may have been a bluff. It was a free attack. But if they have something, it's practice tactics. So right now it does 4. If I take them off the warrior, it'll only deal 2. And then if they want to kill the veteran adventurer, they'll have to lose their whole team. So that seems like pretty easy as far as my choices. I could use both removal, but Royal Eruption can kill a really good creature or flyer or something like that. Or just go to the player. So I think what I want to do here is just Rabid Bite away the champion because it's their only warrior. And then I can attack with the 5/5 Vigilance. Practice Tactics now only does 2. So they would literally have to bury the tactics and both their creatures if they wanted to kill the adventurer. Other than that, I'm just going to chill. Songmad Treachery I might cast as a spell this game. I might play as a mountain depending what I draw. But I have some landfall cards. I might draw a mountain, and then I already have enough lands. So, and I might draw, like I said, I have a couple landfall cards, 1 or 2. So I think we just chill. Oh, okay. I was like, why are they attacking? They have all clerics. Practice Tactics only does 2. Their creature's indestructible, so they're just gaining 2 life here. Sorry, they wouldn't lose both creatures. They would get 2 for 1, though. They would lose Practice Tactics and Core Celebrant, or whatever. Okay, so now I said that wrong. They wouldn't get 3 for 1, but they would get 2 for 1. It would still be a good exchange for me. I would trade the adventurer for the tactics and 1 of their creatures. Thank you, Agobella. Appreciate the subscription. So again, I'm not sure whether to play the Spikefield or the Songmat as a land. Stealing a creature is not particularly appealing with no ways to sack them or anything. I don't have to play either as a land, because I might just draw a mountain. So right now, I'm still not sure what I want to do. I don't mind Royal Eruptioning, like the 3/2, I guess I don't really need to. They still have to lose 2 creatures if they want to stop the Adventurer, so I'm going to attack with the Adventurer and see what they do. Assuming they take it... Still don't know what to do. Well, the reason I didn't block with the Ambusher in those early turns was because it let me cast Adventurer a turn earlier. Now I would gladly trade the Ambusher off, you know, for tactics or whatever. I don't actually know if I want to play either of these as a land. I have no reason to believe I need to kick Royal Eruption anytime soon. I think I'm just going to chill. Like, these could be game-winning spells if I draw mountains. If I draw spells, I can always put them in play as a land later. I'm not really under pressure. So, of course, I draw a double red card, but so be it. Now I'm going to play one of these as a land for sure. And I think I'll Royal Eruption their 3-2. This is what, a 5-4? No. So I want a Royal Eruption... Like, Royal Eruption, the 1-4 is actually what gives them the least good blocks, but I can't do that yet. I've been holding the forest because I have a landfall creature, Brushfire Elemental. Okay, so now I'm definitely going to play Hazard or Treachery. I have to decide which. And do I want to Royal Eruption? Probably. So I guess first let's attack with the Adventurer again, see what they do. Nothing's really changed since last turn. If I trade it for 2 things now, in fact, that actually got better because that helps clear the way for the Charger. Then post-combat, I'm going to Royal Eruption a blocker because, again, next turn I'm planning to play Charger with haste. I think, given how far ahead I'm getting damage-wise, I'm just going to take out the 2-2 lifelink. I think that scares me a little more than a 3-2. Does the extra power matter? I don't know. Yeah, they could double block with a 3-2 and a 1-4 on the 5-4. I'll take out the 3-2. I'll be disciplined. Go for the bigger creature. And then I'm going to put the Hazard in play as a land because I could see myself Songmad Treacherying and then attacking with everything for the win now that they took 10 and I drew a 5-4 Trample Haste. I think that there's a better chance this game I'll want to use this as a spell than the Hazard for 1 point of damage. Well, looks like Snapcaster probably had all 5 mana cards or something. Well, I didn't really need to play it for a card in my hand. If I drew a mountain, I had other stuff to do besides kick the Royal. And if they played like a 5 toughness creature, I could always play a tap mountain and then the untap forest and kick the Royal. I don't have any 7 mana cards except the kicked Royal. I mean, your plays aren't going to always work out perfect in those spots. You're not psychic, but I mean, I think that there's probably more value in triggering landfall than there is putting land 6 in play to cast nothing with it. It's definitely close. I'm not saying it would have been horrible to play the forest. I'm so jealous of Bamos. I wish I wasn't alive 20 years ago. So we have no red land again, despite 9 red sources, so I guess we have to mulligan again. One of those days. This hand has no green, but we're already on 6. I mean, I'm not going to mull down to 5 here. Because that means they're so young, Mark Brain. I would go back to being, like, under 20 in a heartbeat. No, nothing was so bad 20 years ago. It's just that if they weren't alive 20 years ago, they're under 20 years old, and I'm 37. And I would love to go back to being a teenager and get to live my teens, 20s, and 30s again. I don't think we mull. I mean, I'm on the play, but I have 2 lands. This is a land. Put back one of these green cards. I think I'm going to put back Brushfire, because if we don't draw the lands right away, that card's not going to be good. Yeah, my draws have been pretty ugly on stream lately, but okay, at least we're not super punished. Obviously, this would be way better if that was just in our hand and we didn't mulligan. We'd be curving right out, turn 2 brush runner or whatever, etc. But at least we'll cast some spells now. So let's get our Night Runner out. Of course, I'm not unwilling to Rabid Bite away a Blade Master, but I'm not going to spend turn 3 Rabid Biting it instead of putting Night Runner in play. So I could give it unblockable, but I'd only be able to play like 2 mana cards or a land for free after it gets in. Or I could just Spark Mage away the 3/3, hit them for 2. I mean, Night Runner doesn't do anything then, just exiles the top card of my library, which is irrelevant. But I do have... Oh, no, sorry. I only have 2 Rogues and a Wizard, so I have to just kill Blade Master, so I can't actually hit for 2. What that does do, though, is lower the cost of Adventurer by 1, which is the main reason to get it in play, so that I can then play a 5/5. What does this thing do? Can I beat this? Makes 1/1s, okay. -2, look at the top 6, get a warrior, okay. This doesn't seem that impressive. Okay, so this turn we can play Adventurer or Ascetic, but if we play Ascetic, it lowers the cost of Adventurer, and then next turn we can go Adventurer and Rabid Bite. So it's a clear choice of playing Ascetic because it only has 1 toughness less. It's basically the same card as Adventurer, but we can use 5 mana this turn, and then next turn we can double spell with our 5/5 and Rabid Bite. So now we have to draw a land to be able to do that, because they're going to kill the 5/4, I assume. I guess they could kill Sneaking Guide, because I can start sneaking the Night Runner in. They're probably deciding between Sneaking Guide and Ascetic, because Ascetic is big and Sneaking Guide can make the Night Runner unblockable. Alright, so no land. So we can't do Adventurer and Rabid Bite, but Electromancer only costs 1 effectively. So we can do Electromancer, Rabid Bite, and make the Night Runner unblockable potentially. Since we're not in a position now to be able to... does this have an ultimate or anything? Deals damage to target creature or planeswalker. No, twice the number of equipment. So, okay, so since we're not in a position to be double spelling like that, I think I do want to start hitting them with the Night Runner and getting extra cards. And I don't really have anything impressive to do. If I hit a land, I can play it and then play the Adventurer. If I hit a spell and it costs 3 or less, I can play it. So I think now I'm just going to Sneaking Guide in the Night Runner and draw an extra card. At the end of the day, like, they're making an extra 1/1 a turn. That's not good for me. But, I mean, if I draw 2 cards a turn, that's better than an extra 1/1 a turn. And if we get a chance to have a nice attack on the Nahiri, I would definitely do it. But I'd rather draw an extra card than take 2 loyalty off Nahiri. So I think that was the best we could do last turn. I have no idea, Skits. I mean, you're going to play Nahiri either way, and you're going to try and prioritize good equipment if you get it, but they may not have seen equipment. It may not be a choice. Okay, I don't think there's anything different than last turn. I think, again, I'm going to just try and hit them with Night Runner and see what we get. Electromancer's currently free, so post-combat I can go Electromancer, Veteran Adventurer. But I do like drawing extra cards, and we are effectively drawing extra cards this way. So if I use 2 mana for Bugcatcher, that leaves me 2 to work with. So I can play like Electromancer and Rabid Bite. Can't play Adventurer 2, I'm 1 short. Obviously I only have till end of turn to play the Bugcatcher, so we're definitely playing that. So the question for this turn is Bug Catcher, Electromancer, and Rabid Bite, or like Bug Catcher and Rabid Bite. The Veteran Adventurer is kind of off the table now. I'm just going to play the land because we're definitely going to end up doing that. So I definitely want to put the free Electromancer in play, so we can just do that. It's going to give us 3 mana back. And then the only question is, do we want a Rabid Bite? I'm going to play Bug Catcher, and then I can Rabid Bite or just hold the Rabid Bite. I could Rabid Bite the 3/2 flyer. They have another wizard out. That's very unexciting. I'm just going to hold the Rabid Bite. There's like no really good target. This doesn't hit Planeswalkers, does it? No. So there's no good target for it right now. I mean, like I said, they're making a 1/1 a turn. I'm not happy about this, but drawing 2 cards a turn is better than somebody making an extra 1/1 a turn. So for now, I'm okay with this. We'll see what ends up happening here. Yeah, also if they get low, I have the ability to Sneaking Guide in Bug Catcher for a lot, or Teetering Ambusher for a whole lot if I end up drawing that with this much mana. So we have some stuff going on. Plus they have mostly 1/1s. Like, I could Rabid Bite now and just like maybe just attack with everything. Like if I Rabid Bite away like the 3/3. So let's say I play the Adventurer pre-combat, that fuels the Bug Catcher by 1. And then I can Rabid Bite away the 3/3. They have like a bunch of 1/1s, a 3/2, and a 1/1 double strike. Like, they don't really have great blocks. I don't need any more lands, so I mean, I'm definitely not worried if I use all my mana and then I hit a land off Night Runner, but if I hit a spell off Night Runner, I'd like to be able to play it. I think that's what I'm going to do. I don't want to lose the Sneaking Guide, but I don't really care that much about the Night Runner. So I think what I'm going to do here is just Sneaking Guide in, like, the thing that they have the best block on, like the Bug Catcher, I guess. And then I'm just going to attack them with everything. This just can't really be bad for me unless they, like, pump their team or something. I'm not really that interested in the drawing extra cards anymore because I'm just going to try and kill them. I'm sneaking in the Bug Catcher for 5 a turn. If they kill that, I can sneak something else in. They also have to deal with this other 5/5 too. Assuming that last card in their hand is just a land or something, I mean, I think this works out pretty well for me. Okay, so now, if I sneak in the Spark Mage and attack with the Bug Catcher and the Adventurer, they're just going to chump the Adventurer with a 1/1. So I want to sneak in the Bug Catcher and hit for 5. I don't really care if they kill the Adventurer and it's only hitting for 4 next turn. So let's just sneak in the Bug Catcher. And then if they want to chump, cool. If they want to trade both real creatures, cool. They don't even have a second wizard out, or like the 2 1/1s and the 3/1, whatever, cool. But I'm not going to send the Spark Mage because it's pumping the Bug Catcher. It just doesn't seem great for me right now to lose that. Now they have to top deck a removal or they're dead. You do reveal the Nahiri card. They revealed the Sellsword to us when they got it. Another Planeswalker, but does this save them? No, but the card they draw could. But right now, we can still make this Bug Catcher unblockable and hit them for 4. And they can't do anything about that on board. So they have to find off of the Jace a removal or life gain. Also, we haven't used our Royal Eruption yet, so... Because they're not killing me anytime soon. I'm at 20. So even if they do stabilize, we could always draw the Royal Eruption at some point to end this game. Yeah, if they draw Practice Tactics, then they stay alive for now. I mean, I send the Spark Mage, and then they can either go to... and make it unblockable. Well, they found the removal. Nahiri's Binding off the top. So we still have a game. Well, that might lethal them. It is a fight, not a bite. But the Bug Catcher has Trample. So if I attack with both, and then I let this get pumped to a 4-2, I can then ambush, like, the 1-1 with, like, the Sneaking Guide, and then they're dead on board, right? If the Diviner blocks the Bug Catcher, they take 2 points of Trample and 2 from the Spark Mage and die. If it blocks the Spark Mage, they take 4 from the Bug Catcher and die. Well, yeah, but there's no reason to miss out on a Bug Catcher pump, because this is an instant, and this is my only rogue. So, yes, we fight the... Let me go into full control so I don't mess this up. But let's let the Bug Catcher get pumped all the way, and then we'll fight the 1-1 with our Sneaking Guide before blocks. Yeah, I could fight it with the 4-2 as well. None of this matters. I mean, they're dead. These don't draw cards at instant speed, so they're just dead on board. They're dead on board with no cards in hand. We're debating which way to lethal the opponent who has no cards in hand at the moment. Wrong lethal, yeah. With the opponent having no cards in hand. Voxy, which would you rather have? Your opponent having out 3 Planeswalkers or 3 Crabs? Yeah, Nahiri, listen, it's not broken. It's not that good. You're definitely going to play it. If you're red-white, put Nahiri in your deck. Draft Nahiri. It's not a bad card. But Nahiri is not a busted card. I could definitely see a good red-white deck that doesn't have, like, equipment taking Royal Eruption over it or something. Nahiri's just a good card, but it's more like the equivalent of an uncommon than a mythic rare in terms of power level. Death to grab. I gotta disagree with you on this one, Voxy. I gotta disagree with you on this one. Here's my answer to you. See if we can trigger Voxy anytime she comes and hangs out in my stream. Alright, pretty good hand here. Why do I come here? For the Crab Love. Why else? Alright, we have 2 good 5-drops in our hand, so I'm just going to play this as a land. With 3 lands, if I had drawn like all 2 and 3 mana cards, I wouldn't necessarily play this as a land turn 1. But with 2 5-drops, I'm just going to put it in play. No real decisions. Attack an Electromancer. It's going to add 2 mana, so we can't pup the Ambusher. But of course, we'd rather get an extra creature in play. Not going to Royal Eruption them just because I have the mana. That shows you the power of the 2-drop. They're just like, well, that's going to pump, and I'm falling behind, so I need to kill something, so they kill the Ambusher. Listen, Ambusher's medium, but I really can't stress this concept enough. It's the #1 thing I look for in 2-drops. If they have abilities that make them relevant in the late game, so they're never blanks, I love all the 2-drops like that, all of them, because putting a 2-drop on turn 2, as opposed to not using your mana, is very positive. But having a card that has like next to no impact on the game once you're on turn 5 or 6 plus is very negative. So anytime you get these 2-drops that have Death Touch, that have good pump abilities, you know, stuff like Soar Form Hybrid, Gnarled Colony, Teeter Peak Ambusher, where if you draw them in the late game, they're relevant cards, or they're a way to use your 2 mana on turn 2. I love every card like that. Okay, so if we Rabid Bite or Royal Eruption, we could then draw a card with Night Runner, and while that's good, I don't think it's as good as just putting like a 9/9 in play or whatever. So I'm just going to play a Shy and pass the turn. See if they have another answer for a giant creature. If not, then we'll just win the game because this card is very big. It also gives these the ability to add mana, so next turn we can maybe play more spells. So while they did have the Bubble Snare, it doesn't shut off a Shy's passive. So like I said, that kind of gives us a little bit more mana to work with if we want it and stuff like that. We know we can Rabid Bite any size creature. So now I think I will just Royal Eruption and hold on to the Rabid Bite and then hit with the Night Runner and see what we get. Okay, we only have to end a turn to play it, so no decisions. All my spells are lands. I cannot be into the Royal, that's true. So, no need to kill that. It can't block the Night Runner. Do we attack with the Arbor Mage? I actually think the answer is no, because if we hit a land, the Arbor Mage taps to add green, so we'll have 7 mana to play Bugcatcher and Ascetic. If we hit a spell that's not a land, we don't know how much it's going to cost and what we're going to want to cast. So I think the Arbor Mage is more valuable tapping to add a green than dealing 2 damage to the opponent right now. So of course we hit a tap land. So does this untap a creature? It does. So I could just like untap my 9/9 with this Song Mad Treachery. That's probably the right play. They're going to have to chump it. It's going to stay tapped again after the 1 attack, but I effectively just killed a creature of theirs with Song Mad Treachery. Because now they're going to have to chump a Shia. It's going to be a 12/12 or whatever. So with 3 blue open, what can they do? They can't into the Royal, as somebody mentioned in the chat earlier, because all of our cards are lands, all of our creatures. So I think I might just go for double Rabid Bite and try and attack for lethal here. There's not a lot. I mean, they could have like a Duelist to chump or something, but I still have a Cow in the Ambush for later. I can't really imagine that I'm like, I need to save these. So, and there's not a lot of cards they can have. Like, Duelist comes to mind, but not much else. So I'm going to go for the lethal. They might have something, but again, it's not like a huge deal if they do. We still have another removal. If they have to kill the Ashaya, that's awesome for us, because it wasn't going to untap anyway. Not very often at all, necking more. I mean, granted, it's only because we hit it off the Night Runner. Like, if I had drawn the Songman Treachery, I might have still used it to untap my creature, but I would have done it pre-combat. The reason it was post-combat was because we hit it. We got the ability to play the card during combat. Yeah, that's pretty cool, though. Songmad Treacherying the bubble-snared creature just to untap it. I think that was kind of a sweet play. It's funny because it was right. I didn't do it because it was super fancy, but it wasn't that much better than my next best option. But the thing is, the Songmad Treachery goes away at end of turn. You know, I hit it off the Night Runner, so my choice is play it as a tap land or untap my 10/10. Obviously, I'd rather untap my 10/10 than play it as a tap land, and I have to do something with it or I lose it at end of turn. So, I mean, the play was more fancy than good by a lot, but it was definitely correct. So, I mean, just make the best play we can, right? Okay, so what are we going to do now? The Arbor Mage has a little more value to hold because I can kick it in the late game. Seems like I just want to play an Electromancer, even though we're not doing much with the mana. Unfortunately, there's no real way to kind of curve here or be efficient. So again, if now I need to get a warrior out, and then at least next turn I can go Electromancer and then play the other 2-drop warrior. Bugcatcher is going to hit harder because I'm not going to sink any mana into the Ambusher anytime soon. So this turn I think it's attack with Electromancer. If they don't do anything, I'm just going to tap 2 and cast Bugcatcher. Because at least then I have a wizard and a warrior. So next turn I can play the Electromancer and the Ambusher if I don't draw land. Obviously if I draw land, I might do something different. I don't know. We should schedule it, Dangle. I'm sure it'll be fun. I don't know if I can play Among Us with Voxy. She might yell at me too much. I don't really like being yelled at. Kind of a pacifist. So, Bugcatcher it is. The reason I'm playing the 2-drop and not the 3-drop here is because it's going to make the Electromancers add 1 more mana each, which is especially relevant at this exact moment, given I have another red 2-drop I can play off them next turn. I don't have restless leg syndrome, I don't think. I mean, I do tap my leg a decent bit. I don't think you actually were hearing my leg. Well, I don't know. My leg's going from time to time there, but that's true. Voxy would never yell. She's always calm. Okay, so what do we want to do? We can play Electromancer, Ambusher. So that looks pretty good. And then attack. We need to do this pre-combat because if they trade off with the Bugcatcher, we won't be able to do it. So, yeah. Let's just dump our hand here, get ahead. Pretty good turn. Feel like I'm playing Constructed. We had to do that pre-combat because otherwise if they blocked the Bugcatcher, then we wouldn't have gotten the extra mana off the initial Electromancer, and that would have stopped that whole Storm turn. Thanks, Reed Snake. Really appreciate the subscription. I know today's been kind of cool with Red Bull stopping by and donating all that, but there's also been a lot of people who subbed and everything. Also, our first opponent, Rav, donated $10, which was super generous. So thanks, everybody, for all the support today. Really appreciate it. Okay, so now, I don't want to sink mana into Ambusher because I have a nice 5-drop. Obviously, I don't care about any of the Electromancers, so this turn seems easy. We just send the 3/3/2s. They're going to block 1 and take 6, and then we just slap down our 5/4. No real decisions here. If I send the Ambusher and they block it, they take 9, but then I have to pump the Ambusher instead of putting a 5/4 in play. I mean, that's only 3 extra damage to them. Like, clearly, I think it's better to get the 5/4 out. No reason to give them that option. They actually might block Ambusher. It ties up my mana, and they know I have cards in hand. Like, so, I mean, I think that there's a decent chance they would block Ambusher, and it would be substantially worse for me. And remember, the upside if they don't block Ambusher is 1 point of damage. The downside if they do block it is I do not have a 5/4 in play right now. I don't know. I mean, my deck was actually pretty good, Dangle. I'm not saying I wouldn't submit something different. I mean, I think the red-black deck that Siggy and Paulo played had a really nice win percent and was a really good meta deck, so I might choose that. Well, Falith is really powerful, but all of those plants and the Plant Lord are going to block 1 creature, and the rest are going to kill the opponent. So, running hot now. 99%. Hey, thanks, Harry Houdini. Appreciate the generous 100-bit donation. Thank you for your support. Oh, yeah, I would definitely do that, Taylor. I mean, like I said, my match against Austin was postponed and I overslept one match, so I really only went 4-6. And if you watch my matches, like I lost like almost all of the super close games. So I was actually pretty happy with my deck. 4-6 isn't a great performance, but this is MPL Rivals League play. The level of competition is very high. And if I draw a card or two different in a couple close games, I'm easily 6-4 or something instead of 4-6. But that said, I'd probably play the red-black deck if I could go back and do it again. I think Siggy and Paulo did a good job and nailed it. But the only bad choice for the weekend, the people who really want to change things, are the blue-white Urian players. There were like 14 people or something that played blue-white Urian, and it had a 25% win rate across like a couple hundred matches. That's hard to do. Like, if you look, like, All the Brews had a 50% win rate. Like, Demir had, like, 60. Red-Green had, like, 60. Red-Black had, like, 60. And, like, literally Blue-White Urian won 25% of its matches. So I think Blue-White Urian was the loser on the weekend, and anything else was fine. Yeah, I mean, it felt like I was playing Constructed there, Psych Stash. Well, we're on the play. We only have 2 lands, but we do have 2 2-drops, a 3-drop, a 4-drop. I don't think we can mull this. Remember, this is a mountain. Obviously, if this was not a mountain, I'd snap mulligan. But we still need to draw a few lands, but we've got 2 2-drops, and then a pretty cheap hand. Our 5-drop is like one of the best cards in our deck. Night Runner has a chance to get us more lands, so I don't think this hand can be mulliganed. Good game, Psych Stash. No decisions here. Clearly, we'd rather play the 3-drop. Also, it means if we draw a land, we can play Adventurer or Spark Mage next turn, so that'll be super sweet. Okay, so unfortunately, no land. If we attack with both, they're going to block the Night Runner. If we attack with just the Ambusher, they can't block it anyway, or we just pump. So there's no upside to sending the Night Runner. If Ambusher didn't have the pump ability, we would send both to get in the damage. But now, if they block the Ambusher, I just pump and get a free kill. So they should just take the same 1 damage they would take if I sent the Night Runner, and I can have it back to block. And then I'm going to play Bugcatcher. We've got Warriors and Rogues, so that's a 3-2, so it can attack. Hopefully we'll draw a land. 1 land basically unlocks our hand, but if we don't, we still have some stuff going in the meantime. Good luck to you as well, Psych Stash. Okay, so obviously a tap land. I'm going to play it as a land, but I don't have any landfall, so we'll do that post-combat. I'm pretty sure we're going to send the Bugcatcher, because I would trade it for a Flyer or the Rogue. If I send the Ambusher, they can double block, make me sink my mana into it, but it's not like I have anything that great to cast this turn. It would just be another Ambusher, so I don't mind. So I think this time we're just sending either all 3 or Bugcatcher and Ambusher. If I send Night Runner, the problem is if they double block, it's actually kind of bad for me. Like, I don't really want to just trade it for a 2-2 and lose my only rogue. I don't have that many rogues. But if they double block, the other 2 are hitting. If they block it with just Black Bloom, it ties up a blocker. So it's kind of tricky. I think I'm just going to kind of cross my fingers and attack with all 3 now. Like, they don't know I don't have a trick. It could be a real blowout for them. If they do double block the Night Runner, I'm not happy, but I'm trading it for a Flyer. Thanks, Cheese. Alright, so we don't have double green. We can't Ashaya. Spark Mage is our third creature type if they don't have anything, but they have all their mana up, so I'm kind of scared. I think I'm just going to cast Veteran Adventurer here. Pretty scared of entering combat. Like, I mean, they could, like, Into the Royal with Kicker and get a 2/2 flyer. They could, like, flash out a 3/3. I really don't know what they're going to have. They have 4 cards in hand and, like, all their mana up. So I feel like I just want to slap down Veteran Adventurer. But then again, if they have Into the Royal, they can bounce the 5/5. Maybe it's better to Spark Mage. If they bounce the Night Runner or the Spark Mage, it only does 2, though. But I don't mind hitting the Gloom Hunter. This is actually really interesting. Yeah, I know Royal's the most likely card. They could also have Vanquish, Deadly Alliance, a bunch of other stuff. I don't know. I think it's just slap down Adventurer this turn. I don't think there's much point entering combat. If they have nothing, I'm barely missing damage, and I'm looking good. If they have anything, combat's going to go poorly for me. And I think I would rather hold the removal spell, because I'm probably going to have to kill a 2/2 flyer or something like that. If I draw a forest and I play a Shia, I can then tap all my little creatures for mana and kind of double spell, and maybe get, like, back into the game that way. So now, like I said, if I play a Shia, I still have 4 mana to potentially work with, so I can play Adventurer or Spark Mage. Spark Mage would be for 3. So I could kill the Rogue, the Flyer. I can't kill the Dreadworm, but I can next turn. So I think I'm just going to go a Shia Veteran Adventurer here. Just dump out my 2 big fatties. I mean, look, I put 16 power and toughness in play. It's not the worst turn. I'm probably not going to win if they have Bubble Snares and Into the Royal. Oh, well, they can't Into the Royal anymore, so that's nice, too. But if they have, like, Bubble Snares and stuff like that, I'm probably not going to win. But that was a pretty good turn. And then we still have our Spark Mage now for 4 in hand, so we can kill their 5/4 and then attack. Thank you, Sipkin. Appreciate this 22 months of support. Well, appreciate the compliment. Obviously, it's partly a joke. More people playing Magic together doesn't even necessarily mean a better result. I think Magic is kind of like cooking, where, like, somebody might save somebody else from making a mistake, but also too many cooks spoil the brew. Like, you make your plays for reasons. You have to focus. You can't be discussing everything, you know, to produce the best outcome. Like, if you watch most of the good teams of pros play Team GPs, we barely help each other during games. Like, maybe if somebody's watching a whole game because they're not playing their match, and then they see a really tight line, they'll lean over and whisper it. But by and large, I think people are better off just playing their own match. Okay, anyways. What do I want to do now? I can go Electromancer, add, what, 4 mana? 3 mana, because they killed my only warrior. No, I have more warriors. Warrior, Rogue, oh, I don't, Wizard, Cleric. Yeah, it'll add 4. And then I can play Spark Mage, take out the Dreadworm. I mean, they're probably going to have stuff, but they can't have a land at instant speed. So, I guess let's find out what they have. For now, I'm just going to cast my cards. Plus a mana. Play the Spark Mage. And again, they might, like, kill the Adventurer in response, and then it only takes 3. But then I'm going to attack, so, like, I'm not, like, that worried about that. Okay, so Kicker, we can now only really attack with the 1 giant thing this turn. So they're going to need to beat us in the air. So I guess we're looking at an alpha next turn, even if they have bigger stuff on tapped. Not sure if that was right. I mean, I guess I kind of had to do that pre-combat. I'd rather use my mana on that. Maybe I should have hit, like, the tapped flyer. This way, if they do save it, then I can still attack with the Adventurer into the Dreadworm. But that's just, like, an even trade anyway. Like, it's not like It's not like I really wanted that trade. Sure, the Dreadworm can stop like a 3-2 from attacking, but I mean, this game is more of a race. Like, I'm not worried if they chump the Adventurer or chump the Ashaya, and then the Dreadworm eats an Electromancer. So I don't think there was much I could have done there better than that. And if they didn't have the removal, I wouldn't... I mean, if they didn't have the ability to save it, I wouldn't need to kill a flyer. I would just get to crash with everything. Okay, similar situation to last turn. So I am going to attack with everything, I think. Do I Rabid Bite away the Dreadworm? Do I attack first and then see what happens, and then I Rabid Bite for post-combat? I mean, I'm not going to lose all my creatures. Lethal if I bite, but they got to have something. They have 3 cards in hand. Also, if they have nothing, they only have 6 power, not 7 flyers, so I'm not dead anyway. I mean, I can Rabid Bite using the Adventurer, so that if they have, like, removal for that, they still have to chump Ashaya, maybe. 13, 15. So this will be 12, because the Adventurer will be gone. 12, 14, 16, 19, 21, plus a pump. Yeah, okay, so I'm still threatening lethal, so that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to Rabid Bite here, and then it's lethal if they have nothing, but if they were to kill it in response, they would still have to, like, chump the Ashaya. And then they have 6 out. If they can +1, I die, but 6 isn't 7, and if they don't have a way to plus their creature, I don't die. Whoa, exactly 1500th. I've never seen this before. That's the lowest Mythic ranking, right? It's the top 1500. Good stuff. Hopefully we can work that up a little today. I'm the worst of the best. My usual is to increase my rating on stream and then decrease it with my late night drafts. Thank you, Mad Moses. Appreciate the subscription for the 1500 hype. I'm sure you usually stop me. Voxy's very tough to beat unless you have a bunch of mill cards. Yeah, no reason to be afraid of the End of the Royal because of Ashaya. Very true. But they could also just have removal, right, Jimmy Jazz? Deadly Alliance. You know, there's plenty of other cards. Thanks, Harry Houdini. Appreciate you gifting out a sub. I know you donate frequently, too. Thank you for your generosity. I mean, it's not really shade. Like, I think Voxy's stream is probably the stream I watch the most when I'm not streaming. I'm not super active because, like, mostly what I do when I shut off my stream is flip on some stream and then just start jamming Standard or things like that. But I'm a big fan, and she loves Mill, so, you know, whatever. I mean, everybody has their flaws, right? Okay, so I'm going to keep this on the draw. If we draw a mountain, it's a pretty good hand. If not, it's a pretty bad hand, but I don't think you want to mulligan something like this. Obviously, if we draw green cards, then we can cast them. If we draw mountains, it's a great hand, and we're on the draw. So hopefully we'll get there. Thank you, Jank Shank. Appreciate the subscription. Of course, if we draw red card forest, it's going to be a pretty ugly game. And that's where we're at so far. At least they're only beating down for 1, though. Definitely giving me time to draw out of this. Not that it was their choice. They drew a 1-3 and no 3-drop, just saying. These have been about the worst draws I could probably imagine. Like, any cheap green card or any mountain is fine. We have 9 red sources, and then we have, like, plenty of green cards. Does this do anything? Non-basic lands enter tapped, which they mostly do anyway in Limited, and 1 spell per turn, worth remembering, because I would possibly double spell if I draw, like, a mountain or whatever. So it's worth remembering while this is in play, we can only play 1 spell per turn. Okay, no real decisions. Somehow we drew forest number 5 before we drew mountain number 1. There's 9 mountains in there, and there's another 4 forests or something. Running hot as usual. So that's coming into play tapped. I think I would rather just kill the big flyer than put out Veteran Adventurer. Clearly we're not going to race, but we have Royal Eruption to deal with their other flyer, so we could easily turn this game from here. But I don't want to let them scry too, and I certainly don't want to be taking hits from a 4/4 flyer that I'm going to have to deal with later anyway. So now, if I Royal the Archon, I can play a second spell, except I cannot because Veteran Adventurer is 1 mana too many. My choices are Veteran Adventurer or Royal Eruption, basically. This kills in 4 turns, this kills in 3. I don't see how I can race. I think I need to Royal the Archon. And then just hope I draw, like, Rabid Bite or Count the Ambush or whatever. I can't play Bugcatcher and Adventurer because of Archon. Each player can't cast more than 1 spell per turn. But they have 2 cards in hand and I have 5. And I do want the ability to double spell. So I think I Royal the Archon here. And then hopefully on next turn I'll draw like Rabid Bite or Count the Ambush or something like that to deal with the Shepherd. Obviously I'm not going to be able to kill them before that Shepherd kills me. But if they don't have anything else to do and I draw removal for the Shepherd, I've got a handful of business. Ambush just got milled. Frown. Balagid Recovery was another one. I could have bought back Rabid Bite. Well, now I'm probably just dead. So, I mean, I can't kill them. None of my cards have reach. I can't kill the Shepherd. Needed to draw a Mountain a little earlier there. Drawing Forest 4 and 5 before Mountain 1, not really acceptable. People are talking about Boxy screaming. I like the energy. I don't really like quiet streamers. You know, like when I'm watching a stream, like, you know, it's not like I have something else making noise in the background. Like, that's the noise that I have on. So, I don't know. I like the energy. How does it feel having all my good cards milled? I didn't even notice. I love getting milled. It doesn't bother me. Don't you regret not taking the mulligan? Well, if I knew how I was going to draw, I would snap mulligan. But if I had that decision again with the same hand and then was going to draw random cards, so, you know, different cards could be the same, but just draw cards at random, I would keep it again. I don't think the decision was wrong, but in retrospect, I would mulligan if I knew what my draw steps were going to be. No, I never play music in the background while I stream because I have the chat to focus on and the games already anyway. Sometimes I play music when I'm playing by myself in the background. Usually, like I said, I either have a basketball game on the TV or somebody else's stream on or something like that. As long as I'm not the one getting screamed at. I definitely agree, Lairs. So, I assume I'm going to play the Ambush here as a land since I have an expensive card that's really good, and it's in my opening hand, which is a 3-lander. I'm never going to be as good as you, though, Marky Mark. No matter how much I practice. Okay, no decisions now. We'd rather get the Brush Fire out. I mean, it doesn't lower the cost of Adventurer, but it will be hitting for 3 next turn, and then hopefully for 3 on future turns. Okay, so we could play a 3-mana 2/3 or a 2-mana 1/3 and get a tap land out. Think I would rather get a tap land out. And Arbor Mage does have that powerful late game ability should we choose to use it with Kicker if we draw a couple lands in a row. And I do need to get my tap lands in play. Now I can't cast Adventurer this turn, but I can go like Rabid Bite and Ambusher and then land Adventurer next turn. Or I can play Arbor Mage, and then I can play Adventurer next turn. The only way I could have played Adventurer this turn would have been if I didn't play the Brushfire on turn 2, and that would cost me a lot of damage. I mean, it's literally hitting for 3 a turn if they don't kill it. And if they do kill it, my 2-drop is trading with a removal spell after dealing them 4. That's a pretty good Magic card. Okay, so this works out well. Now I can attack. If they block, I go Spark Mage for 2 and finish off their champion. If they take it, what am I going to do? I guess just Arbor Mage, and that's not great. Oh, they can't block because I'll pump, so they're going to take it. But I'll still just put out Arbor Mage because that lowers the cost of Adventurer by 1 for next turn. So unfortunately, Spark Mage is only for 2, Wizards and Warriors. If I attack and they block, it takes my turn. That doesn't seem good. I'm just going to put out Veteran Adventurer. Even if they have removal for the Adventurer, I can still just double block a champion profitably. So I'm not really scared. If they don't kill the Adventurer and I get to untap with it, now I have Electromancer for free. I have Spark Mage for 3. I have Rabid Bite with Adventurer. If they do kill the Adventurer, like I said, I can still just double block. It's not like that bad of a turn for me. Alright, so now life is good. So Electromancer is free, and then we either want a Spark Mage or Rabid Bite. I'd rather Spark Mage because it uses all my mana. The only problem is they're still going to have a good double block on the Adventurer. So I can't attack with the Adventurer this turn, but there's nothing I can do about that. Even if I kill a champion, the 3/3 and the 2/3 could still double block the 5/5. So I'm just going to remove the Sorcerer this turn because it's a scarier card. Add an extra 3/2 to the board, develop my board, use a bunch of mana. Life is good. Literally, I put a 3/2 and a 2/2 out. They and killed their 4-drop. So like I used 4 mana to go up a 3/2 and a 2/2. So even if we're going to make a big attack, we can just wait a turn, and my board just got a lot better than theirs. These Electromancers have been pretty good in this deck. Okay, so we're a land away from that. So I think we could Rabid Bite, but again, we're not going to send Adventurer to be double blocked. So this turn, what I think I'm going to do is just attack with Ambusher now and Electromancer. They can make me spend my turn pumping the Ambusher to trade it for one of their champions, but I don't have anything good to do this turn really anyway. Like, I could just add a 4/3 to the board. It's not an exciting turn. And I do want to clear those, because then I'll be able to attack profitably with Veteran Adventurer. So, this way, this turn isn't exciting, but at the end of the day, we get on our damage, we trade for what they played, and we're 1 land away from Ashaya, which then we could tap a couple creatures to Rabid Bite and really kind of develop our board. Otherwise, if we can ever get them to the point where they don't have a double block on the Adventurer, then we can send with the 5/5. Could I have sent for one with the Ambusher there? What do you mean? Oh, you're talking about previous turns? I mean, maybe, but some turns the turn was so good I just felt like it wasn't worth the risk of them blocking. It always depends. So we just have out Wizards now and Adventurer. So Spark Mage is only for 2. But now we've hit what we were talking about. If I Rabid Bite away a champion, they no longer have a block on the Adventurer. So that gets in 5 damage. And then we can also still play a Warrior. So this turn is pretty much scripted. Just Rabid Bite away so that we can attack for 5. And then add a Warrior to the board. And now next turn, even if we don't draw land, we have Spark Mage for 3, and then we'll probably just crash with everything. I have to imagine this is pretty much game. I never wanted to let them double block Adventurer because it wouldn't kill both. All their creatures had 3 toughness, every single one, and Adventurer is a 5/5. If Adventurer was a 6/5, I'd let them trade 2 creatures for it. But I don't want to trade my 5/5 that's +1 to all my party cards, which I have a ton of. This is a red-green party deck. Why would I want to trade down like that, right? Okay, so now it gets interesting. They left their mana up. They have 4 mana. So what are the options? They could have Vanquish. They could have Hager's Mauling, but that's rare. That's about it, right? I mean, there's obviously a few other cards, but there's not many ways to kill the Veteran Adventurer. If I go for Spark Mage, they can, like, kill the Teeter Peak Ambusher to make it only deal 2. But then, okay, they still have the Champion, but I just attack with everything. They have to, like, chump block the Adventurer. So that doesn't seem horrible. If they kill the Adventurer, then it still does 3, right? No, sorry. If they kill the Adventurer, it would be awful for me. But the only way to do that is, like, Hager's Mauling. Oh, yeah, Silence. Deadly Silence costs 4. Right, Deadly Alliance. Yeah, you're right. So I can't go for that, because that's a common, and they could probably have that. So I think I just attack with everything. Because if they Deadly Alliance the Adventurer, then the Expedition Champion can block like a 2/2, and then I can just hit them for 3 and finish it off with Spark Mage. And it's not that bad for me. Alright, final game of this draft. Win or lose, we're 6-2. Going to be one more draft after this that will play out all the way through. This is the second draft of the day. Hopefully we can get our 7 wins here. I'm pretty sure this win will put us back in the top 1,500, as well as it would be our 7th win. So be a sweet one. See if we can get it. Final boss indeed. This deck's good. I mean, not as good as the black-green deck that I went 2 and 3 with. This shows you how high variance Magic is. But I have a good curve, good party synergy, and good removal. Like, I think this deck is good. The black-green deck was like a masterpiece, but this is just like, you know, an above-average draft deck, I think. We're going for 7 wins. We're trying. We're 6-2. This is the last game, because if we lose, we have our 3rd loss and we're out of the draft. And if we win, we have our 7th win and we're out of the draft. If we just draw lands, this hand is great. I don't mind starting on turn 3 here on the play. But if we get stuck on 3 with all these slow hands and no 2-drops, all these slow cards and no 2-drop turn 2, it's going to be pretty bad. But if we draw Mountain Forest, like, this hand is very good. So we didn't draw lands, but also the opponent hasn't done anything yet. So let's see what they have. Well, please let me draw a land so I don't fall too far behind against Roost. Thank you. At least now I can Spark Mage away the 2/2, Wizards and Warriors, hit for 5, kind of press my board advantage. You can't out-card advantage Roost, but it is 4 mana for a 2/2, so hopefully we can get far enough ahead to ride this out to victory, even if they have some kicker cards. If they have Gnarled Colony, I can Rabid Bite it away. We're 1 land away from a Shia now, which I like. If they have Bubble Snare, it's pretty good, but again, we can keep grinding. So what can they do? Into the Royal is the most likely. I don't really want to trade Spark Mage, given I'm a party deck, but I do have plenty of Wizards and no party cards in hand, so I'm not afraid to. I guess I can just attack with everything. I'm not really... If they into the Royal and then block Spark Mage, it's not a good turn for me, but I don't, like, regret the attack. I just replay the Champion. Trade my Spark Mage for a flyer. I'm not going to pump. Just attack and let them play whatever they have, probably into the Royal. Yeah, I'm not surprised to see this. I'm just saying I don't really mind the Spark Mage trade here. I don't have any more party cards at the moment, and I have plenty more Wizards in the deck. So, like, it takes me off party for now, but, I mean, it shouldn't be a big deal. Okay, that was a good turn for them, but we can do some things too. I can clear their board and hit for 5, but I have a profitable attack with the 4-3, which puts them to 6, and Royal Eruption does 5 if I just take out the 3-2. So I think that's a no-brainer. And I think I would rather hold the Royal Eruption than kill a 2-2 with it right now, just to get in 1 extra point. Still going to send the 1-3 because maybe they won't block, but I expect them to, of course. Or if they do chump the 4-3 to keep their life total up, then we actually get in an extra point. So that's why you send the Ambusher. I wasn't expecting them to chump there, but I'm not shocked because they have so many cards in hand and roost, they just don't want to get low. I mean, we do have a 5-4 haste trample and Royal Eruption. So our goal this game is just to get them in range, basically. Mountain, 1 time. Never. Those are good cards to Balagad, but I think we probably need to play it as a land. Let's see. We have Wizards and... No, just Warriors, so it's a 2-2. Yuck. So this is not going to be a great turn regardless. What do you want me to Bala? I mean, I would Bala the Spark Mage, and it'll be good. But I think I need to just put it as a land in play. The only way they can kill the Ambusher is with a double block. So I think I just attack with both here. And then just play Balagad as a land and Ambusher. This isn't a good turn for me. I'm not, like, happy about this turn cycle. Definitely rather kill the 2-2 than the 2-1. Pumping puts them to 6. That's not really much different than 8. Right? If it was 5, then we'd be talking. So let's just go ahead and put out our stuff and do what we can. Pretty ugly. If I had drawn a mountain, I could have slammed the Charger, and that would have been sweet. Instead, we drew the Tap Forest, so we couldn't play a Shia or the Charger. Do I have 2 Eruptions or just 1? Oh, you're saying I could have double Eruption with the Balagad. Yeah, but I'm nowhere near that. I definitely got to put it in play. Okay, so that can give us double red. So then we can play the Charger with Kicker. They have Into the Royal, but if they have to play it on kicked, that's pretty good for me. I can also go Electromancer, a Shia, right? Or am I 1 short? I'm 1 short of that. Maybe I just play a Shia here. Then that shuts off Into the Royal and gives me a giant thing they have to deal with. Well, no, they'll just bounce it with the Geyser Mage. That's not a good play at all. So yeah, I think I was right the first time. Oh, I'm a mana short, though, of Electromancer and Charger. I only have Warriors out. So that's not great. So, I mean, do I just attack? This is so bad. Wow, this is ugly. I guess... Cunning Geyser Mage, return up to 1 other target creature. So, if yes, Into the Royal doesn't, but Geyser Mage can bounce a Shia. I think what I'm going to do here is play Electromancer and pump one of the Ambushers and just send that. Like I said, this is pretty ugly. But if they use Into the Royal on kicked, I'm happy. If they trade Diviner for Ambusher, that's not, like, bad for me. I know they draw a card, but I'm trading with a 3-2 flyer, and I can still sink the mana into the other Ambusher. I really needed to draw a mountain over these couple of turns. I don't think Charger No Kicker is right. Because they could bounce something else, and then it goes away at end of turn. Maybe it gets them into the Royal range, but it's a pretty big sacrifice. Because this just bounces a creature. Into the Royal bounces a non-land, so it can't bounce a Shia, but Geyser Mage bounces a creature even if it's a land, so it can bounce a Shia. So this trade isn't great or horrible. I don't know if I want it or not. I'm not going to be able to connect with the 3-2. It is my only wizard. But there is also Royal Mage tricks to be had with Geyser Mage and into the Royal. Should I block? If I draw a Mountain, this is a 5-4, so they'll have to double block it and the 3 gets in. So no, that's the reason to not block. Because getting them to 5 puts them in Royal range. And if I draw a Mountain, then it's much better for me to have not blocked. Of course, still no Mountain, because that's how we're running here. But maybe they don't have another Geyser Mage, so now we just put out a Shia. I have no idea what you're talking about, Tahiti. Still no Mountain? Why are my draws so ugly? Alright, so what do I want to do? Shai is going to attack. They're going to chump it. Past that, if I get out the guide, I can maybe sneak in some damage. I do still have plenty of life. I think I want to trade Electromancer for a flyer or either of these creatures if I can. So the Electromancer is going to attack. The Expedition Champion, it can only really attack profitably, I think, if I play a warrior, because then they have to double block it, and they lose 2 creatures. So I guess it's just ambush or attack with everything here. It's pretty ugly. 3, 6, 8, 10, they can't put everything on a Shia, so I need to play the Forest. A Shia doesn't have trample, and it has to be blocked by 1 creature here. Yeah, so they're going to make all the trades like we thought, and the 1 chump block. This is not going well, like I said. Now they're going to Bubble Snare the Ashaya, but I'll still keep its ability going. Pretty unfortunate. We're almost halfway through our deck without that red. If I had kicked Shatterskull Charger on any of these turns, they would be at 5. Now it's probably going to end up being too late, but we still have the ability to Sneaking Guide for the win. They're going to Bubble Snare Ashaya. Well, or just cast this thing with Kicker. Jeez. Doesn't have trample. Do I want to chump block? So if I draw removal, we just win. Maybe. Yeah, and if I chump block, we don't. But if I kill these 2 creatures, we can kill them with a Shia here. And I have Eruption. So if I top deck like Rabid Bite or Balaged Recovery or Kalna Ambush, well, Balaged Recovery we might not have enough mana, but if I draw Kalna Ambush or Rabid Bite, we win. How many outs do I actually have? 1 more Bite, 1 more Ambush, or Taunting Arbor Mage, but that might leave me 1 point short. I guess I have to take it. If I take the 10, it's much more likely I die to Flyers. But this gives me 2 outs for the win. If I draw Rabid Bite or Kalna Ambush, it might just be dead. It might only be 9. Of course, just another red card. Why not? But I guess now, what? We can attack with a Shia, and then we'll have 2 blockers on tap, so just Bubble Snare won't be enough to kill us. So what are you going to do? Let's make them chump block. No decisions now. And just put out a red creature, I guess. I don't think it really matters much which. feel like this one is slipping away. Not that we were looking good, like, much, but I don't know if we even have outs now. Ashaya is not a creature type. I have a rogue. This is going to be like a 3-2 trample. I don't think that really matters, but it's probably better than Ambusher. Obviously, I have to chump now. Well, they didn't have enough mana to kick the Bubble Snare and the Royal Mage, so... I'm not saying the play... Because they played Scale to gain 2 life, because they probably feel like they can't really lose, except for Xaxes or something. Just what I needed, another Forest. Sometimes you gotta feel like the universe is just trolling you, huh? I think I'm gonna pack this one in now, though. I think we're dead. That was a close one. Obviously, if I drew a second Mountain, we would have won this game easily. I could have double spelled turn after turn and played Charger. That was pretty unlucky. All right. On to the third and final draft of the day. One more Premier. See if we can get back into the top 1,500 or if we'll just fall further into the percentage. Yeah, and we also had that 2-outer that one turn, which was nice because, you know, with like a 23, 24 card library, that's an 8% chance to win the game that turn. And then if we didn't hit the 2 outs and we hit a Mountain, we would have pretty much won also, which is another, 6, 7 cards because only the on-tap Mountains. Yeah, that was a bad choice by me, Pixel Mix. I don't know why I did that. Fresh draft, life is good. Foxy knows what's up. Voxy, how many cards in the set would you first pick over Crab? Like, serious question. Just fell at a retreat. Alright, let's see. So, Shadow Skull Charger's good. It's first pickable. It's not a bomb. It's definitely not S tier. Like an A-, B+, maybe. 5/4 Trample Haste for 5 mana. Kicker card. Emiria Captain's pretty good too, especially if you start with it. If you draft Party, it's a pretty strong card. Also, if you draft Clerics, it's a warrior, so it's always at least a 3/3 flyer. I like Black Bloom Rogue and Fledgling. They're both pretty good on commons as well. So this is a pack full of a lot of close cards. And then Deadly Alliance, I think, is generally better than Vanquish, not by a lot. Also, I think Deadly Alliance is better than Into the Royal, but not by a lot. So this is basically Deadly Alliance, or any of the uncommons are rare, and they're all pretty close. I think that if you would take a different card from me out of this pack, you shouldn't feel bad. I think like all of these cards are pretty close. I really have no idea what I want. Yeah, it's a good pack overall. The Charger, yeah, it's probably the best by a very small amount. It's also the only red card, which is nice. Of course, we guessed wrong. I mean, we could still Soaring Thought Thief. It's not like... We can't play Charger and Thought Thief, but Thought Thief and Blue-Black Rogues is near broken. And, I mean, if we have to drop Charger, it's no big deal. We could also take Thort. Thort's a good card for Red-Black Party if we end up there. I really hate to pass a card with as much upside as Thought Thief this early, though. This might be a situation where we just take Thought Thief and then see what the open lane is. I'm definitely not going to take the Equip Warrior. That's too much of an underpowered card. I mean, it's a fine card, but I think it's Thort or Soaring Thought Thief here. I guess Thort to stay open and be able to use with Charger is the right pick. And Black-Red Party is good if that's where we end up. So, I guess even though it's not a party type, if we're going to draft a red aggro deck, which Charger's pretty aggressive, GOP is a really nice aggro card. I think it's substantially better than Hazard. I don't even know what else I would take. It's either Hazard or GOP, right? The third best card in this pack is miles away, like Gloom Hunter or something. Oh, the Rogue Lord, if you're Rogues, is just fantastic. The only downside of that card is it's just a blue-black card that's only good in one deck. You can't splash it or anything like that. But when you are Rogues, that card is just awesome. So, what do we have? 2 aggressive red creatures. No clue if we're seeing red or not. Vastwood Surge, I mean, it is a good red-green landfall type card. I mean, it works well with Geopied. Synchronized Spellcraft's fine removal if we end up red-black. But it's another expensive card. I might rather just grab Skulker here. If we do play red-black party, it's still a good 2-mana 2/2 rogue. I mean, Moss Pit Skeleton has the most upside, but I don't think we have a reason to do that. I think I'm just going to take Skulker here and not be greedy. It's weird for me, I know. This isn't going especially well. I keep passing better cards than I'm taking. Like, now the best card is Balagad Recovery. I mean, Gloomhunter's a good card, but it's not at its best at all in Black-Red. It's actually at its worst in Black-Red. Black-Green has counters matter. Black-White is the life gain. Black-Red tends to be more of a party deck, and it doesn't have a type. Yeah, we're drafting the hard way this time. The first two drafts we drafted the easy way. Just, that's how the drafts broke. But I think I can't take Gloomhunter for a Black-Red party deck over Balagad. I think I'm going to take Balagad and see what's in the next pack. So our lanes are what? Red-green aggro, like black-green, red-black party. I guess we could still honestly just play anything. We're not really too committed to any of our cards or colors. But black-red party is still the most likely deck for us. And Blood Priest is quite good at black-red party. That's a deck that doesn't have a lot of clerics, is pretty aggressive. Blood Priest is kind of at its best there. Yeah, so now we'll do Bug Catcher. Gnarled Colony is the best card in the pack, but this is not a big sacrifice. So we can try and draft a black-red party aggro deck, and the cards are kind of coming for that. The 2-mana Warrior, the 2 clerics, which drain. We already have the rogues. This is a good start for a black-red party. Easy sneaking guide there. Now we got to decide between Charger and Bug Catcher. Do we have any ways yet to enhance the Charger? No. I think Bug Catcher's probably just better. I like Charger just fine. Like, I'll play it if I get it. But I think it's probably just worse than that. Four mana 4/3 with upside, 4 mana 4/3 without upside. They're both warriors. Tough pick. Yeah, red is open clearly, and black is too. I mean, even though our black isn't great, we got those 2 Blood Priests late. Yeah, because there's still a chance we go red-white warriors aggro if we open a good white card. I mean, look, these 4 black cards are all playable. We're probably black-red, but I'm almost certainly not going to play Cleansing Wildfire in a red-black deck, even if we have one landfall card or whatever. And if we do open a broken white warrior rare and just get hit in the face with that deck, it is an option. Okay, well, if we're going to do black-red party aggro, Mace is a really good card in that deck. So, I mean, that's a good open for us. The Paragon is the best card in the pack, but the Mace is, after that, is a pretty good card. I really don't like Hellion very much. Like, look, it's a fine 5-drop curve topper, but if you're doing party synergies, it doesn't turn on anything, and I just don't love the 5-drops that much in this format when you have all these kicker cards and, you know, ways to have 5-drops without cards that just hard cost 5. Yeah, I know, Second Thief, but that ship has sailed. Red was the open color. We're way more committed to red than black, even though we're pretty much definitely going to play red-black now that we got the Mace for our red-black party deck. So I think that we just can't even look at the Thought Thief. I mean, Relic Axe looks decent. We have a lot of warriors. Kite Sail also decent. We're going to be draining people out. We can Kite Sail up Bug Catcher. Yeah, I think Kite Sail is just going to be great for us. Our deck is really aggressive. Like, we have a bunch of haste creatures. We have Mace. We have 2 Blood Priests that are going to drain for, like, 3. Bug Catchers are going to be 4/2 tramples on turn 2. I actually think... I mean, look, I didn't want a second pick Kite Sail. It's a bad second pick. But I think that Kite Sail is actually going to be really good for us. Along those same lines, off consumption, this is a clear choice. I'd like Sky Dancer. It's a fine aggressive rogue for a black-red party aggro deck. But Zoff Consumption is obviously way better. Scorch Rider's still going to be filler. I hope we won't main that. Everything else here is pretty good. Yeah, I'm not against the Kite Sail. If we slap that on Bugcatcher and start hitting for 3, and then we play Blood Priest and gain 3 and they take 3, then they're not going to be able to race us. I think that's a fine plan. Okay, we want Clerics for the party deck. We already have 2 Blood Priests that gain life, ends off consumption, so I think Blight Priest is fine. Obviously, I'd rather have removal or something, but I think it's better than another Expedition Champion. It is also dangerous on GOP hitting for 5 a turn, you're right. Yeah, no, I think Kite Sail is going to be good for us. Like I said, I'm not happy about second picking it, but I'm happy about including it in my deck. This isn't a deck that wants Blood Beckoning that much. It's not grindy, it's really aggressive. I have almost no removal, but tons of cheap creatures, as well as like ways to get them through and drain them and stuff like that. I'm not saying Blood Beckoning is unplayable, but the more grindy your deck, the more you want Blood Reckoning, the more aggressive you are, the less you want a card like that. Pick up a Wizard here where we get a chance. Windmill Slam, Goma Fade Vanguard. Even though we're a party deck, not a warrior deck, it counts itself. We'll probably have like one other warrior out all the time. It's a 2-mana 2/2 that makes people unable to block. And we still have more warriors than like anything else. We have 3, 4, 5 warriors at the moment. So now, is there any chance we go red-white, or are we 100% red-black? Because we did just get a warrior uncommon. We do have one playable white warrior in the board, and that is the Warrior Lord for red-white warrior aggro. Our red is definitely a lot better than our black, but I don't think red-white is an option. With 2 Blood Priests, Mace, Thort, Zoth consumption, it's just not. So I'm going to grab Subtle Strike. Subtle Strike should perform well in this deck. When you have a really aggressive deck, that means the opponent has to block on your turn when their mana's tapped, and then you can get the blowout with Subtle Strike. I view this card as a combat trick. It has the potential to 2 for 1. It sometimes will do that, not very often. It's very good, though, at winning combat for the 1 turn. So the smaller and more aggressive your creatures are, the better Subtle Strike is, because the more your opponent is forced to block and then get blown out by it. Alright, we're a party deck. I don't mind Seagate Colossus. These cards shouldn't matter. I do like how good our curve is. Our 7-drop actually costs 4 to 5. This is a land spell split card, and Thort costs 4 to 5. We're basically like all 2 and 3 mana cards, and then some have kicker, landfall. We have these cards to get value out of in the late game. Like, this is a really nice aggro deck. Alright, none of these cards are super impressive for us, but unlike when you're black-white or black-blue, we don't have bubble snares or bindings, and we have lots of little creatures to sack, and we want to have a cleric in play, so Demon's Disciple should work out pretty well for us. Or there's Kazul's Fury, which is of course a good land spell modal. It can finish people. It's pretty good with these bug catchers, with this GOP. We have a lot of ways to throw this at them for 7. So this is a pick between Disciple and Fury. I think it's pretty close. Tap lands are bad for aggro decks, that's true, but it's still a good land spell. We are light on removal, but they're both sort of removal. I think the Fury is a little bit better. It's pretty close. Absolutely nothing wrong with taking Demon's Disciple. I think it's extremely close. Alright, here we just grab the Rogue. Rogue's not a creature type we're particularly high on, and this card is just good. I mean, look, it's not a great second pick. I'm not, like, ecstatic about this, but it's that or Expedition Champion, so. Thank you, Dr. Smiley. Really appreciate that subscription. Alright, now we have another close pick. We keep seeing all these packs with cards that are good, but not, like, Windmill Slams. Like, Predation, Sorcerer, and Blood Priest are all, like, in contention here, right? I mean, we could use the Wizard for party. We don't have a lot of Wizards. We don't have a lot of Instants and Sorceries, though. Usually you can get away with, you know, the Instants and Sorceries without Wizards in red-black, but we're really low on that. Blood Priest, on the other hand, is just awesome for us. Like, we're good at partying. Cleric's one of our lighter ones. This is going to drain for 3 almost every time. It's just a great card for us. Shadowcat offers us almost nothing, so it's an easy bug catcher. As I talked about in the first draft of the day today, Oblivion's Hunger is only good if your creatures have counters. We have very few ways to do that, so that's not a playable card for us. I don't know if we're going to play Gloom Hunter. Actually, maybe I'll just take a second Kite Sail. I don't know if I really want to play 2 of that card, but it actually looks excellent in our deck. We got another Bug Catcher, we got another Blood Priest, and we got Fury, so we're like impossible to race. Okay, I'm not going to play 3 Kite Sails, so now I'll grab another Blight Priest. We don't have many Wizards, but we also don't have many Rogues, so do we prefer Skitter Sneak or Fisher Wizard? I mean, if we're not going to be milling them, I assume we'd rather the cheap Wizard. Where was this pack, the rest of this pack? Can I just take it all? I mean, it has to be Goma Fade Vanguard, right? I think that card is just substantially better than Vanquish and the rest of the pack. I would like Vanquish because we don't have removal, but this is just such a good 2-drop. And Warriors are still our heaviest creature type. I assume we're not going to play any of these. I don't think it matters. I'm probably not going to play a second Colossus over a second champion or third champion. Ooh, Sorcerer came back. I'm pretty happy about that. We don't have that many Wizards, Instants, and Sorceries, but we could use the creature type. Actually, we're so aggressive and we have next to no Rogues. Am I really going to take Sneaking Guide over Sorcerer? I think I am. I cannot believe I just took Sneaking Guide over Sorcerer, but I think it was correct. Because we don't have a lot of Rogues. This can come out on turn 1 and +1 our party for the Bug Catchers. And we have a lot of things we want to give unblockable to, and we're like a hyper aggro deck. So like, if we Sneaking Guide in this Vanguard, then the Vanguard makes something else unable to block, and then we're able to get them with other things. Or we can Sneaking Guide the Bug Catchers and hit them for 4. And we have all this Drain, so we really want to get damage in. And Rogue is one of our lighter types. So I really think Sneaking Guide is just going to be awesome in our deck. Alright, let's see. So we're probably not cutting too many lands, but I doubt we're going to play 17. We have Zoth Consumption and Kazul's Fury. Yeah, so we'll cut like 1 land. And now we're on 8/8 plus a black and a red land spell modal. And then I don't think this deck needs like expensive big stuff at all. So let's get rid of Seagate Colossus, I think. And then probably I'm going to play 1 Kite, but with the Sneaking Guides, I probably can't play 2. None of that really looks cuttable. The Blight Priests are cuttable. Let's move over the cuttable cards since we have so many playables. This is my actual process for this. I just haven't been doing it very often today because I haven't had decks where I had to cut 3 or 4 cards. But when you have to cut a lot of cards, you don't want to cut one at a time. You want to look at all your cuttables so you don't mess up your synergy and stuff like that. So, actually, this might go in our deck. It's going to cost 4 a decent amount of the time. If we play a Wizard, like we have Clerics, Wizards, Rogues, and Warriors. Like we're all over the place. So actually, I think Seagate's probably going to make our deck. Certainly it's cuttable, but I think these aren't cuttable. I don't think any of these 2-drops are really cuttable. I mean, Fisher Wizard is not great, but Wizards is our lightest type. These are obviously not cuttable. They're just great cards. Yeah. So these are our cuttable cards. We have to cut 4. We have 3, 5, 6, 7. We have tons of 3-drops. Yeah, maybe we can cut 1 more land, but I don't know. Firstly, both our land spell modals are good spells to play. And then we're an aggro deck. We don't really want to lose sources. We want to have untapped lands on the early turns. Like, we don't want to play a tap land on turn, 2 with this deck, ever. And turn 1 if we have a Sneaking Guide. No, GOP has no synergy, but it's still not cuttable. It's a 5/3 trample for 3 mana, basically. Skulker could be cuttable, yeah. It's definitely, if I had to cut a 2-drop, it would be Skulker. I don't think I do, but if I had to cut 1, it would be Skulker. So, I'm pretty sure we're going to lose these Blight Priests. We ended up with 3 Blood Priests. I don't care about the Drain for 1, and we have tons of 3-drops, but we don't need the Clerics. Those are our weakest cards. Even though we have more Warriors, Goma Fade Vanguard really cares that we have Warriors out. Turn 2 Vanguard, turn 3 Champion is awesome. I'm not saying we're going to play all the Champions, but I'm going to cut all of the Blight Priests before I cut any Champions. So now we need to cut another 2 cards. How many 2-drops do we have? 3, 5, 6, 7, but we're not dying to play Blood Priest on turn 2. So I don't think we're going to cut Skulker. We don't have a lot of Rogues, and I want to play a 2-drop that isn't Blood Priest if possible. I might cut Kite Sail. I do think it would be good in this deck, but we also have Mace and double Sneaking Guide to get things through. I mean, I'm definitely okay with cutting Champion or Seagate as well, though. So we have 5 cards here, and we need to cut 2 of them and play 3 of them. Or we could cut a land. We could cut a Swamp. I guess we don't actually have that many black cards, so cutting a Swamp is not horrible. Because these aren't 2-drops we're dying to play on turn 2 anyway. And we have 6 red 2-drops that we'd rather play on turn 2. Plus, Fisher Wizard can help dig up a Swamp. Night Runner can help dig up a Swamp. Yeah, I could see cutting 1 Swamp. Still gives us 8 black sources and 9 red, and our black is more late game. And then, yeah, we can cut 1 Champion. That looks good to me. We have the 1 Kite Sail. We keep our 7/5 in, which we have a lot of synergy with. I think I'm down for that. It's really 17 lands. Oh god, the smell. Two-lander on the play, but we have Fisher Wizard and another 2-drop, Snap Keep, and Swamp and Mountain. So, turn 2, if I don't draw a land, I'll probably play Fisher Wizard, because I have these good 3-drops. If I do draw a land, then it's an easy bug catcher. You'd rather have the rummage later in the game when lands are dead, but I had to try and rummage up land 3 if I didn't top deck it last turn, because I have these good 3-drops to get going right away. I think I'm going to go beat down over card drawing here, and just put down the 4/3. Next turn I can possibly play like Wizards, Rogues, or both, so we're talking with like a 3/2 trample and a 4/3 here on the play. This is just a beat down hand. Yeah, I have a lot of synergies with the Colossus, and I have a lot of varied party types. The Colossus should be about 4 mana in my deck most of the time, and I can give it Flying, I can give it Menace, I can throw it at them for 7. It's a giant thing to bring back with Thort. It's also a warrior, fueling my my Vanguards. Like, I just have a lot of synergy with Seagate Colossus. So I could put the Mace on the Bug Catcher. Oh, I don't even need to do that. As long as I play a Rogue here or a Wizard, they have no blocks this turn. So I think that makes it easy. I'll just use all 3 mana and put out the Rogue. Then I can attack with both, and they just have to take 7 or chump block. Now look, they're Wizards. They've got a Relic Amulet going. They're going to be able to turn this game. But I can always play the Mace later. There's no reason to play it over a creature this turn, because I don't need to give anything Menace. They have no block. You have my blessing, Gustavo Fonzo. I hope that you will start winning and your bad losing streak will end. No, but that's a really good idea, C. Laszlo, to do some kind of like, with the channel points where like on stream somebody can like submit a deck or something, and then we could like analyze it or something. I will do something with the channel points, I absolutely promise. I'm not promising an exact date, but I will definitely be setting up a reward system for them. Yeah, Deadly Alliance would be fantastic in this deck. Okay, so now let's reevaluate. If I put the Mace on the Night Runner, I have a Rogue and a Warrior. So if they want to block it, they have to double block it and they'll lose both. If they take it, I get the top card, but unless it's a land, it just goes away. I guess if I just put out another Warrior, then Champion, they wouldn't have a block on anyway. But the only other Warrior I have, I can't cast. So, what do I want to do? I mean, Mace on Night Runner looks like my best turn. That's a good creature to get the Mace on, since it makes it hard to block and it draws extra cards on future turns. And now this turn, if they want, they either take 4, and if I hit a land, I get an extra land. I don't play the mountain from my hand, I play the land I hit, and then I still have land 5. That's nice. If I don't care that I milled myself for 1, I just get in 4 damage, and then I go Mountain Sneaking Guide. So, I mean, this is pretty good. There's the upside. It either forces them to double block and I kill both their creatures, or if I hit a land, then I get a free land. So, and if I get in the 4 damage, that's pretty good too. So I think that was clearly the right play. Alright, so what do we want to do now? I can just slam the 7-5 and then attack. If they trade, cool, they don't draw a card. That looks good, because the Expedition Champion will get pumped, or they can take 4. So that's definitely an option. I can Mace, and then they won't even have the option to block, but that seems worse than playing Seagate. Since I drew a land, I'm pretty sure this turn is just Mountain, Seagate, attack the Champion. Actually, they could give -4, -0 to the Champion with Chilling Trap, and eat it and draw a card and get a counter on the Amulet. So maybe I shouldn't attack. Yeah, I'm not going to attack for that reason. If I knew they didn't have Chilling Trap, I would trade. But this is an even trade. And if they do like Bubble Snare the Seagate or something, I kind of want to have the Champion out to put Mace on and hit them for, 6, 7 damage with. So if I knew for 100% they didn't have Chilling Trap, I would trade. But on the chance they have Chilling Trap, I don't think it's worth the attack, given it's a pretty even trade anyway. Well, then I couldn't cast Seagate, right? Sneaking Guide costs mana to use. I mean, I used all my mana to play Seagate. I would rather get a 7-5 in play than deal them, 2 damage. I mean, they might just be dead now. Well, no, I guess not. They can't be dead, because Mace doesn't make a creature unblockable. They just have to double block. But if I put the Mace on the Champion, and then I attack with both, that looks great. Well, that's an interesting draw. So I have Warriors and Rogues. I have Wizard and Cleric. I can actually drain them for 4 if I want. So you know what? If I attack with both right now, Seagate and Champion, they would probably just trade something for the Champion and take 7. But then I would be a point short because I wouldn't have a Warrior. If I go Fisher Wizard, Blood Priest pre-combat, and then I attack with everything, they're at 7. They have to block Seagate. So then they can, chump Seagate. Yeah, so that looks great. So here's the thing, right? Oh, Seagate's a Warrior, you're right. I'll still have a Warrior. Okay, in that case, I'm just going to attack with Champion and Seagate, because then they can double block Seagate, and then that's great for me. Or they can block Champion and take 7, and then they're dead. So, yeah, I forgot. Good job, chat. So if Seagate wasn't a Warrior, my doing it pre-combat would be right. But since Seagate is a Warrior, this play is definitely right. I give them the opportunity to just be dead, and then if not, they double block Seagate and take 4. That's a good turn for me. And then we'll just dump out all our creatures, of course. Definitely not discarding it. Just putting it out and draining them for 4. And good luck to the opponent. They pretty much have to kill all their stuff. I mean, we did have lethal. The thing was, we would have had to make this... We would have made the same play just pre-combat, which takes away the ability for them to die. Because if they had 2 options that turn when I attacked there. They could have traded the Diviner for the 4/3, took 7, and drew a card. Or they could double block the 7/5, lose both their creatures, and take 4. So, if they had chosen to block the Champion and take the 7, they would be dead. But they chose, if we do it pre-combat, then they know they can't take the 7. So, and it would be worth it to do it pre-combat. We don't need lethal, we're way ahead. It would be worth it to do it pre-combat if it was going to cost us a point of drain on the Blood Priest or something. But of course it wasn't. As the chat correctly pointed out, I had a second Warrior here. And they couldn't kill both Warriors in combat. That was impossible. Okay, so I assume I'm just going to Mace the Sneaking Guide. Let's see, they're dead if they don't have anything. If they have 1 damage to... But they do have Relic Amulet, so let's say they have, Into the Royal. Let's ignore the 1 damage to everything. Obviously, I probably can't beat that. But they do... If I attack with all 4 and they have, a 2-mana card Into the Royal plus Relic Amulet, how do I ensure death? Can I? I actually can't, right? Because I can only get in 2. So I don't want to have a creature get eaten here. Like I said, I'm pretty far ahead. And I don't need to lethal them this turn. So, and this you have to remove all the counters. It's not like they can like ping my stuff off one at a time. So I think what I'm going to do here is just enhance my small creatures to kind of force them to deal with my weaker stuff, right? Like now this has flying, so they don't have a kill on that. Then I'm going to put Mace on the Fisher Wizard, so now they don't have a kill on that. And then I'm just going to attack with the 2/2/1s here. Well, I guess I'll send the 2/3, but... Because, I mean, they can't pump the Stalker. Well, now I won't, but... Because they could have double blocked the maced creature, potentially. Now there's no reason to send the champion. Of course, they would just snap block. But before, they could have flashed in, like, you know, Duelist or something and ended up double blocking the mace creature, and then the champion might have gotten in too. Why not what on the 2/3? This had 3 counters on it. I wanted them to have to kill my 2/1, not my 2/3. I wanted to make them kill my worst creatures. Like, this one has 3 toughness, so they can't Relic Amulet it out. So if they don't have more removal, it's more reliable that I can kill them with this champion than I could have a 1 toughness creature. Like, basically, they were going to have to Amulet there wherever I put the mace, and I wanted them to have to mace to Amulet away the 2/1, not the 2/3. I mean, this is tight. They have an Amulet out. They have a lot of mana. Like, I don't know if we're going to win or lose. Well, that's a really good draw. So if the Blood Priest dies, I bring it back and they lose. I don't really see a reason to do things pre-combat now. Oh, except that I might not be able to cast Thor if I lose all my creatures. So, let's see. This is interesting. So if I can bring back 2 creatures pre-combat and then attack with all 3, that doesn't seem good. I mean, I'm only 1 land away from thwarting back the Blood Priest later. Yeah, I think we just send Priest, and then if they kill it post-combat, we go for Thort for the win. Unless they have, like, a hard counter, we win. Yeah, they'd have to kill all 3 here, which is near impossible. Even if they use a removal and the Relic Amulet, we can pay 5 for Thort. As long as they don't have a hard counter now, we win. If they have Negate or something, then they win, but that's highly unlikely. And I guess we want the 7/5. If we send the whole team and they block and kill something, and then kill something with Amulet and a removal, we wouldn't be able to cast Thor. If I make it unblockable, then they can kill it with Relic Amulet, and then again, we can't cast Thor. I mean, I don't need to get Wizard, because as long as Drain for 1 happens, they're dead. They're at 1. If they were at, like, 2 or 3, yeah, the Redundant Warrior, maybe they kill a Warrior and it takes me off it. But they're at 1. They can't kill all 3 creatures here. It's not really playing it safe. I think that's the number one thing I've noticed that the chat kind of, like, quote-unquote does wrong. I'm not saying my choice is always right, but the times that I mostly disagree with the chat and, like, have a relatively high degree of confidence a lot of the time is the chat just always wants whatever lethals as quickly as possible, or is lethal if they have nothing. If you're in a winning position and you have these good cards in hand that can lethal them, you're very rarely, need to take risks to lethal them now as opposed to next turn. You want to just mitigate the effects of the cards they can have that can stop you. Like, I'm not in a rush to lethal them if I'm not, like, at, like, a low life and going to die to their, next attack or something. The goal is to keep making their cards worse and worse more than to find some way to lethal them this turn if they have nothing. Alright, so what can we do here? I can play another warrior, but unfortunately their 2-drop had 3 power, so I can't stop it from being able to block. So I'm not sure what the right play is here. I mean, I can put out a Blood Priest, get a 3-point drain, and then offer that as a trade. I could offer the Vanguard trade to try and clear the way. I have another Vanguard. But if I could ever turn those on, that would be way better. But I don't have a third warrior in hand, and I do only have 2 lands. I think I might just play Blood Priest for a 3-point drain here, and then attack with Vanguard. No, because the Blood Priest just might end up doing 4. I'm just going to attack with Vanguard and let them trade. I'm not happy about it, but I have another Vanguard. I just need to try and clear the way and hope I can attack. So now they could, what, flash in like the 2-1 or the 1-1. The Duelist does nothing. So I can attack with the Vanguard and see what they have. If they flash in the 2-1 flyer, I'll just give it unblockable with the Sneaking Guide. If they take it, cool. And then post-combat, what? Blood Priest and Sneaking Guide, or Electromancer and Sneaking Guide? Definitely Electromancer and Sneaking Guide. This gets in more damage. Maybe I should have played Blood Priest last turn, because I could have played Vanguard off of this Electromancer, and now I just have to play Sneaking Guide number 2. I missed that. I didn't consider that last turn, that I was going to get bonus red mana if I top decked the land, and that I wouldn't be able to play a black 2-drop. Okay, so yeah, sequence is interesting with Party. So I don't want to let them trade with Vanguard. Well, I don't really care what they trade with, I guess. If they even want to eat a Sneaking Guide, I'm dealing them a lot of damage. Maybe I just attack with everything here. Like, Wizard, Rogue, Warrior, Cleric. So let's say they eat a Sneaking Guide and they take 6, they're at 11, and then I drain them for 4, they're at 7, and then the next Blood Priest drains them for 4 and they're at 3. Yeah, I think I'm just going to attack with everything and let them block whatever they want. If they want to trade with the 3-2, that's an even trade. It takes me off 1 point of Blood Priest, but then they're not even killing my 1-1s, and they're dealing more damage. If they want to eat a 1-1, I think they're just going to be dead to the Blood Priest and the attacks. I could have played the Cleric first for 1 extra point of damage. Maybe I should have done that, but then that also shows the opponent the situation. So, then maybe they eat a Sneaking Guide or something. So I think that was probably correct. This time I'll do it because they're going to do whatever they have anyway. But if they trade with the Vanguard in combat, I don't want to miss a point. Yeah, I know they could have Tempest, but I'm still attacking. Like, they can eat a 2-2 and go to 3, like, and then I'll try and get them with these Sneaking Guides. And I have the Zoff consumption for backup. I mean, look, they could have removal, they could stabilize, but it's 26-3, so all I have to do is draw 2 lands, and then I drain them with Zoff consumption. I also have Kazul's Fury, probably a few other ways to get in these final points. And that's if they have removal. If they have nothing, I just Sneaking Guide the 2 Blood Priests and they're dead. But yeah, I knew they would have something there. Probably Living Tempest is just like, I'll sack a creature to deal them 4 last turn. Alright, no real decisions here. They may have removal or bounce, but, well, if they enter the roll, the Blood Priest, lull. If they have, like, a Subtle Strike, they can kill 1 and go to 1. They still have to deal with all my small creatures forever because of the Sneaking Guides. You remember when I took the Sneaking Guide over the Rockslide Sorcerer? Because I said Sneaking Guide was going to be incredible in this deck? I don't pat myself on the back that often, but this is a card that I cut from a lot of decks, and Rockslide Sorcerer is a card I first pick some of the time. But given we have all these Blood Priests and are such a party deck, the 1 mana, and such an aggro deck, and all these 2-power creatures, the 1 mana 1/1 Rogue was just going to be awesome for us. Because it's so hard for anybody to race us, and these have to get killed or they push through those final points of damage. And, like, they add 1 to party from turn 1. So it was just like a perfect fit. Okay, do we attack with everything or just the 2 Blood Priests? I'm guessing they're dead no matter what, but what do we want to do? Probably just the 2 Blood Priests, right? If they have 2 removal spells, then we're much happier to attack with just the 2 Blood Priests and have those kill those than attack with everything, because they would just kill all 4 creatures. Nah, Mace doesn't make sense now. Just make them have, like, Veil -2/-0 to everything, and then we'll try and kill them again next turn, or double removal. Yeah, if we attack all, it's worse for us if they have Veil or double removal. Like, now they just Veil, okay, we just kill them again next turn, or they kill the 2 Blood Priests, but then the Sneaking Guides are still out, so they're just going to end up dying to those anyway. Yeah, we can't worry about stuff like the rare black board wipe unless we're in a real position to do so, right? I mean, we have a hyper aggro deck here, all 1, 2, and 3 drops, like burn, ways to get them through. Like, if opponent has a card like that, I mean, we'll play around if we're in a position where we can, but for the most part, that's not something we're thinking about. We're just trying to make sure we push in our 20, put them on their back foot, and make it so that they can't stabilize. Wizards, Warriors, so Seagate currently costs 5. Most likely I'm going to have to Fisher Wizard to try and dig up a swamp or something. But I guess, I mean, obviously we don't have any decisions yet, and we can always Bug Catcher before Fisher Wizard and get a little more information. And then we'll start to figure out what we're going to do. Whoa, Rune Crab, I don't care. But that makes it an easy Bug Catcher because that's going to attack for 3. The Wizard would only be 2. Rune Crab doesn't scare me. Now, Fisher Wizard. We have Wizards and Warriors at the moment, so Seagate would cost 5. So I don't know what I discard here. I mean, I could just play Shatter Skull. Oh, no, because then this won't have 3 and they'll be able to block, so that's definitely not right. So, yeah, I mean, my hand's really good. It's not a loot, it's a rummage. I don't have to discard anything. I mean, I'm obviously not discarding Shatter Skull Charger. I don't know if I discard Seagate Colossus or Subtle Strike or Mountain, though. Those are all options. No, I'm not going to attack and Subtle Strike if they block. I'm just going to put out the Wizard and hit them for 3. I don't care about killing the Crab. If the Crab isn't blocking, it's basically already dead. They can mill me all they want. Like I said, I'm a hyper aggro deck. The question is, what do I discard to Fisher Wizard? I'm going to play a land first so they can't Jirari Disruption it if they have that. But yeah, with the Wizard out, the Strike is kind of on. I might discard nothing. Nothing is definitely an option, but I also probably should just discard the Seagate Colossus. It still costs 5. Yeah, I'm just going to discard the Colossus. I didn't really want to discard a Mountain because of the Shatter Skull Charger. I mean, I certainly could have. Basically, any card in my hand could have been discarded there except Shatter Skull Charger. But at the end of the day, I think I'm just going to pitch the 5 mana card or the 6 mana card. Now we give ourselves the ability to have a nice double spell turn with Subtle Strike and Bug Catcher. So no real decisions. I mean, they can block however they want. I can't really stop that. We'll see what they do. I mean, there's no way for Subtle Strike to kill both of these creatures and have both of mine live, right? Like, if they put the crab on the Fisher Wizard and I use either half there, the Bug Catcher just trades with the Geyser Mage, but that's fine. Then I have, I'll deal an extra point of trample with the Subtle Strikes -1/-1. I'll leave the +1/+1 counter on the Fisher Wizard. And if they don't block with the crab, then I can trump the Geyser Mage block with the Subtle Strike. And I have Bug Catcher for post-combat either way. So, just attack. There's no way this can work out bad for me, and there's no way it can work out, like, incredible for me. So they decided to leave the crab home, so now we can use the +1/+1 and the -1/-1 here and just win combat. Like I said, there was no way for it to work out awesome for me, and no way for it to work out bad for me. If they would have blocked crab on the wizard, I would just lose this Bug Catcher and kill the crab and leave the +1/+1 on the wizard, which would be a slightly better board, and they'd be at, like, a little bit less life or whatever. Like, it would be, like, slightly better for me. Sorry, they'd be at 1 more life or something. Or 2 more life. Okay, so what do we want to do now? We can't add another creature type to the board. This Bug Catcher can attack as a 4/3. I can also play this other 4/3. It doesn't die at end of turn. It just goes back to hand. And then attack with everything. And then it's what? Rune Crab on 2/1. Lagak on Bug Catcher. And they would take 8. Then they're in Kazul's Fury range. But I really don't need to do that. Like, I can just trade Bug Catcher for Lagak, add a 3/1 to the board, and then see what they have for next turn, right? That's just a better play, I think. Nah, wizard. This is a wizard. So Bug Catcher can attack and trade with the Lagak, which clears the 3/4 so that I can attack with all my small creatures again. And then GOP'd, you know, if I play a land, it's a 5-power Trampler, and I have Fury. So I think, like, we just attack with the 4/3. If they trade, it's an even trade, but it clears the way for all the smaller creatures. If they take 4, cool. And we can play the Fury as a land if we really want to. Like, if we want to use our mana on Charger, we can still give GOP +2/+2 by playing Fury as a land. What makes them not want to block there is that the Lagak was stopping all these small creatures. The same reason we're happy with the trade. I'm not saying whether it was right or wrong for them to block. It depends on their hand. But the reason we were happy with an even trade was because the Lagak is stopping these other creatures. Alright, so the only card they can play, really, are, like, well, actually, there's a lot of cards for 1 blue in this format. They could have Duelist, Shell Shield, or Chilling Trap. They're at 8. The most damage we can present this turn is if we play the Fury as a land to pump the GOP, and then we play the Charger and attack with all 5. If we do that, 5/3 on 3/4, 1 point of trample, that's a lot of damage. I mean, we're blowing our load, so to speak, but that's a lot of damage. Yeah, it's a lot of trample damage. I mean, they might have Chilling Trap or Duelist or something. If they have nothing, they're dead. So I guess it's worth going for. It's not like the combat's going to work out that badly for me. Even if they have the 1 blue trick, combat's still going to be fine. They're not going to die if they have the trick, but if they have nothing, they're dead. And if they have the trick, like, it's going to be, like, medium. So they did have the trap, so they're not... Wait, they just took 8 and died, though. They didn't have to die if they had the trap. Like I said, combat wasn't going to work out that well for them because they couldn't make all those profitable blocks. They would have had to trap one of the ones getting through and still trade the Diviner for the GOP and go to, like, 2 or something. Death before Dishonor, I guess. I gotta use the bathroom again. I'm gonna queue up the next match. Wow, no mountains, huh? Do we keep or do we mull with no mountains? This hand is so good if we get there, but we're an aggro deck. I think I need to mulligan. Alright, Kazul's Fury is a land. This is a 2-lander. We're going to keep this. Do we put back Seagate or Skulker? We have Rogues and Warriors, so right now Seagate costs 5. That's a lot, but we have the Fury. Oh, no, we're going to play the Fury as a land, probably. So we probably won't be throwing this at them. So I'm going to bottom that. Yeah, I hate mulliganing, but with an aggro deck, you can't really keep a hand that doesn't curve out. As you've noticed, like, we're a hyper aggro deck. We're really good at pushing in damage and finishing the opponents off. But, like, I kind of have to just curve out, right? Like, that's what my deck does. So, no real decisions here. We already have a Rogue out. We now drew a Wizard. Next turn, I'll either go, like... I did the same thing I did last game. Like, the Bugcatcher does more than the Skulker in play, but I can't play the Skulker off the Electromancer, and I could have played the Bugcatcher off the Electromancer. So I should have played Skulker last turn, because then I could go Electromancer, Bugcatcher. When will I ever learn? Okay, well, for this turn, since I can't play 2 things anyway, let's just get another Warrior out. This way, at least, maybe I can do more later. No, this time it's right to put the Champion out, not the black card, because it's just a better card, and it uses a whole extra mana now anyway. But, like, on turn 2, I should have played the Skulker over the Bugcatcher. And then this turn, I could have went Electromancer, Bugcatcher. Like, even though, yes, I still have the same problem, it was still right to put the better creature out. But on turn 2, it was definitely wrong. So now, I mean, do we want to play Electromancer and then make Champion unblockable, or do we just want to play Skulker? Electromancer, make Champion unblockable seems fine. Just going to hold on to the Fury. I mean, we need to draw a Swamp to cast Thwart anyway. Right. It was definitely not right to play Skulker on turn 3, but it was definitely right to play Skulker on turn 2. Like I said, on turn 2, I made the mistake. Okay, now I'm going to play Fury as a land, because we have a 5-drop I want to play, and just put out Skulker. I mean, we can win this game as a grindy deck. I mean, it's not something our deck does well, but we drew Thwart. And, I mean, so we can make them trade off with our stuff, trade off with Charger, and then Thwart back our best stuff. It's definitely possible for us to win this game as a grindy deck. I'm not saying it's going to be easy or anything. It's not what our deck does well. I'm not going to double block because the Mace... Actually, the Mace costs black to move. Oh, but they have the Pack Beast. So I need... after I kill the Pack Beast, then I can make a double block. Alright. For now, trades are good for me. They don't have a profitable block on the Charger, so I'm going to play that and attack with it. Do I send the Skulker? I don't know. Do I send the Skulker? That's the only question here. I mean, I'm not winning this race. Oh, I can thwart and play the Charger off the Electromancer mana. That is awesome. Wow, the chat is so on top of things. So all I have out are rogues right now, so I have to get a wizard and a warrior, which I can do. Either one of these. It's pretty close. And then play the Skulker. Yeah, good play, chat. So we get the Electromancer and then one of the warriors. I don't know which. I guess the champion. It's bigger. And they still would have to lose 2 creatures to block there, and then we can definitely send the Skulker now, because we have a bunch of blockers back. Nice play, chat. This time it was the chat coming up with the tight play. Thwart for the ritual effect to get to hit with the 4/3. I mean, look, it goes back to my hand as opposed to if I kicked it. But Thwart's a strong play for the turn, too, so that was definitely the right play. So, good job, chat. That said, I'm not winning this race, so I probably have to just double block now. I can lose, like, the 1/1 and the 3/2 and keep the 2/3. Which will be a 4/3 when I play Charger. That's weird. Maybe they didn't realize they could make a black and put the mace on something. Seems better to mace something than to use 1 mana for Hellhound. Alright, well, let's say I play Charger and attack with everything. Am I dead? Like, is there any way they can kill me? If they draw a land, they can equip mace. This is 2, 3, 5, like 6, 7. No, it's not lethal. If they don't draw a land and equip mace, it's definitely not lethal. So, we're going to play Charger and attack. The only question now, though, do I want to play Charger unkicked and play Bugcatcher, or do I want to play Charger kicked? This is a pretty tight game, so I probably play the Charger unkicked to get the Bugcatcher in play. If they want to kill either creature, they have to double block and lose 2 creatures. And if they lose Pack Beast, that's just awesome for me, because then the mace is offline. And if they're chumping, of course, I'm happy about that. It's not about blocking with the Charger. The point of kicking it is then I don't have to spend my mana on it every turn. But in this tight of a race, yeah, we'd rather get a Bugcatcher in play. Remember, though, all I have are warriors right now. This Bugcatcher is just a 2/2. So, I mean, it was pretty close, I think. I could have the Charger still in play, and they would have took an extra point of damage. Okay, I'm not going to block to chump block. So now they can trade the 3/2 with something, but they're not going to kill me on the backswing because they have to lose, like, something, right? This is 5 points of trample. Let's say they block with the 1/1. 3, 5, 6, 7, right? But 7's not 8, and they can't play a creature and play mace since that and equip mace because it literally uses all their mana. So now no real decisions, I think. Any trade is fine, chumping is fine. We're winning the race on board as long as they don't top deck some way to push in extra damage. Let's just attack and make them block. And 3, 5, 6, 7, and 7 isn't 8. And they can't take it all, right? Because then they'd be dead, so. If they want to chump with the 1/1 and take 7 to try and kill me, they can, but they're short on board. If they want to trade and take a bunch, that's fine for me. Yeah, dash is a cool mechanic, I agree. So now they're just dead. Trample, trample, 2 toughness. Thanks, Coded Combat. Appreciate that subscription. Draft Kingdom indeed. Draft life. This red-black party deck is playing out pretty well. It depends on what they are. With how low my curve is, if the 6 to 7 MDFCs were like, I wouldn't necessarily play weak MDFCs if I had that many, because I can't just cut all lands for them. I can't play like 6 tap lands in the stack. Don't get me wrong, I can cut weak spells for them and then, play all 6, and I could play like, 13 or 14 lands and like, but I can't go to like 11 lands and 6 tap lands. I completely agree. I'm going to say the same thing that I always say, but it's really important. Hugo Lisboa. Wizards knows where I'm at with Limited, but they don't know where all of you are at with Limited. So if you want to see more Limited in high-level play, in league play, in Mythic Championships and so on, tweet at WotC. Message WotC. Let them know. I obviously tweet about it and mention it from time to time, but they already know where I stand. But I'm not the one you got to tell. Tag Magic Esports and say, we want Limited in league play. We want Limited in Mythic Championships. You got to let WotC know. I'm not the one you got to convince. Send them an email, send them a message. I don't know, Wolo Crash. I know Twitter's the easiest way, but, you could always email them, let them know, like, that you're disappointed, that you love Limited. Limited is skill intensive, skill rewarding. You want to see the best players in the world play each other in draft, not just standard. Let WotC know. They care. The reason they're running standard over limited is because that's what they think will get higher viewership. I'm not saying, how many messages it takes to change their mind or anything, but they do care. Like, the reason they're running standard is just because they think that's what most people want to tune in for. Okay, Bugcatcher over Blood Priest is a no-brainer. They both attack for 2, but Blood Priest has the ability to drain for more, whereas Bugcatcher has the ability to attack for more. Next turn, of course, we're probably going to play GOP, but after that, maybe we'll double spell with Blood Priest or something like that. So, of course, we'd rather put down a 5-3 trample than get in an extra point of damage with the Bugcatcher this turn. So we wouldn't play the Blood Priest, we just play the Geopede. If they can't, kill this Geopede, our hand does a lot of damage. If they do kill the Geopede, alright, drain for 2, attack for 3, and back to you, opponent. I completely agree, Coded Combat. Whoa, they just chose to kill Bugcatcher over Geopede? Oh, well, they probably have the 1 damage card. Okay, yeah. Well, there goes my game plan. Nighthawk just took apart my entire board. Geopede is a really good aggressive threat. It's basically a 3-mana 5-3 trample, if you're really aggressive. Obviously, on defense, it's always a 3-1, and if you're behind, then you can't attack with it as a 5-3, but it is a very good aggressive threat. So I don't have another warrior, so I can't make the rogue unable to block. Looks like it's just land and pass, right? I can cast pretty much every card in my deck, so there's no need to play Consumption or Fury as lands. I don't know. I don't really think that's true, Wolo, but it could be. But I think that traditionally in the Pro Tours, for different reasons that wouldn't apply now, Limited got less views than Standard. So that's the reason I think that they just have been running less and less Limited. Maybe they have secret reasons, but I really don't think so. Because Limited sells packs, Constructed sells packs. It doesn't matter which is more indirect or direct. They all just sell packs and whatever. So my guess is they're going to run whatever they think will be more popular. Just in case they Mind Drain later or something. I don't really care about showing them this. I'm not going to sit around holding a 6-mana card. I think they just genuinely think it'll get less viewers. I think they're wrong, but I'm not sure that they're wrong. I just think they're wrong. 26 to 12, huh? I mean, they're hitting for 10 to only take 4 back, but I have Kazul's Fury. I mean, I could double block, like, Black Bloom Rogue, and I would only lose 1. But then I'm only saving 2 damage. I think I just take 12 and hit for 4 back. Hope I draw, like, another Blood Priest or something. I mean, I'm definitely down to try and race. I mean, my deck does not do late game well. I'm not saying it's going to work. I mean, they chose this line. I'm sure they have their reasons. Shepherd, yeah. If they play Shepherd, like, it's pretty much over. They'll gain 6, and there's no way I can win. Yeah, I agree, Death Javu. Again, I don't know anything for sure, but my theory is that Limited used to get less viewers because there's so many different cards that with the cameras and the paper cards, people just didn't even know what cards were in play. They couldn't scroll over them and follow along and stuff. Now on Arena with the overlays, I think Limited will get more viewers than Standard. Not even the same. But I'm biased, and I don't know if I'm right, but that's what I think. I agree with what you're saying, basically. I think the reason is it was in person with the cameras. It was hard to follow. So they have Rogue, Warrior, Rogue. So they're dealing exactly 2. So I can sack the Bug Catcher here and deal them 1, or I can sack, like, a 2-1. Oh, you know what I can do? I can sack, like, a 2-1 and deal 2 to the... No, they have 2 Rogues, 2 Warriors, Rats. So I can't make this deal less than 2. So I can't do anything. It's a nice play by the opponent. Not that they know I have Kazul's Fury, but like even if I kill the Silencer, it's still -2/-2 because they have this other Rogue. So do I do anything? This is looking very rough. I guess not. There's no good Fury play. Throw the Catcher at something for 1, or that's it. I don't know if this is even stealable now. This is looking extremely bad. Maybe if I slap the Menace equipment on something and hit them for 4, and then throw it at them for 4 more, I can exactly 8 them. That might be a way I could win. Yeah, but Croakies is such an enigma. Like, if you look at every other constructed streamer, they don't really get more viewers than Limited streamers, right? Croakies is the exception, not the norm. Okay, so now I'm definitely going to Kazul's Fury with that. I think to even stay alive, to be able to kill them, I pretty much have to just throw it at the Silencer and not them. I don't think there's really choices. It's not like if I put them to 6, I have an out that does 6. Don't tilt, but do keep subscribing. Thank you, I'm tilting. I really appreciate the subscription. Alright, so we could double block the Black Bloom and only lose 1, or we can double block a 4/3 and lose both. I have to basically draw Thort from the grave, I think, to have any shot. I will have 2 dead creatures either way. I don't have any 3-power creatures at the moment, though, so I'm going to end up in a bad spot versus these 4/3s anyway. So I think I double block the 4/3 Warrior here, which turns the champion off. This is obviously a very bad scenario for me. But maybe if I draw Thort now, I can get back into this game against 2 2/3s. If I draw Swamp, I am dead. Oh, Croakies is a great streamer. I mean, all the credit in the world to Croakies. I'm just saying, I don't think you can look at Croakies stream and go, Constructed is more popular than Limited. Because if you look at other people who do primarily Constructed versus other people who do primarily Limited, like Jeff Hoogland and Numat Thanami have both been at it for a long time. Jeff does almost all constructed, Numat does almost all limited, and they get comparable numbers of viewers, right? So I think Crokies is just more the exception. No real decisions. That's our first warrior in play anyway. Next turn we can decide with Fisher Wizard or to put another Vanguard out. I mean, if they only put out a 2-power blocker, we'll almost definitely just play another Vanguard. Okay, well now it's more of a choice because we can make the Blade Master unable to block whichever one we play. We still probably want to play Vanguard because that's going to give us 2 Vanguards to attack with next turn. And we're on the play, so even though they played a double striker, I mean, we expect to win this race. I don't have any Blood Priests yet, but I do have 3 of them, plus Wizard to draw an extra card. If I had played the Wizard, I could play the 7/5 next turn, but I don't even know that I want to do that. Like, I want to discard Swamp to the Wizard, and then I'll see what I draw. And now I'm on the play with double Vanguard. I should be able to make all their stuff basically unable to block. So... Alright, so we'll see. Hopefully we can draw, like, a warrior. And we did. So now we can make the Farsight Adept unable to block, because we can have 3 warriors in play. Seems like definitely the right play. The only question is, do we play Kazul's Fury? We could use the extra land and play now, but we do also potentially have the 7/5 to throw at them. So, if we play Bugcatcher and then we attack, they take 5, they can't block. And then this is actually really close, whether we want to just play the Kazul's Fury or not as a land. I think I do. Fisher Wizard to hit another mountain? No way. If I whiff, then I have like next to no attack. Right now, if I play Bugcatcher, they just take 5, and the life totals are 20 to 11. I'm definitely not playing Fisher Wizard. 100% I'm playing Bugcatcher. The only question is hold Kazul Fury or play it as a land. I get in 5 damage, and I get further ahead. It's 20 to 11. This is 100% the right play. Y'all are being way too greedy. That's my 3rd warrior, which means the 3/3 can't block. So unless, like, I'm missing something, this means they have no blocks. They take another 5. I'm way ahead in life. This is 100% the right play. Whether I play the Kazul's Fury as a land or not is the tough decision. I think I will. Because I want to discard the Swamp to the Wizard, and I mean, I want to be able to play this as a creature anyway. I think it's really close, because I don't want to play the Swamp this turn. So that's why I played the Fury, but it's possible I just don't play a land. I think that was a really close choice, but I think playing the Fisher Wizard would have been horrible. I know I top decked the mountain, but if I don't, I miss 5 damage. Okay, so now we can put a 3rd warrior in play again, which again means this can't block, and then we send Bugcatcher, Vanguard. The only question is, do we send the Sneaking Guide? If they eat it, they take 3, 5, and they go to 6. Otherwise, they're trading the Blade Master for the Vanguard, probably. I think putting them to 6 is probably worth losing the Sneaking Guide here. I think they'll probably trade with the Vanguard, and I'm just getting in an extra 1. If they want to eat it, I think I'm cool with that. If they make this block, they kill my best of the 3 creatures, but they take a lot. Then they'll take 5. Yeah, no, we were definitely playing Colossus, but you want to think in batches. I don't always do this on stream because I'm interacting with the chat, but like when you decide you're playing Colossus for 3rd warrior and then attacking with Vanguard, At the same time, you should also decide whether you're going to send the sneaking guide or not. You don't want to, when you're playing Magic, just go ahead and do things, because then sometimes you'll realize, oh, I should have done this other thing because it would make this play I'd make later in the turn better. I always play that way when I'm playing in Pro Tours and stuff. When I'm playing on stream, I'm like constantly interacting with the chat and stuff, so I can't always plan my whole turn at once. But okay, so now, oh well, now that's just game. No decisions. If I didn't draw the Kite Sail, I would probably have just played the Wizard and Blood Priest pre-combat and then like attacked with it both. Because like they're going to have to double block the 7/5 or chump it to eat the other creature. And the other creature is not doing much anymore, so. Just top deck like an MPLer? I've been drawing more like a rival for the past year or two. Hopefully I'll start drawing like an MPLer again. I definitely drew like an MPLer in 2018 to get into the MPL. But for the past year or two, it's been more like, you know, like a challenger. Are there no paid actors in the MPL? Not to my knowledge, but, you know, at this point you're talking about, like, I wouldn't necessarily know. The weekend went okay. I mean, I went 4-7, which is obviously not good, but it's league play. It's not like every win is worth something. And, I mean, all the matches are tough. You know, it's all MPLers and rivals. I mean, like, there are people who got, like, 2 wins on the weekend and played 12 matches. And I didn't show up for 1 match. So, in reality, I played 10 matches, I won 4, and I lost 6. Not like I'm happy with that or it's great or anything, but it's also not, like, abysmal. LSV's a good actor? Yeah, maybe. I definitely prefer if he went into acting than comedy. I am not drinking whey protein. I am drinking a Starbucks vanilla sweet cream cold brew. Miserable pun league. Nicely done. Okay, do we play Zoff as a land or not? I mean, all our cards here cost 2 and 3. I guess I'll hold it and see what I draw. I could definitely get punished for that, but they also might stabilize at 4 or whatever and then get drained out on turn 10 or whatever. Because, I mean, I have a good aggressive start, and I can cast my whole hand. Okay, so I don't want this trade. I can't mace it this turn. It's better to get out a 4-3. I can mace the bug catcher next turn. So I think I'm not attacking here. My ripped up blinds thanks to the cats. Thanks, Robufter. Okay, that kind of changes things. So now the non-maced creature can't attack because, like, they could just put Sellsword on champion. So if I want to attack, I have to mace. My other option is land Skulker Blood Priests. If I do that, I can send the Bug Catcher for a lot of trample damage. Oh, no, but I won't have a second warrior to pump the champion then. This isn't, like, bad for me. It's just awkward. I mean, if I mace the champion, I get in 5, or they double block and lose both. And then, I guess I just drop more creatures next turn. I mean, I'm definitely prepared to race. I have Blood Priest ends off consumption. So even though this isn't, like, smooth as far as the turn, it's still 5 damage, or they trade their 2/2 drops for my 3 drop, both of which are excellent for me, of course. fairly sure that was the correct play. They either take the 5, and I still have the 5/3 menace out, or they get 2 for 1 there. Pretty sure I'm discarding Zoff Consumption. This one's easy. I need my creatures, my bodies. Keeping Skulker +1's already for the Blood Priest. I'm not really that close to casting that one. Just seems like a no-brainer. Okay, so now they don't have a block on board, but they could have like Subtle Strike or Practice Tactics. I guess I don't really care about the Bug Catcher in particular, so let me just dump out my stuff pre-combat, get in the drains, and then, like, even if they have Subtle Strike, they still lose the Acquisitions Expert. If they have Practice Tactics, that's going to kill something no matter what. And if not, they take 4. Okay, so pretty sure I want to get the Vanguard in play, so I'm going to Kite Sail the Bug Catcher. No, the Bug Catcher can just trade with the Felidar, so that can attack on the ground. So I will, because that's a good trade. Yeah, it's more damage if I Kite Sail it, but if I clear off the 3/4, that helps me attack on the ground with other things anyway. So I think it's Kite Sail on, like, the Blood Priest, and then just attack with the Bug Catcher and the Blood Priest, and then I have the Vanguard for post-combat. Remember, like, trades like this are really good for me, because Mace gives Menace, so if I clear out their creatures, that means they're not going to be able to block later, and I'm trading, like, you know, a smaller creature for a much bigger creature. Sorry, I need to deal with the fan. I apologize. I know I need to. Like, that's... I don't know how to deal with it, but I know it's doable, and I honestly just need to do it. So now it's interesting. Well, I won't get rid of y'all, but I will try and get rid of the fan noise. Yeah, well, I got the laptop, for the good gaming laptop, and it runs the stream fine, and the reason I did that was so I could take it on the road with me, like if I ever go somewhere for 2 weeks or a month or something, which I think was a good choice. I just need to address the fan situation in my setup. Yeah, so they probably have a removal spell, so I don't want to get blown out. I have another Bug Catcher to add to the board, and I'm way ahead, so I think I'm just going to attack for 2 in the air. They can kill it or take 2, and then I'll drop Bug Catcher. Yeah, right, I guess we're not going somewhere anytime soon, but I did take it on the road with me in 2019 to a Pro Tour, to the MPL meeting in January at Seattle. Like, I took it a few times and streamed from the road a few times, and I mean, so I was happy I did that. But yes, now with COVID, I guess we're not going anywhere anymore. So if they don't have anything, I can Mace up the Blood Priest, and that's just lethal. They only have 1 flyer. This is kind of weird. I mean, they didn't play anything last turn. I guess if they kill it, then I can get it back with Thwart. Not this turn, but that's going to be good too. So I'm just going to go for lethal this way. If they have absolutely nothing, it's just 5. This has Menace now. If they kill it, like, I can Thwart and get back the drain and have a great attack next turn. The flyer has lifelink, but it can't block. My creature has Menace, and they only have the 1 flyer. I mean, the flyer already can't block my Menace creature, so why attack with the Vanguard to make the flyer unable to block? What's the point? If they don't have removal, they're already dead. The flyer already can't block. My creature has Menace. Okay, 6-1. Let's see if we can get 7 wins. We failed last time, right? 6-2, but then I lost game 7 to finish 6-3, or game 9, or whatever. Now we got 2 shots at it. We're 6-1 with this deck. A pop-up filter. I will Google that when I get off stream. Just pretend Red Bull is offering prizes if I win. You know what's funny? So, like, those prizes are awesome, super sweet, but they're for y'all, right? Like, I wasn't in the drawings. So, I'm just such a generous, content creator that I summon the courage to try and win my hardest, not for my league matches or anything, but just when Red Bull is offering prizes to the chat if I win. That's just what a great guy I am. I can't believe you won that dangle. Like, I'm happy you deserve it. You do a lot of great work for the stream. But it's just also just, like, unbelievable. There's, like, 1,000 people in that drawing. Like, the odds of you winning it were so low. I will fix the fan again, I promise. Stay on me. Like, just keep mentioning that to me until I fix it. Because it's something that should be addressed. Alright, this hand's far from perfect, but we're on the draw, and we have the wizard to discard a black card and try and dig up a swamp, so we're never going to mull this. We're on the draw with red 1-drop, red 2-drop, red 3-drop, and our red 2-drop allows us to cycle a black card and look for a swamp. So this is a snap keep, even if it's a flawed hand. And we need land 3 for the 2 red 3-drop, so no real decisions here, I think, other than which black 2-drop we discard, and I think that's pretty easy, Skulker. Again, no real decisions. If I draw land, this is the much better attacker. Not the land I was hoping for, but still lets us crash for 5, and then we can play our 2 red cards. I'm going to play this one first, just in case they have disruption. I don't really care if it gets countered or not, but I don't want to give them a counter on it if they have that situational counter. If they have anti-cognition, I mean, they couldn't have countered the Sneaking Guide if I played that first anyway. Okay, so can't play the Colossus, but we still have a pretty good turn, actually. We put a Warrior out, which means we can play the Colossus next turn, and we can sneak in 2 more damage with the Fisher Wizard, and the opponent's not pressuring us. This is going pretty well for having not drawn the Swamp. So, there's the Swamp. Oh, wow. I can just play both cards, right? Cleric is the creature type I don't have. I don't have an attack this turn then, but that's great. I can just empty my hand, get both cards out. Who cares about the 1 point of drain from the priest? Well, no, we're getting the full 4 anyway. Warrior, Rogue, Wizard, Cleric. Means we get the drain for 4. And then we get the 3-mana 7/5. And the hand is empty on turn 5. Perfect. And now I'm pretty sure they have to just basically be dead. So we have 2 warriors. So we can make the Skyclave Sentinel unable to block. They can block with 2 3/2s. Well, I didn't want to trade the Vanguard for the Geyser Mage. I knew last turn the Vanguard could make the Sentinel unable to block, but they had 2 creatures out. So all that would have happened was they would have just put Geyser Mage in front of Vanguard. That doesn't help me. Now, at least, if they do that this turn, the Sentinel still can't block, right? So what I don't want to do is let them trade off Geyser Mage. So here I think it's attack with everything except guide. And then I'll just guide the Vanguard the Sentinel. I'm going to go to full control instead of stop. So first let's attack. Make the Sentinel unable to block. Then let's Sneaking Guide the Vanguard so they can't trade with that one. We can play the Electromancer post-combat. We don't have any use for the mana anyway. Electromancer for mana, activate Guide is the same thing. We don't have any use for the mana anyway. Sweet. Pretty good game for not having the Swamp in the opening hand. And a nice way to finish the day with a 7-1 red-black aggro deck. That was a really sweet deck. Just a super good curve. Lots of ways to push in the damage. Great party Like, that was just a really nice deck. I think that was the best deck I had today. Black, green, second, red, green, third. All 3 decks were good, though. I would take all 3 of these decks, like, in a Grand Prix in a heartbeat. But this deck just had such a good curve. Remember, this card costs, like, 4. This is a split card land spell. This card costs, like, 4. So, like, it was just a super low curve, really aggressive, really good at partying, really good at not flood or screwing. Just an all-around, like, very good deck. The only game I lost was the game where my opponent played 2 removal spells on turn 3. They had the Hazard and the Royal Eruption to kill my 2 and 3 drop. And that game still was somewhat close at the end. Yeah, I will, Dangle. But that's going to be it for the stream for today. Thank you, everybody who tuned in. It was a pretty fun day with the 3 good decks, 7 wins and 6 wins. Thanks again, Red Bull. Really appreciate you popping in like that, generously giving out a box, a vintage booster or whatever. And they gifted out 20 subs also, let's not forget. So Red Bull came in and dropped like $300 on our stream. Completely unexpected. Thanks again, Red Bull. Really appreciate the support. Thanks again to everybody who tuned in today, who subscribed, who donated. Even if you just hung out, I appreciate it. You know, everything helps the stream. The viewing helps the stream. Donating helps the stream. I love when people participate. So thank you to everybody for a great day on stream. And, of course, now we're going to finish by rating somebody. I'll be back on tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern with 3 more of these Zendikar drafts. For now, who's drafting? Who should we raid? I see Echo 5 Bravo is on drafting. I don't see anybody else on drafting. A bunch of people I follow are on, but they're all playing standard and stuff. Yeah, I will. I can do that after I close the stream or whatever. That's why I haven't gone off this page. I'll snap it and tweet it later. But, so yeah, I'm going to raid Echo 5 Bravo. For those not familiar, he's usually pretty high ranked and he does all limited. I think he's doing Eldraine, it says, but everybody else I'm following is playing other games, Standard or Among Us. He's the only one I follow who's currently drafting. And he is good peeps. So we're going to raid Echo 5 Bravo. And I hope everybody has a good night, and I will see you tomorrow.